But she couldn't care less, suddenly standing up, looking at Li Fu in astonishment. "Could you say that again?" Li Fu smirked inwardly, not at all surprised by the madam's reaction. Who wouldn't be shocked when hearing of the young master's condition for the first time? He respectfully said, to reply to the madam, "My lord had me inform you, to hold a family banquet for Master Hao celebrating the young master stepping into the 15 Li realm." He Jianlin stared blankly at him, knowing Li Fu as a soldier would naturally not lie about such a matter, especially since it was personally conveyed by Li Tiangang. However, Li Hao reaching the 15 Li realm, suddenly, it seemed as if countless sparks of electricity flared through her mind, then, they abruptly stilled, giving way to a sensation of sudden enlightenment. All these years, had it all been a facade? Hao not only had the ability to cultivate, but his talent exceeded imagination. That detestable Li Tiangang, did he not trust her, therefore even such a matter was kept from her? She felt that it all must have been Li Tiangang's idea, otherwise, how could a child know about such plots? He Jianlan's heart swelled with a mix of joy, anger, and resentment, but at the end of the day, she was overwhelmingly elated. Hao is actually in the 15 Li realm. He's only 14 years old. She murmured to herself. The entire room fell into silence. The surrounding maids, house servants, and her personal maid-in-waiting, were all looking at Li Fu in astonishment, digesting this earth-shattering news. Li Hao often visited the Eternal Spring Court over the years, so how could they not know of this young master's circumstances? Who could have expected that today he would astound everyone, revealing his terrifying cultivation talent? The serving girl Shuijin, standing silently to the side, had a face full of surprise. She remembered the boy well, as she was the one who accompanied him to the Listening Rain Tower the first time. At that time, she thought he was merely being childish, following orders to accompany him out of helplessness. But in fact, was he already secretly cultivating then? How old was he at that time? Yet he managed to hide it so flawlessly. His composure and wisdom were both somewhat terrifying. "I understand. You may go now. Tell Li Tiangang I'll deal with him later." He Jianlin regained her composure, glaring at Li Fu, believing he had also known about this all along. Normally as dull as a block of wood, he had put on such a compassionate act in front of her, advising Li Hao, making her appreciate it for a moment. "Li Fu, oh Li Fu, you truly are a honest man." News of another family banquet to be held spread from the Eternal Spring Court to the kitchen procurement and other courts. He Jianlin did not conceal it, letting the messenger maids and eunuchs announce it openly. Celebrating Li Hao entering the 15 Li realm. The mere news set off an explosion in the Li family residence. In the 9 courtyards, at the training ground, everyone who heard the news was in an uproar. The instructors in the training ground, elder veterans from the military, were stunned. He was no stranger to that legitimate young master, after all, it was he who introduced his fiancée to study under the Sword Saint. But, that young master, the one who was mercilessly rejected by the Sword Saint, was in the 15 Li realm? Impossible. His fiancée, who had just entered the divine travel realm, couldn't compare. This news now shocked not only the veteran military instructor but also the many Li family offspring training in the field. 14 years old, 15 Li realm. These words pierced their brains like sharp needles, completely overturning their previous understanding. Is this the terrifying nature of legitimate geniuses? Inside the Shuihua courtyard, Lu Yurong was getting dressed in her room. The bronze mirror reflected her beautiful visage. Despite being over 40, she appeared to be in her 30s. Her figure was graceful, each glance full of mature charm, her eyebrows and eyes naturally elegant, her hair in an exquisite updo resembling a stunning woman in a painting. Her personal maid was adorning her hair with pins when suddenly a maid walked into the room, bowing her head and reporting softly, saying that a maid from the Eternal Spring Court had come to see her on an important matter. Lu Yurong gave a cursory glance and instructed the maid to bring the visitor to her. Soon, a chambermaid entered the room, curtsied to Lu Yurong, and then shared the news about the family banquet. What? As Lu Yurong admired her image in the mirror, pleased, she was brought to a halt by the chambermaid's words, and then she whirled around sharply. A gem hanging from a hairpin near her bun struck her forehead from the abrupt movement. Celebrating Li Hao stepping into the 15 Li realm? Li Hao? Yes, replied the chambermaid respectfully. Lu Yurong stared at her obedient appearance, her mind buzzing loudly. Really? A joke? A ruse? That child, at the 15 Li realm? She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Perhaps she hadn't slept well the night before, as her vision even began to darken momentarily. Instantly, she thought of many things. All the irregularities and incomprehensible aspects would crumble before the facts, then weave together into a coherent explanation, and she had thought of a possibility already. Her chest heaved violently for a few moments, but she restrained herself. She then smiled, dismissing the maid from the Eternal Spring Court, and immediately called her housekeeper to investigate the truth of the matter. It didn't take long for the housekeeper to return and confirm the news. Lu Yurong's face instantly turned sour. How was this possible? Unless Li Hao was not disabled at all, and Li Tiangang had pre-instructed Lin Haixia, who was sent back to cover up Li Hao's circumstance. Only then would it make sense. All those claims of failing foundation establishment were false, a show for them. Well done, Li Tiangang. With thick brows and large eyes, he was teeming with tricks. Definitely that bizarre woman, Ji Qingqing's idea. Lu Yurong gritted her teeth, vividly remembering when she arrived at the mountain and river courtyard, seeing that child's body all soaked pale. But the medicinal liquid hadn't been absorbed at all. To put on an act like that was truly ruthless. No, I must inform Changfeng about this message so he can prepare in advance. Lu Yurong suddenly realized and hurriedly ordered someone to bring paper and ink to write a secret letter. Moreover, the reactions of the other courtyards upon learning the news were immensely shocking. The news even stirred them more than when they had learned about Li Junya entering the Grandmaster realm at 17. After all, to them, Li Hao had always seemed carefree, never seen practicing martial arts. Instead of training, he was either painting or fishing with his second uncle, seemingly having plenty of leisure time, a stark contrast to the other youths sweating profusely from diligent practice. Although Li Hao started cultivating later on, no one inquired about his realm, as it was common knowledge without asking that he hadn't achieved foundation establishment. With his indifferent attitude and terrible roots, how far could he have possibly cultivated? The invitation from Tan Palace Academy had Li Hao's name on it only because He Jianlin had given special instructions to include him. Even He Jianlin thought Li Hao hadn't cultivated much, and that entering Tan Palace Academy on his own merits would be a challenge, let alone others' opinions. So that's why he was an exception. In the Piaoshui courtyard, siblings Li Yun were both stunned, frozen in disbelief. They had thought Li Hao had merely reached the sole succession realm before them, since the threshold for the Black and White Hall was just that. But he had leapt several steps ahead, reaching a place they couldn't even see clearly. Li Wushuang stood aside with no change in her expression, just a slight narrowing of her eyes upon hearing the news. She had already experienced Li Hao's 15 Li realms slap the day before. Li Xuanli and Gao Qingqing looked at each other in astonishment. Noticing her sister Li Jining muttering, Li Wushuang asked, "What exception are you talking about?" Li Jining came back to her senses with a complex look in her eyes. Seeing her elder sister ask with a lowered head, she suddenly realized that even her brilliant sister might seem dim in comparison to that young man. The difference between a 16-year-old in the divine travel realm and a 14-year-old in the 15 Li realm was just too vast. Under Li Wushuang's pressing questions, Li Jining recounted the exceptional entry of Li Hao into Black and White Hall. Upon learning that Li Hao had been an exception to enter the Black and White Hall, Li Xuanli commented in annoyance, "So you're saying that those old fogies at Tan Palace Academy knew before we did?" Gao Qingqing, quick-witted, had already calmed from the shock and pondered, when they were out on academy missions previously, Hao must have shown his strength then. "Those bastards, why wouldn't they inform us about such a crucial matter?" Li Xuanli said with irritation. Gao Qingqing glanced at her husband and shook her head. "Think about it, they must have assumed we, the Li family, were already aware of it. Our Hao has exceptional talents without a wide reputation, they likely suspected us of deliberately concealing it. And with both his parents on the frontier, it might make others think we're hiding his fame to protect him from petty villains in their absence. Now that they're aware of this news, they naturally dare not spread it around, probably very nervous about letting it slip because of them." As his wife analyzed the situation, Li Xuanli also came to a realization and was left speechless. It really was coincidental that Hao had come home. When it came to treachery, Gao Qingqing glanced at her eldest daughter and said, "When you're out, you must also be careful. The Chang'an list is the talent list of our human race, reserved only for the prodigies. But you also know, the Chang'an list has another name." "Yes." Li Wushuang nodded, the other name being the demon race's hit list. The long-standing enmity between the human and demon races, should they learn of a great demon giving birth to an exceedingly talented offspring, would also lead them to dispatch assassins. Yet despite such a threatening alternative name, the glory of the Chang'an list still attracted countless individuals. After all, many geniuses possess pride and valor, and who could consider themselves brave if they hid in fear of assassination. In this world, countless martial artists train hard, all for one thing: fame. The family banquet was set up in the mountain and river courtyard. Ladies of the various courtyards arrived in succession to offer congratulations to Li Tian gang. Outside the courtyard, there were also many other concubines and illegitimate children who had hurried over, clinging to the outside of the yard walls. They gazed eagerly inside, wanting to see what the youth with talents surpassing any in the history of the Li family actually looked like and whether he was as extraordinary as they imagined. Li Hao's name had thoroughly spread throughout the Li residence. The house servants and maids from all the courtyards, including the cooks in the various kitchens, were all discussing the incredible and powerful young Master Li while chopping wood and cooking meals. Hibernating in obscurity for 14 years, he stirred the heavens and earth in a single day. The news spread not only within the walls of the Li residence but also beyond its prestigious boundaries, flying over the eaves of thousands of households and drifting into the dark departments of intelligence of the major forces stationed in Qingzhou City. Subsequently, like threads on a spider's web, this intelligence was swiftly and secretly transmitted everywhere. Forces far and wide, all those with their eyes on the land of Qingzhou, received this news and were shaken to their core. The true dragon of the Li family that had fallen 14 years ago. Now, after 14 years, it seemed to have resurrected itself with even greater strength and a new posture. And during this rapid spread of reputation, at the moment of family celebration within the courtyard, Li Hao, guided by Zhao, arrived before a quiet room deep in the inner courtyard. He pushed open the door to see the neatly arranged paintings inside. His spiritual thoughts swept over them, and Li Hao counted them. None were missing. Young master, don't be angry with the master anymore. Yu Zhan has followed the master for many years, sharing life and death on the battlefield. Plus, being an orphan, the master wants to protect him. It's not that he really wants to get angry at you, Zhao said in a low voice, sighing behind Li Hao. An orphan, huh? Li Hao murmured to himself. Even though he had parents, wasn't he also like an orphan? He sighed deeply in his heart, telling himself not to overthink it. After all, he was the man who had been awaited for 14 years. After all, he was the father in this life. He wasn't accepting it, it was more like giving up. Young master, now that you have revealed your cultivation level, everyone in the world will know your name, and nobody will ever underestimate or belittle you again, Zhao said, trying to lighten the mood. Thinking of Li Hao's cultivation level, his own face couldn't help showing a hint of excitement and flush. Li Hao smiled and said, "When I was born, didn't the whole world already know my name?" Zhao was momentarily stunned, but then he thought about it and realized that it was true. Li Hao was the true dragon of the Li family who had fallen, and Emperor Yu personally named him, announcing it to the world with an imperial edict. But after all, so many years have passed. Zhao said with a sheepish smile, let alone that he was just a baby at that time. Who would care? The world's attention had all been focused on that peerless and outstanding ninth son of the Li family at the time. That's why I say, everything will pass, Li Hao replied. In these long, endless years of heaven and earth, even a saint is nothing but a speck of dust within this expanse of time, he continued. Li Hao turned and walked out of the room, looking at the empty courtyard, where the starlight and moonbeams fell from the sky, in stark contrast to the bright lights of the front courtyard. Let's go, let's join the festivities too, he said. Yes, young master, replied Zhao with a sign of relief. After all, he had come to persuade Li Hao to attend the family banquet. At the family banquet, with the arrival of Li Hao, the atmosphere became even more lively. Li Wushuang and her siblings, along with the children of Lady 8 including Li Zhongying and Li Ruming representing the third generation of the direct lineage, sat at one table. The children of the other ladies had mostly not returned. Their gazes immediately converged on Li Hao, with various expressions. Hao is amazing. The most excited was Li Yanzhao, who had learned of Li Hao's strength in Kongyu City and had been looking forward to this moment. Seeing the shocked faces of the others, he felt like he was eating ice in the heat of summer, thrilled to the core. His eyes glanced triumphantly at Li Yun sitting next to him, showing a hint of smugness. However, Li Yun and his sibling Li Jining were too preoccupied to pay attention to Li Yanzhao at the same table. Their gaze was extremely complex, reminiscent of how similar this scene was to the recent return of their elder sister, who was also the center of attention, only today's event was even more lively and stirring. HMPH, it's just the 15 Li realm. What's so great about that? It's only when you step into the realm of a grandmaster that you really have something to brag about. Li Ruming suddenly snorted from another corner of the banquet. Li Yanjiao was taken aback, not having expected to hear such discordant commentary. He turned his head and saw that it was the treasures of Lady 8. Since he was little, when he would go to pay his respects to the First Lady, he had seen this pair of siblings, but they had never been very familiar. Because after paying their respects, they would not speak more than a few words to him or to people like Li Yun, carrying themselves with extreme pride. They usually kept to themselves, not coming out to play with them, and even at the practice field, they wouldn't chat much, keeping a distance as if treating them as if they were illegitimate children. This sibling pair did everything together, eating, practicing martial arts, almost forming a small world of their own, never interacting with outsiders. And Lady 8 extremely doted on these children, indulging them greatly. Yanjiao had seen as a child in the practice field, during a sparring session, an illegitimate child accidentally injured Li Zhongying. It was only a small cut, and with the Li family's precious medicines, a bit of medicinal powder would have healed it by the next day. However, Lady 8 rushed to the practice field, ordered the illegitimate child to be dragged out, and had his arm broken on the spot. It was said that the illegitimate child had a decent talent, but the incident left him psychologically scarred, causing him to leave the practice field soon after. His mother even wept and pleaded in Lady 8's courtyard for forgiveness. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, providing a spectacle for these youngsters. Reportedly, it was only after the intervention of the First Lady that the matter was settled. Lady 8 was from a distinguished family background, surnamed Wang. Having married into the family from afar, her temperament and character were considered among the ladies not to be trifled with. However, at this moment, upon hearing Li Rumeng's mocking words, Li Yanjiao couldn't sit still anymore and sneered. Nothing to be proud of? Then may I ask, one of you is 16 and the other 15, what is your cultivation level? Li Rumeng, already jealous, was taken aback by Li Yanjiao's ridicule and immediately became furious. We haven't been clinging to second uncle all day like he has. If he can cultivate so quickly, it must be because second uncle is biased. Li Yanjiao grew even angrier upon hearing this and said, then why wouldn't second uncle be biased towards you? Of course, it's because his mind is quite cunning, and he's more adept at sweet talking than we are, Li Rumeng retorted with a cold laugh. Li Yanjiao's face turned red with rage as he glared at her. Li Yun and his sister frowned and glanced at Li Rumeng. They kept their distance from Li Hao, but they disliked and avoided provoking the children of their eighth aunt. Just to avoid any disputes later on, lest eighth aunt take the issue to their own mother. HMPH, all children of the Li family, and yet without any real talent, you still envy others, shameful. Li Wushuang, however, coldly snorted and spoke out. Li Yanjiao looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to speak up for Hao. Hao had, after all, beaten this particular cousin before. You, who are you saying has no talent? Li Rumeng said indignantly. Li Wushuang replied with a disdainful glance, the one who barks the loudest is the one I'm speaking of. You've only just reached soul succession. How dare you belittle his 15 Li realm as nothing special? Are you implying that your soul succession realm is something to be proud of? They've reached soul succession? Li Yanjiao and the siblings Li Yun were surprised. They were cultivating in the training field just like their counterparts, with similar aptitudes, yet the others had advanced before them. It really is nothing special, Li Zhongying said coldly, seeing his sister being bullied. Li Wushuang, don't think you can do anything just because you're in the divine travel realm. There's still a long way to go. Everyone in the heavenly human realm and beyond are mere ants. You can brag when you manage to cross that threshold someday. Li Wushuang's gaze turned frosty. How daring! You don't even address me as cousin anymore. Dare to call me by name directly? Is this how your mother teaches you? As for that threshold, don't worry, I'll definitely cross it before you. Come talk to me after you've reached the divine travel realm. But of course, you rely on having a famous teacher, we just couldn't be bothered to ask for one. Li Rumeng said angrily. Li Wushuang couldn't help but laugh out of anger and was about to say something, but was stopped by Li Yun. Sister, don't stoop to their level, be careful or they'll drag our mother into this to settle accounts, Li Yun said sarcastically. What do you mean? Li Zhongying glared at Li Yun. Li Yanjiao said coldly, keep it down, this is the mountain and river courtyard, not your Mo River courtyard. Even if your mother comes here, she has to call Tiangong uncle. The expressions of Li Zhongying and his sister changed slightly. Although they were willful and unruly, They felt somewhat constrained in this situation and did not dare to make a scene. Seeing that the siblings had quieted down, Li Wushuang rolled her eyes and could not be bothered to pay any more attention, but she silently found the whole situation laughable, not expecting 8th aunt's children to be so barbaric and unreasonable. At that moment, Li Jining, seeing Li Hao walking straight to where the aunties were, couldn't help but ask, "Why isn't Brother Hao coming over here?" Li Yinzhao looked over and smiled. Hao doesn't sit at the kids' table when eating. Meanwhile, Li Tiangong was being interrogated by several ladies. They questioned him on why he had concealed Li Hao's cultivation level and how Li Hao had been cultivating, among other things. Li Tiangong felt a headache coming on, thinking that the roar of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield was nothing compared to the incessant chatter of these 7 or 8 women, but he still smiled and responded to each of them. However, everyone initially thought that it was his second uncle who helped, but upon finding out it wasn't, and now asking him to explain, he couldn't find an explanation other than Li Hao's natural talent. Nobody believed this explanation, though they did not speak of it, they all had their speculations. Li Hao, being so close to second uncle and fifth uncle, suddenly was able to cultivate, and so monstrously at that, it was hard not to guess that they had defied the heavens to change his fate. As Li Hao approached, all the aunts immediately gathered around him, eagerly asking questions. If they couldn't get anything out of the elder, they prodded the younger one. But Li Hao's lips were sealed even tighter than Li Tiangang's. Lu Yurong didn't manage to ask anything, and feeling irate, she gritted her teeth, detesting this father and son duo to the extreme. From 9,000 miles to the south, within Sword Cottage, Master, 3 or 4 figures rushed into the thatched cottage at high speed, reporting the freshly received news to their master, who was poring over a swordplay manual. 15 Li Realm. Upon hearing the message reported by his disciples, Jian Wudao couldn't help but be stunned. Was it Shui's little fiancé? Gradually, some sealed memories in his mind unfolded, and he vaguely began to recall. 8 years ago, during a trip down the mountain, in that bustling city of the mortal world, the lively yet empty courtyard, that child with the demeanor of an old soul. 14 years old, just a few months older than Shaer. And Shaer, it seemed, had only just stepped into the divine travel realm last month. He was a whole cultivation level ahead. Jian Wudao's expression changed, becoming somewhat grave. Such talent, stronger than even his own in the past, not even comparable to the previous generation's true dragon of the Li family. It seems the Li family is about to reveal another true dragon. With such talent, if he becomes the next successor, the true dragons of the other divine general mansions will probably be unable to sit still. In these 100 years, truly, the Li family has been blessed by heaven, chosen by destiny. The disciples all discussed and sighed, proudly considering themselves geniuses, but upon hearing this news, they were all so shocked they couldn't speak. Master, I heard that you almost took that Qilin's child of the Li family under your wing, to join our sect. We almost became fellow disciples with such a monster, a young disciple said. Jian Wudao immediately thought of the day he recruited disciples. He shook his head slightly. Back then, it was widely rumored that the child was a martial arts invalid, but looking at it now, either the Li family deliberately concealed it, or those old fellows from the Li family intervened to reverse his fate against heaven's will. However, even if his talent is against nature, he wouldn't enter my school. Master, why is that? The disciples inquired upon hearing this. He is not one of the sword Dao, unlike us, he is not on the same path, Jian Wudao explained. The crowd suddenly understood. A genius indeed, but not a sword cultivator. Such a pity, otherwise, having such a monster as a fellow brother would indeed be quite inspiring, someone said, laughing. 14 years old at the 15 Li realm, indeed fearsome, another nodded. Jian Wudao glanced at the people and said, as your master, I always say there's always someone better out there, now do you understand? Although your talents are not bad, to suppress the next 60 years, you still fall short. Go and practice your swordsmanship properly. A few people immediately showed wry smiles. With countless heroes in the world, who could suppress the times for a cycle of 60 years. Shaer has already descended the mountain, hasn't she? Jian Wudao asked as something came to mind. One of the handsome young disciples smiled and said, little sister broke through to the divine travel realm and immediately said she wanted to go down the mountain to return to the mansion. She has already set off. Jian Wudao frowned slightly and eventually sighed. After all, she has received favors from the Li family. I hope she can make a clean break on this trip. Sword Dao in the mundane world, after all, One must choose one over the other. The day after the Li family banquet concluded, in the distant Yuzhou imperial city. That luxurious palace, which gathered countless gazes from across the world yet remained insurmountably walled. An ancient temple, solemn and august, stood for 1,000 years, a dark gold carpet adorned with dragon scales stretched from the entrance to the steps before the dragon throne. Civil and military officials residing in Yuzhou lined up on either side. From first-rank officials such as Grand Tutors and Supreme Generals, to fourth-rank governors and directors of the National Academy, all stood with bowed heads and hands lowered. The least of these officials could cause tens of cities' inhabitants to prostrate with a mere stomp of their feet. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Qingzhou Li family held a family banquet yesterday, proclaiming to all under heaven, another divine being has emerged from the Li family. Someone respectfully reported. Seated on that profound and solemn dragon throne, the imposing figure, although aged, was erect and wore the black robe with 9 dragons. His gaze, fiery and intense, surveyed the ministers. Upon hearing this, his face seemed to show a hint of a smile. Your Majesty, it is said that this Qilin descendant is none other than Li Hao, whom you named and blessed 14 years ago. He is also the son of the Secretary of the Ministry of Punishment, who had come here a few days ago to receive his mandate. Your Majesty's wisdom shines brightly. The rest of the ministers couldn't help but acclaim with joy. Your Majesty, you foresaw this child's peerless talent 14 years ago, truly as if a star descended from the heavens, indeed a fortune for our great Deu. Someone said excitedly, thrilled. 14 years ago, Lord Zhen Guo quelled the century-old demon calamity in Kongzhou, slaying the great demon and massacring the demon king. Unfortunately entangled in the Yudu-level Meng River, his heroic spirit failed to find refuge, forever lost to Kongzhou. Perhaps, this Li Hao is the reincarnated star of Lord Zhen Guo, a new blessed general bestowed upon our great Deu by the heavens. Someone passionately stated. Facing the minister's congratulations, the figure on the dragon throne's eyes seemed to dart back to that tragic day many years ago. That baby, once granted a treasure of dragon blood by himself, had now grown into a youth, achieving so much. Hints of a faint smile appeared on his face as his gaze seemingly swept outside the palace, toward the distant Qingzhou. Your Majesty, this child possesses exceptional talents, yet had never been known before. I believe the Li family owes an explanation. Once the congratulatory addresses ceased, someone suddenly stood up and declared, concealing from Your Majesty should be punished. The crowd was slightly surprised and shifted their gaze, noticing it was Lord Helion of the Divine General Mansion. Realization dawned, and this response was not unexpected. Among the 5 great Divine General Mansions, those with close relationships, like the Wang family and the Li family, even held marital alliances. Where there's closeness, there also exists aloofness or even disdain. Such was the relationship between the Li family and the Helion clan. Seeing that His Majesty did not speak, another military general stepped forward. He was a second-rank general who had campaigned with the Li family, and respectfully said, Lord, in my opinion, Mr. and Mrs. Xingwu, having battled in northern Yan for many years, leaving their young child alone at home, naturally desired to conceal his cultivation level to avoid assassination or spying, which is completely understandable. HMPH. Helion Boya coldly snorted. The child may be young, but within the Divine General Mansion, guarded by many generals, who could assassinate him? Could it be that you are questioning the loyalty of the Li family's conferred ladies, suggesting they would harm the child? Ms. Li of the Li family, many of whom had been conferred ranks, such as the senior Ms. Li, He Jianlin, who was a lady of the state. Though they held no actual power, their status was supremely high. They could enter the palace to see the emperor at any time, and even if they committed offenses, the Ministry of Punishment could not directly punish them. In my view, the Li family has been subduing demons for many years, having slain countless demons, bearing numerous grudges, thus, such precaution is without fault. The general continued, still bowing. Helion Boya scoffed. Are you suggesting that in Qingzhou, demons still dare to invade? Do you look down on the Li family? Lord, I think the Li family's cautious approach is somewhat reasonable. Now that Li Hao has reached the 15 Li realm, possessing the strength to defend himself, if he continues to progress and attains Grand Master status in a few more years, he will be unrestricted by these concerns. Another civil official stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Furthermore, since General Xingwu has just returned and proclaimed this fact to all under heaven, there is no heart of deception toward His Majesty, merely a minor matter. Lord, why fuss over it? If it's a minor matter, it's even more improper to deceive. Healy and Boya still argued. The crowd internally shook their heads, finding no sense in the Lord's accusation, but they had grown accustomed to it. Over the years, whenever the Lee family received titles, except for that event 14 years ago when the Lee family true dragon fell, causing universal grief, and the Helian clan remained silent, at other times, they typically had something to say. Even this time, when General Xingwu returned victorious from northern Yan, pacifying the demon chaos and repelling the Holy Palace, having earned formidable merits, Lord Helian also scrutinized his prolonged campaigns and severe logistical strains during a lengthy court debate. During the decade and a half of campaigning in northern Yan, many civil and military officials close to the Helian clan found fault in the rear, and even proposed impractical impeachments against Marshal Xingwu. However, everyone knew, only the Helian clan could get away with such comments. Had anyone else made similar criticisms, they would have been branded as traitors and executed long ago. And the Helian clan, possessing countless merits, may have strained relations with the Lee family, notorious to all, but could not be labeled traitors. After all, the blood of the Helian clan spilled beyond the frontier was not scant, enough to dye several cities red. This Lord Boya is too hasty. Given General Xingwu's achievements, even if troubles arise now, they won't be punished, let alone over such a trivial matter. Many officials internally commented. At this moment, Emperor Yu, seated on the dragon throne, raised his hand to quell the debate, smiling as he said, "Lu is right, this is but a minor matter, not worth mentioning. This time, Marquis Xingwu has achieved great feats in battle, sacrificing his family for the frontier pass, a loyalty that shines brighter than the sun and moon. Let us turn our attention to the matter of Kongyu City." Seeing that Emperor Yu had set the tone, Helian Boya glanced at the civil official, snorted coldly, and said no more. He simply turned his head to look at the dragon pillars of the Great Hall, expressing his dissatisfaction, as if to say, "You talk, I'll have no part in it." Everyone knew that if the Helian clan chose not to get involved, then that was that, for if they did involve themselves, they would surely find fault, so they did not press him further and began to discuss among themselves. Kongyu City almost fell. Yu Shuhong has been taken to the heavenly prison to plead guilty. His confession is clear and well written. It was thanks to the young master of the Li family that Kongyu City was saved. Truly, a young hero arises. If we count the demons slain, he should indeed be granted a first-class baronetcy. His merits in protecting the city are significant, and there are many citizens in the city. I believe additional rewards should be given. Many ministers began to discuss the issue in earnest. In the forests outside of Flying General City in Jingzhou, the trees, thick as several men, were rapidly pressed down and collapsed, parted aside like weeds, as a ferocious tiger with hanging eyes, over a dozen meters long, sprinted through. On either side of its belly were 4 huge, sinister eyes emitting a demonic red glow. But at this moment, some of those eyes had been stabbed and were closed, bleeding ceaselessly. Suddenly, the tiger looked back. With a swish, a golden light from beyond the sky swooped down. A figure radiant with brilliant golden light and a Buddhist halo behind him entered the forest. This Buddha-like divine soul had the face of a youth, calm as if without a murderous aura, but his strikes were exceedingly ruthless. Roar! The tiger roared furiously, bellowing, "Li family, even in death, I will not let you go. Then die." The young divine soul clapped his hands down, and the divine power forcefully suppressed the tiger. A demonic shadow also emerged behind the tiger, but just as it was about to break free for several meters, it was suppressed by the palm of the Buddha like golden shadow. "My children, avenge me, the killer is the Li family of Qingzhou." The enraged roar spread throughout the forest, but it soon came to an abrupt halt. As the demon soul dissipated, the huge tiger's body tumbled uncontrollably, crushing dozens of large trees before coming to a halt. Its eyes were more than half closed, void of any life. Reflected in its amber pupils was the figure of a youth approaching from the forest, not stopping until he was near, his footsteps kicking up sand onto the tiger's eyes. The youth looked over for a moment, then stomped repeatedly with force, shattering the tiger's head before he ceased. Slaying this great demon should be worthy of a first-class merit. The youth muttered to himself. He was none other than Li Changfeng, who had descended the mountain to enter the world. He bent over to cut off the tiger's head, about to leave, when suddenly, from beyond the heavens, a figure as small as a palm but swift as an arrow brought soft sound as a tiny purple sparrow flew towards him. The youth caught the little demon bird, slightly startled as he dropped the massive tiger's head. This was the little demon sparrow raised by his mother, exceptionally good at flying. Though its combat abilities might not match those of the Jotian realm, even some martial artists of the divine travel realm might not be able to catch up with it. The demon race cultivated slowly, but they possessed various divine skills unique to their kind, just as the human race could cultivate swiftly. The purple sparrow opened its mouth and spat out a slip of paper resembling oiled parchment. Li Changfeng unfurled it, his eyebrows knitting in confusion before his expression changed. The 15 Li realm? Li Hao? Who is that? The son of my seventh uncle? Shock appeared in Li Changfeng's eyes, especially because the note indicated that the person in question was only 14 years old. Even younger than him by 4 years. He was 17 when he entered the 15 Li realm, while the other had done so a full 3 years earlier. Although, before reaching the heavenly human realm, these 3 years might not seem like much, they clearly showed the enormous gap in their innate talents. Moreover, if Li Changfeng remembered correctly, such speed of progress was even more formidable than that of his ninth uncle. The creed was instantaneously crushed into fine powder between 2 fingers. A cloud of darkness covered Li Changfeng's face. Originally, his only target was Li Wushuang, but since the other was in the divine travel realm, he didn't feel too much pressure. On the contrary, he still spared some attention to guard against the son and daughter of his eldest aunt, those cousins. And also the only daughter of his third aunt, that cousin who had joined the army at 15 and was now a female general. But they were older, and although they had achievements, the true dragon designation looked more at one's talents, and among those of the same age, entering the 15 Li realm at 17 should place him first. But now, suddenly, there was Li Hao, a minor character he had never paid attention to before. With self-cultivation alone, it can't be that fast. Even ninth uncle only entered the 15 Li realm at 15. Could it be that the older generation has intervened? Li Changfeng frowned deeply. He recalled that the other didn't seem to have a famous master and had stayed in the family estate. That gave him the opportunity to come into contact with the elders of the Li family. However, weren't the elders of the Li family not supposed to influence the younger generation before the true dragon confirmation? That would be unfair. It seems that during the ancestral shrine ceremony, I must ask the ancestors to verify, and also, should I inform my master about this? Li Changfeng glanced into the distance, the light flickering in his gloomy eyes for a moment, before being overlaid with a touch of pride. Forget it. He picked up his tiger head weapon and hurried back into Flying General City. With this merit at hand, I might as well return early and have a look. In Qingzhou, within the Divine General Mansion, the family banquet had ended, and mountain and river courtyard returned from the bustle to tranquility, yet it was still much livelier than usual, as concubines and ladies from various courtyards came to give gifts, leading their children to greet Li Hao, wishing to familiarize themselves with the future true dragon of the Li family. Among these legitimate and illegitimate children, some were sensible and well-behaved, some were restrained and nervous, and some had already learned to flatter adeptly. One after another, they all got to meet Li Hao, which allowed him to see how difficult it was for these children born out of wedlock. At least he would feel embarrassed if his parents forced him to flatter another boy, but some children were already adept at doing so. This kind of thing seemed unrelated to maturity or experience. Some kids were even more eloquent and persuasive than adults, purely due to differences in personality and nature. And Li Hao's nature was somewhat indolent, taking things as they come. Another early morning. Li Hao was still deep in sleep when he suddenly heard his door being knocked on. He opened his eyes, his divine soul swept over, and he saw that it was his father's beloved General Yu Zhan outside the door. He rolled over and said, "You're calling me to practice martial arts again?" Yu Zhan remembered what happened the other day, the corners of his mouth revealing a bitter smile as he said, "Young master, the marshal has asked you to wash up and accompany him to pay respects to the ancestors, and incidentally to ask the ancestors to decide on the matter of the true dragon." Li Hao arched an eyebrow, thought for a moment, sat up, and called Qing Ji to quickly change his clothes. Soon, after grooming, Li Hao opened the door and looked at the young man, saying indifferently, "Let's go." Yu Zhan knew that Li Hao was still mad at him because of the painting incident, but he didn't care, and extended his hand, saying, "After you, young master." They walked past the corridors and arrived at the main court. Li Hao saw his father, already out of armor and in white clothes, but his bearing wasn't as elegant as his fifth uncle, and it seemed to carry a stern and imposing air from years of campaigning. However, seeing Li Hao, Li Tiangang's face showed a smile and he said, "Come, Follow your father to worship our ancestors at the ancestral hall. Okay, Li Hao nodded. After leaving the mountain and river courtyard, the two of them flew through the air, one after the other, heading towards the deepest part of the divine general mansion. Arriving at the ancestral hall on the hillside, Li Tiangang and Li Hao descended to the courtyard outside the hall before walking toward the magnificent and majestic hall that bore the Li family's 1,000 years of honor. Uncle Qingzheng. When Li Hao saw Uncle Qingzheng by the door of the ancestral hall, he immediately called out to him. Li Tiangang, whose face had been solemn, slightly changed when he heard Li Hao shouting and immediately furrowed his brow. He glanced at Li Hao, who had already run ahead of him toward his uncle in the hall. It's Hao-ra. Li Qingzheng, lighting up at Li Hao's voice and displaying a joyful expression, turned around. What made you think of coming to see me today? Then noticing the tall man behind Li Hao, Tiangong has returned too. Uncle Qingzheng, it looks like the black pieces are going to lose again. Li Hao looked at the chessboard in front of his uncle and immediately chuckled. Uncle Qingzheng grinned, showing his teeth. Don't talk nonsense, the game isn't over yet. Just then, Li Tiangang came over, his demeanor solemn and respectful as he slightly bowed in greeting. Uncle, have you been in good health recently? Without paying further attention to Li Hao, who had been excessively talkative about the game, Li Qingzheng looked up at Li Tiangang and laughed. It's been over a decade since I've seen you, lad. You've grown quite robust, and why have you started growing a beard? How has it been staying in northern Yan? Is it tough? It's been good, Li Tiangang said with a smile. It's just the occasional sandstorm, to which I've grown accustomed. There's often warfare in the frontier, with no time for grooming, so I've gotten used to keeping it. Upon hearing this, Li Hao looked up at him and indeed compared to the blurred figure in his memory. His father had morphed from a tall, handsome youth into a bearded middle-aged man. Suddenly, he felt that he perhaps lacked some care for his father. You've grown up too, not as mischievous as you once were, said Li Qingzheng, chuckling, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The young boys had grown up, and they, too, had aged. Although with their abilities they could live a long time, the difference between the human race and demons is that demons enjoy longevity akin to hibernation, mostly engaging in battle only to hunt and satisfy their hunger. But for the human race, they live their lives around one thing. Human emotions. With emotions comes desire, hence humans wage wars, perform heroic deeds, vie for fame, accumulating injuries over time. Old wounds hardly heal before new ones are added, leading to a reduced lifespan. To live a long life isn't difficult either. Just stay inside the realm, enjoy wealth and rank, avoid using swords and weapons, and live like a bodhisattva to enjoy hundreds, even thousands of years of leisure. However, to stand unwavering in the midst of this Zhonghu maelstrom within the city for hundreds of years is perhaps an exceedingly difficult feat. Like a neighbor you spend a lot of time with, who gifts you eggs and vegetables, yet one day is oppressed by an evildoer. If you can't stand to watch, you'll be drawn in. If you can bear to watch, your moral integrity may take a hit, leaving you feeling discontented. Such a life, spanning hundreds of years, is ever so lengthy. After all, I'm already a father, Li Tiangang said, smiling, with a glint of reminiscence in his eyes that quickly disappeared. The ravages of time would harden a once tender youthful heart with calluses from the weathering, making it harder and more restrained. Uncle Qingzheng, I've brought Hao here to pay respects to our ancestors and to inquire about this generation's true dragon matter, Li Tiangang said, returning to the main subject without further reminiscing. Li Qingzheng, anticipating the purpose of his visit, nodded slightly, his eyes settling once more on Li Hao beside him. His gaze softened with a smile. Hao has exceptional talent, surpassing your ninth uncle. He is the fastest in our Li family history to reach the 15 Li realm, truly breaking records. Zhen Yi became the true dragon of your generation, but sadly he died young, and you took over temporarily. However, Hao stands out in his generation, far ahead of everyone else, with no one even close to catching up to him. Hearing his uncle's high praise, Li Tiangang's face showed a smile. Indeed, in terms of talent, his son was outstanding to the pinnacle. And this, unavoidably, filled him with pride and arrogance. Go ahead, Li Qingzheng said with a smile. Li Tiangang nodded, again gave a slight bow to him, and then turned to lead Li Hao to the kneeling mats in front of the hall. Li Tiangang, descendant of the 107th generation of the Li family, comes to pay respects to the ancestors. Li Hao, descendant of the 108th generation of the Li family, comes to pay respects to the ancestors. Father and son knelt together, bowing their heads in worship. In the ancestral hall, the many memorial tablets trembled and glowed faintly as divine souls emerged above them. After bowing, Li Hao lifted his head. He hadn't taken a close look last time, but this time he saw that although there were many ancestors' souls enshrined here, there were also quite a few tablets that were dim and without souls emerging above them. The closest of them bore a familiar name, the memorial tablet of Li Junya, descendant of the 107th generation of the Li family. On the left of the tablet was a noble title, Marquis of the State. On the right was a military rank, Heavenly Commanding General. This was the tablet for his 9th uncle, but no divine soul emerged above it. As with other ancestors, memorial tablets were engraved with noble titles and military ranks or achievements, but several had only noble titles and no military service, on the other side of which a laudatory poem was inscribed. If it were the memorial tablet of a common family, it would be much simpler, with spirit tablets of all past ancestors written on it, encompassing all ancestors in one go, worshipping them all at once. After all, most commoners occasionally become displaced, and after a long time, their family records are lost, leaving them no choice but to accept it as such. Only those that could be called noble families retained fairly complete genealogies and heritages, with ancestors clearly and distinctly recorded. Tiangong, heard you were fighting demons in northern Yan, how many did you kill? A light chuckle transmitted through the air. Li Tiangong looked up and saw it was his third uncle Li Xuanian. His heroic spirit was still in the prime of youth, around 30 years old, handsome and as splendid as jade. Li Tiangong's gaze fluctuated slightly, as when he was younger, his third uncle was his favorite, but regrettably, his uncle died young. The generation of his father was 6 brothers, yet 3 had died in battle, leaving only the second uncle, the 5th uncle, and the 4th uncle, who had been away for many years. Both his father and 6th uncle had passed away, and the heroic spirits of his father and 6th uncle had yet to return, trapped in the Mo River and unable to escape. In the past century, frequent demonic calamities had occurred, and their defense of the frontier pass had been so sacrificial that they could not attempt a rescue. And even if they had the spare strength, it would be difficult to achieve, because it was a ghostly level Mo River. To rescue them, one must clear the entire river. Even for someone in the 4 stands realm, this would be hard to achieve, unless several powerful individuals worked together. Nephew has seen third uncle. Li Tiangong first performed a salute, then said, those who crossed Yanzhou have been almost entirely wiped out. Good. Li Xuanian laughed heartily, as he held deep hatred for demons. His beloved had perished at the hands of one, leading him to loathe them intensely. Where's Qingqing? Why didn't you bring her? Li Xuanian inquired. Li Tiangong's complexion changed subtly, and he replied softly, she's gone. Gone. Li Xuanian paused momentarily, about to ask further when he noticed Li Hao beside him. He immediately stopped, and with fluctuating energy, he whispered. Did she leave? Li Tiangong, with an unchanged expression, whispered back, yes. Li Xuanian couldn't help but show a trace of regret on his face. He was quite pleased with that niece-in-law, whose status was also commendable. Indeed, he was the first to jump out in support back then. You rascal, are you going to reminisce endlessly? Wasn't he supposed to discuss important matters? At this moment, a scolding voice came from above Li Xuanian's head. Li Xuanian's neck shrank, and he turned his head to see his father, and couldn't help but smile sheepishly, saying, Dad, Tiangong is still here, and his son too. Can't you give me some face? I think you're asking for a beating. We deplete some energy each time we awaken. If you want to waste away, that's your business, but to make all our ancestors deplete their energy as well, I damn well want to kick you. Dad. Li Xuanian's head drooped in an instant, looking a bit wronged. Li Hao watched, dumbfounded. The man who had just been acting like a senior, seemingly dignified and suave, was suddenly being scolded like a grandchild. Oh, one should say like a son, but then again, this great-grandfather seemed to have quite a temper. What are you shouting for? Xuanian has only spoken a few words. What's wrong with catching up? If it's just a little energy, and you can't afford it, you can roll back first. At that time, the scolding great-grandfather's head bore the phantom of an elder with white hair and beard, who spoke displeased ly. The recently enraged great-grandfather suddenly trembled and, turning his head reluctantly, said, Dad, this kid just needs to be disciplined. I think it is you who needs to be disciplined, Gao replied with a cold snort. All you youngsters, shouting and making a fuss. Do you even resemble elders? Hurry up and get to the point. I want to go back to sleep, another voice commanded. Gao's expression changed slightly, he quickly nodded while giving his son another stern look. And his great-grandfather, somewhat helpless, turned his head and glared fiercely at Li Xuanian. Li Xuanian wore an awkward expression, squeezed out a smile at Li Tiangang, and dared not speak anymore. Seeing this scene, Li Hao could hardly contain his amusement, and nearly laughed out loud. Gathering hundreds of generations of ancestors together was truly a lively affair. The ancestors of the Li family had established merit and fortune alongside the founding emperor, establishing a 1,000-year noble house. However, this noble house had not merely existed for 1,000 years but had spanned over 3,000 years already, and was one of the 2 oldest of the 5 divine general mansions. The Deu dynasty had a history of over 3,500 years, which is why it was now approaching its twilight years. What a pity that awakening these ancestral souls consumed energy, otherwise, someday, I'd have to introduce them to Mahjong. Li Hao mused secretly. Just the thought of it brought him joy. You scoundrel, dare you to cheat your grandfather? A winning hand from heaven? You dared to draw a tile that was meant for your ancestor, I won't let you live. You dared to claim my tile? Somebody, whose brat is this? Come take care of him. Imagining these scenes, Li Hao found it hard to suppress the grin tugging at his lips. All right, let's discuss the matter at hand. A voice from an ancestor above spoke. Li Tiangang nodded respectfully, his expression grave as he said, Tiangong presents himself today to request the decision of our ancestors regarding the True Dragon nomination. First, tell us about the current generation, said an ancestral soul. Li Tiangang nodded, and immediately relayed the information he had learned from his sister-in-law over the past 2 days. So it seems this generation doesn't have many qualified heirs. However, your son's talents are indeed monstrous, stronger even than us in our youth, truly one in his own league, remarked one of the ancestors. If there's no doubt about it, there really isn't any need to drag this out, especially since he has already started his cultivation. But we can't just hand it to him, we need to see his temperament, and others must be persuaded. The selection will proceed as usual, but we can schedule it a bit earlier, say, 2 months from now. That gives everyone else some time to prepare, another suggested. After a brief discussion, the ancestors quickly came to a decision. Li Tiangang nodded his head once more and respectfully kowtowed again. Li Hao, seeing this, followed suit and kowtowed as well. Boy, keep a close eye on your son and don't let him become the next Zhen Yi, an ancestor from many generations ago advised as they were leaving the ancestral hall. Li Tiangang quickly nodded in agreement. The other ancestral divine souls also gradually faded into silence. Let's go, Li Tiangang said, ready to take Li Hao away. Li Hao looked at Gao and asked, can I stay here and keep Gao company for a while? Li Tiangang gave a slight start, frowned, and said, Gao doesn't have time to keep you company. The True Dragon nomination is in 2 months, and there's still much you need to prepare for. Even though you're top in natural talent, you can't fall behind too much in other aspects, lest it gives rise to unnecessary gossip. Li Qingzheng smiled and said, with Hao Er's talents, who would dare to argue? Tiangong, you're worrying too much. But I won't hold Hao Er up. You've just come back, so you father and son spend some time together. Li Tiangang nodded, gave a bow to him and took his leave. Seeing this, Li Hao could only wave his hand and say, then Gao, I'll come to keep you company next time. Off you go, Li Qingzheng said with a smile, waving his hand. Then watched as the father and son duo walked away. In the quiet ancestral hall now left in silence, there were only countless silent ancestral tablets and the solitary chessboard in front of Li Qingzheng, as well as himself sitting alone. After some time, he slowly withdrew his gaze, looked at the chessboard before him, thought for a moment, then picked up a white piece and placed it on the board, murmuring, your move. A moment later, he reached for a black piece from another chess kit and thoughtfully set it down. The True Dragon competition will be held in 2 months. Li Tiangang passed this message to He Jianlin and also informed everyone in the mansion. For a time, all the courtyards were abuzz. However, they had already anticipated this. Since Li Wushuang had descended the mountain and rushed back, they knew he was coming for the True Dragon. Only, the candidates who were originally in contention for the True Dragon were mainly from the Shuihua courtyard, but now Li Hao of the mountain and river courtyard had suddenly emerged. HMPH. Lu Yu Rong must be fuming. In the Linglong court, Xiao Yu Jing sneered coldly. She herself was childless, with only an adopted son, Li Yuanzhao, and although Li Yuanzhao's talent was that of an 8th-layer battle body, it was ultimately lacking. A ninth-layer battle body was merely the baseline for top talents. Naturally, he found it difficult to compete for the true dragon. But now that Li Hao had revealed his edge and astonished the world overnight, Li Yuanzhao, having the best relationship with Li Hao, could also benefit. However, she wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. Within the Shuihua courtyard, though Lu Yurong had anticipated it, she still clenched her teeth in rage. She asked the old servant to prepare a letter. At this point, she could only seek help from Changfeng's master. Perhaps that Buddha Lord, on par with the real person of Gandao Palace, would have a solution. Although her own child was also of the 15 Li realm, he was, after all, 3 years older. Mount Wuliang. Within the Brahma Pure Land realm, in the boundless spirit realm of Mount Wuliang. The rules of Mount Wuliang were strict. Clothes, food, living, and movement were all determined by the Buddha hierarchy. For instance, Vajras could reside in the Vajra Heart Palace, where they could comprehend the Grandmaster's heart and attain Arhat, while Arhats could stay in the Buddha Hall and enjoy offerings. The spirit realm was supreme, the place where the infinite Buddha Lord practiced and lived. This place was shrouded in vast mist, like a realm of immortals outside the world. Amitabha, Buddha Lord, the message has been sent to Chankin Vajra. He is on his way back. Additionally, we have just received a letter from the Divine General Mansion, sent by Chankin Vajra's mother, Lu. A bodhisattva whispered the Buddha's name and took out the letter, passing it through the air to the Buddha Lord above. The infinite Buddha Lord wore a kasaya, radiating Buddha light all over, with a blazing Buddha wheel behind him, spreading the light of universal salvation. His body was huge, more than a dozen zhang tall, a result of special secret techniques with incredible might. The bodhisattva, who had reached the 4 stands realm, was only of normal human size and looked like an ant beside him, able only to look up in reverence. The letter flew towards him, but the infinite Buddha Lord did not catch it. Instead, it stayed in front of his eyes for a moment before automatically turning to ash and dispersing, as he read its contents with insight. We have known about this matter for a while now. Lu is too hasty. The infinite Buddha Lord spoke softly. Tell her there is no need to be anxious. Talent is not determined solely by realm, but also by the foundation of each realm. Chankin Vajra has practiced the top cultivation techniques of our Buddha Gate, coupled with his Li family's unique skills, he can rank among the top 5 in the same realm. When he returns, I will impart to him a Buddha's vow, which will ensure his invincibility in his realm. The Bodhisattva sighed with relief and said, Thank you, Buddha Lord. The infinite Buddha Lord spoke softly. For nearly a century, conflicts have been frequent, and Deu's fate has been waning. Our intervention in the Divine General Mansion's competition for the true dragon is a reluctant choice. When chaotic times approach, it will be time for us to descend the mountain and alleviate the suffering of all living beings. Amitabha, the Bodhisattva's expression was devout. As news of the Li family's true dragon competition spread, all parties received the message and began to move quietly. The true dragon competition mainly looks at 2 aspects. Within the mountain and river courtyard, Li Tiangang called Li Hao over and looked at his son, feeling both reassured and a little worried. First is the assessment of talent, and second is the assessment of character. Beyond that are merits and connections, but these are secondary elements, merely icing on the cake. Li Hao nodded, having been told these things by his second uncle. The Divine General Mansion is a top-tier major family, not simply focused on strength. Talent is indeed important, but talent alone is not enough. If one's character is extremely poor, they can't go far. For example, impetuousness, arrogance, and obstinacy, etc. If such a character were paired with top talent, entrusting the family to such a person would be like giving a madman the steering wheel, only leading to swifter ruin. Steadiness, reserve, tact, and equanimity are signs of an excellent character. Simply put, one must not only possess outstanding talent, but also have proper thoughts and morals. This is the demeanor expected of heirs in great families. Regarding connections and merits, they are just bonus points. Connections are also a reflection of one's character. After all, without a tactful disposition, how can one have connections? If one offends people the moment they open their mouth, no matter how powerful they are, taking up the role of family head will only make the entire family face enemies on all sides. The selection of the Li family's true dragon is not as rigorous as that of the royal crown prince, but it is still carefully chosen, unlike a small household where, perhaps, a side branch may receive some fortunate opportunity to rise suddenly and impress the main family, receiving their worship in the process. But typically, the side branch soars to the sky, leaving the family far behind, merely acting as an absentee landlord. The reason why top families stand unshaken is that the family head must carry the whole family, leading them forward together. That is the test of character. Li Tiangang looked at Li Hao and said, "I'm not worried about your talent, but I have neglected your upbringing over the years, causing you to become lax in character. If you had put in a little more effort, your achievements would not be limited to this." Having said this, he paused and looked at Li Hao. He had said this before, and it seemed like he was repeating old words now. And Li Hao's previous response had been, "So what?" Seeing Li Hao's emotionless face at the moment, he sighed, "I know your mother and I were not by your side. We were negligent, but the countless people of Northern Yan needed us. If I were to neglect Northern Yan, not to mention what would happen to Deu, just the people of Yanzhou would suffer terribly. As a scion of a military family, you should understand this point." "I understand," Li Hao spoke up, looking seriously at his father in front of him. "Concerning this point, I have never blamed you, never. I can attest to that." Li Fu, who had been listening with hands down inside the pavilion, interjected. He looked at Li Hao, with eyes full of pity and reluctance, and said to Li Tiangang, "My lord, when the young master suffered an assassination attempt, you sent me back to the mansion for protection. I asked the young master, but not only did he not blame you, he was also concerned whether you might be in danger in Northern Yan. He really never blamed you." Hearing Li Fu's words, Yu Zhan, standing like a guard on the other side, was also stunned. He looked towards the earnest and stubborn young man, and suddenly felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. He was an orphan, he could understand that feeling. Abandoned at birth and raised in the military camp, at the age of 4 or 5, every time he saw other children with parents to accompany them, playing and laughing, he felt bitter inside. Envy, resentment, anger. He had questioned the dark air countless times in the night. Why were they so heartless to abandon me? If you weren't going to raise me, then why did you give birth to me? This anger only faded as he grew older because he considered that perhaps those parents he had never met had some compelling difficulties. And now, the boy before him, born and separated from the marshal and his wife, was at this age, where he thought he would also be full of resentment like himself, but was able to understand. How old was he? Looking at the young man's slender figure, Yu Zhan felt as if something was flowing out of his heart. He suddenly realized that this was the first time he truly understood the young master. Hearing Li Fu's words, Li Tiangang was taken aback. Looking at Li Hao's particularly serious gaze, he knew Li Hao wasn't lying, and with Li Fu's testimony, he suddenly felt a twinge at the tip of his nose. But he never cried easily. He took a deep breath and pushed down the sourness in his nose. He quickly thought of Li Hao's earlier attitude and asked, "Then, do you have any resentment in your heart?" "Yes." Li Hao still answered seriously, not hiding anything. All three were startled. They had just felt that Li Hao was not lying, but this statement immediately contradicted what came before. Li Hao took a deep breath and gazed intently at him. "My resentment isn't that you didn't come back, but that there have been many times when the military reports were sent back. I've counted, a total of 24, nearly 2 every year. But in these 14 years, you only sent back 7 letters." Li Hao, after all, was not of a mere boyish temperament. If he were just a simple 14-year-old boy, he might have kept these thoughts to himself and been a bit petulant. But he chose to speak directly. Perhaps only in this way there was a possibility of easing the relationship with his father. "Every time the military reports were delivered to Eternal Spring Court, I would go to look. I was waiting, hoping that a family letter would be sent back with them, but I was disappointed 17 times. Those 17 times, the matron fabricated 17 letters to comfort me. She thought I didn't know, but I could tell immediately. I don't need you to hurry back thousands of miles just to give me a fleeting glance, but I don't understand. I can't understand why, when you could clearly write letters back, you wouldn't take the opportunity to send a family letter as well. Aren't you at all curious about how your own son is living? Whether he has learned how to brush his teeth, whether he's been bullied, whether he's been wronged, whether he's unhappy?" As Li Hao spoke to this point, the accumulation of resentment in his eyes involuntarily showed itself. His body, after all, was carrying the blood of the man before him. He regarded him as his father. 14 years of absence doesn't necessarily mean a deep bond, but one will inevitably feel disappointment and loss. As Li Hao finished speaking, each word by word, all three were stunned. Li Fu watched Li Hao blankly, his body trembling slightly. All these years, he had been by Li Hao's side, and he could see the look in the first wife's eyes and her complexion, naturally knowing it was made up on the spot. But he had never expected that Li Hao, at such a young age, would notice it, too. Yet each time Li Hao listened, he would run back cheerfully. Was it all an act? Did he not want to let down the first wife's good intentions? Clamping his teeth slightly, this man, who galloped through battlefields shedding blood but not tears, now felt an urge to cry. Li Tiangang and Yu Zhan both stared at Li Hao dumbfounded, their eyes quickly filling with complexity. Li Tiangang was at a loss for words. Facing what Li Hao had said, he suddenly realized he couldn't find any excuse. He wanted to say the war at the frontier pass was urgent and incessant, leaving him no room for distraction. But was that really an excuse? He could no longer say it. Was the situation so urgent that not even the time to write a letter home could be spared? He could send military reports but couldn't add a letter for his family? The only reason he could think of was he truly neglected this son. When did it start? He could not recall. Perhaps, after learning Li Hao couldn't achieve foundation establishment and blood melding, his mind had gradually shifted entirely to the battleground. Or, maybe the frequent warfare had indeed exhausted him so much that he couldn't spare the attention. Even at the bottom of his heart, another reason emerged. That he had so little interaction with this son and had left soon after Li Hao's birth, to the extent that he did not accustom himself to having this son. But, could he really voice such thoughts, as a father, could he? The most terrifying aspect was his vague recollection of those 7 letters, which often seemed to require his wife's reminder before he thought of them. At this moment, Li Tiangang's face was somewhat pale and unsightly. For the first time, he realized how invincible he might be on the battlefield, yet, as a father, he had failed tremendously. How Li Tiangang looked at the youth before him. His eyes were clear yet serious. Feeling a sourness in his heart and scarcely daring to meet his gaze, he pulled Li Hao into his embrace, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry, I've wronged you." Hearing his father's murmurs next to his ear, Li Hao's unfluctuating heart softened slightly. He sighed silently. What good is an apology? Some things are beyond repair. Nevertheless, he inwardly consoled himself, let it be. After all, many things go through a process. He was willing to accept the apology, yet he would always feel a sense of regret. Perhaps that's what life is. Li Fu and Yu Zhan, witnessing this scene, remained speechless, their hearts aching for Li Hao's cleverness and understanding, regretting that in addition to the countless soldiers who died or were injured in the conflicts of the borderlands, a child thousands of miles away was also hurt. After a long while, Li Tiangang gradually composed himself and collected his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he said to Li Hao, "I will compensate you for the 14 years I missed. From now on, whatever you want, I will see to it that you have it." Feeling a sense of relief, Li Hao responded immediately, "Then, I hope to have more freedom." "Freedom? For example, you can no longer demand that I practice martial arts, nor can you interfere with anything else I do," Li Hao said. Li Tiangang was speechless. Only then did he remember Li Hao's usual habits, his neglect of diligent study, and the waste of his top-notch talent. This was something he could not tolerate, but he had just promised Li Hao, and now he was to go back on his word? A struggle flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, with Hao's aptitude, even if he temporarily stopped cultivating and continued his past life, it wouldn't have much impact. When, in the future, he became a true dragon, inherited the Li family business, felt the weight on his shoulders, and sensed the eager anticipation of countless soldiers entrusting their lives and hopes to him, perhaps he would wholeheartedly devote himself to cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Li Tiangang nodded at Li Hao and said with a smile, "All right, I promise you." Really, Li Hao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Judging by the severity of his father, he was probably the most old-fashioned in the Li family, stricter than any of the aunts, and difficult to persuade without exposing his strengths. His initial decision not to deliberately show his strength was also partly due to fear that the aunts would push him to cultivate just because they saw his talent. It's like someone who can make millions in minutes, but you see him lying there playing games. How can that be acceptable? Only, his situation was special. He was akin to being able to make millions in minutes through playing games, but he couldn't explain that, and even if he did, they wouldn't understand. "Then I'll go play chess with fifth uncle," Li Hao said. He had been in the Tan Palace for some time, on top of an excursion to Kongyu City for training. It had been a long time since he saw the old man. He must be rather lonely by now. Li Tiangang's eyelid twitched, left speechless. He could only say, "You may go, but do not disturb the heroic spirits of our ancestors." "Don't worry, I have experience," Li Hao said. Li Tiangang nearly choked at his words. Just as Li Hao was about to step away, Li Tiangang quickly said, "Wait, we haven't finished talking about the matter just now. In 2 months, the determination for the true dragon will take place. You need to prepare well for this period. I had your uncle Yu Zhan inquire about it, and your biggest competitor should be the child of your second sister-in-law." As Lu Yu Rong was mentioned, a cold light flashed in Li Hao's eyes. He looked at his father before him, thought of the poisoned pill, wanted to speak, but then held back. Should he tell his father now, it would surely startle the snake in the grass, and he was not yet sure how his father would handle it. Li Tiangang was not only a lord and general, but also the minister of the Ministry of Punishment, overseeing the Deu penal administration, so his personal guard was known as the Fazi Camp, and he himself was titled Marquis of Penal Martial Law. But that woman bore the honorable title of a first-class national madam, and the Ministry of Punishment could only temporarily detain her, needing to report to the court, with multiple layers of appeals. If they were to arrest her, it would surely alarm her son, frightening him away from returning to compete for the true dragon, shying away to the sanctuary of Mount Wuliang, which would be quite difficult to handle. Moreover, this was a highly probable scenario. In Li Hao's view, since his 15 Li realm capabilities had already been exposed, and his talent was not in question, the other side didn't have much chance of competing for the true dragon seat, and retreating to ensure safety might be better. But this was not the outcome he wanted. If the other party holed up on Mount Wuliang, they truly wouldn't know how to deal with him. After all, that person was once a direct disciple of the infinite Buddha Lord. Over the years, Li Hao had made many detailed inquiries about Mount Wuliang. The Great Yu dynasty had 3 top-tier powers. The first was Gondao Palace, the second Mount Wuliang, and the third Hanlin Hall. The first power was undisputed, for it had the strongest person in Deu, a real being, at its helm. The second Mount Wuliang had the infinite Buddha Lord, second only to the real being. The third Hanlin Hall, though filled with literary men and scholars, with no martial strength, had the court behind them, that mysterious, omnipotent Emperor Yu. In this world, literary men don't create phrases that turn into attacking forces. They're just simple clerks of laws and regulations, but these documents are the laws, they're the rules. A decree to confiscate property, even the top sects wouldn't dare to make a peep. Rebel, an immediate military campaign would follow, and not just property confiscation, even the eggs in the house would be shaken until their yolks were broken. Therefore, although the Hanlin Hall had no martial strength, no one dared to provoke it. The power of law was on par with martial force, with martial arts protecting the way of letters, and that's how Deu remained stable for thousands of years. Otherwise, if martial artists randomly slaughtered civil officials, disregarding the system with brute force, and the country was ruled by warriors, it would surely be a disaster, with the people leading miserable lives, destruction forthcoming. Beneath these 3 top powers were the 5 major divine general mansions, considered semi-top tier. Below them were various court departments, like the Monster Suppression Department, Mo River Authority, and so on. They were also established by the court. Their martial strength aside, their status prevailed, and no one dared to violate them, lest they face an unblockable sweep of the army. After these came the Zhonghu's top forces like the Sword Pavilion, Jinji Mountain, and others. If the infinite Buddha Lord of Mount Wuliang decided to protect his direct disciple, even with the status of the Divine General Mansion, it would be difficult to shake them. What's more, strictly speaking, Lu Yu Rong's child had not been involved and was innocent. But in Li Hao's eyes, the child had benefited from maternal grace and enjoyed all the advantages, so naturally, he should pay back in kind. That year, Lu Yu Rong poisoned him without any real enmity between them. Her main goal was to clear the way for her child. Li Hao's goal was not merely to compete for the true dragon seat but to make Lu Yu Rong witness with her own eyes her child being cast down into the abyss, with all prospects utterly ruined. The poisonous pill I swallowed 13 years ago. It was to truly unleash its vicious and cruel toxicity after these 13 years. At this time, Li Tiangang continued to speak. Aside from the second sister-in-law's child, the elder sister and the third sister's children all have a chance to contend, but the third sister's is a daughter, who I've heard has formed a bond in the military and has a marriage arrangement, therefore she automatically withdraws from the true dragon seat. As for the 2 children of the eldest sister, they are already in their 30s, have made achievements and established themselves, holding general titles in the military. If they were to compete, they'd be quite formidable contenders, though in terms of innate talent, they're still a notch beneath you and the second sister-in-law's child. Moreover, the eldest sister said early on that she would not let her children participate in the struggle for the true dragon seat, and I still trust her on that. Li Hao nodded. He was aware of these matters as well. Changfeng, that child, may not have talent comparable to yours, but he has studied under the Buddha Lord, cultivated his character by the Buddha Lord's side, and naturally has the proper disposition. He's said to have reached the 15 Li realm at the age of 17, which, leaving you out of the question, denotes quite impressive talent, said Li Tiangang. He himself had reached the 15 Li realm around the same time, then became a Grand Master at 19, stepping into the 3 immortalities at 23. That was already incredibly exceptional, outpacing the top talents by a wide margin. Of course, that's provided he wasn't compared to his 9th brother. In terms of connections, with the Buddha Lord behind him, he won't fall short, and another plus point is his reputation and achievements. Li Tiangang added to Li Hao. I've checked out his situation. He has already descended the mountain but hasn't come back. He must be amassing achievements, which will be a bonus point for him. As for you, who have mostly stayed within the residence without any military achievements to your name, it may slightly weaken your position, but it's not an issue. I'm planning to arrange for you to go to the frontier within the next 2 months to behead a great demon and thus establish some military achievements. Upon hearing about military achievements, Li Hao smiled faintly. Li Fu at his side could not help but also contain his mirth. Li Tiangang, noticing the odd expressions on their faces, frowned and asked, "Why? What is it?" Li Hao did not speak, but Li Fu respectfully replied, "My lord, the young master's military achievements should be considered quite substantial." Li Tiangang and Zhan Yu both turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. Li Fu's face broke into a smile as he said, "Does my lord remember how I came to know of the young master's realm? It was in Kongyu City, where he single-handedly saved the entire city from the calamity of demons." Hearing these words, Li Tiangang and Zhan Yu were stunned and somewhat taken aback. They glanced at Li Hao. Saving an entire city? That was a tremendous feat. As veterans of constant warfare, they were all too familiar with the calculation of merits. "How you actually?" Li Tiangang looked at Li Hao with immense surprise, his eyes revealing excitement and joy, his affection for his son rising significantly. He had thought Li Hao was naturally lackadaisical, merely engaging in amusement, but who would have expected him to achieve such an enterprise so stealthily? Zhan Yu, too, regarded Li Hao with admiration, his eyes reflecting approval. To rescue people from dire straits was indeed to make achievements and establish oneself. "The rewards for the young master's merits should be arriving in Qingzhou soon," said Li Fu with a smile, also looking forward to it. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Li Tiangang repeated the word thrice and burst into hearty laughter. With this, the true dragon seed is as good as secured. Li Tiangang was completely reassured. With top-notch talent and such significant merits to his name, even if Li Hao's disposition was somewhat frivolous and not the best, being capable of such an impressive achievement indicated strength in other aspects, which was more than enough. Such a disparity would be difficult to bridge. Even if the child of the second sister-in-law were to go and establish military achievements, in just 2 short months, coming across such an opportunity for merits would be unlikely. Building achievements isn't something that just arises. Even if one went to the frontier to gain them, the Li family's borders, except for northern Yan, were mostly pacified and free of troubles. Moving to other frontiers would complicate matters. Moreover, earning recognition at the frontier isn't easy. Amidst the tens of thousands, even millions, of demon beast tides, what would the 15 Li realm amount to? The leaders capable of commanding tens of thousands of demons are likely to be at the level of Tianren Grandmasters. Li Hao, upon hearing this, said, "If that's the case, does it mean there's nothing left for me to do?" Li Tiangang had just finished laughing when he heard these words. He immediately felt helpless. This child had been left undisciplined for many years and really was too idle. "If you're not cultivating, what do you want to do?" Li Tiangang asked. "Do whatever comes to mind, like painting, playing the zither, or writing poetry," Li Hao answered. Li Tiangang's mouth twitched. None of these things appealed to him. If Li Hao had said this earlier, he would have rejected all of it, but remembering his recent promise to Li Hao, he could only hold back and sigh, "Fine, as you wish, I will keep my word." "Good. Relieved to hear him say this, Li Hao was also relieved. The other person might not appreciate these activities, but he wasn't seeking understanding anymore, just permission. He then took his leave, intending to go play chess with Fifth Master. Li Tiangang did not stop him, and let Li Hao go. Once Li Hao had left, Li Tiangang turned to Zan Yu and sighed, "I don't know when this child will truly grow up." Li Fu smiled and said, "My lord, actually the young master is already much more intelligent and mature than other children of his age. Him going to find Uncle Five may not be just for play but for companionship." Li Tiangang was taken aback, his thoughts turning to the lonely old man in the ancestral hall and his solitary chessboard. His expression changed and he fell silent. Several days later, Li Hao's reward was indeed granted. In light of Li Hao's meritorious defense of the city, protecting over 1 million inhabitants, he was bestowed the title of third-rank earl. A city was conferred as his fief, moreover, 10 chests of jewels and gold. A set of divine weapons and armor from the 15 Li realm. Compared to the weapons, armor, and title, these treasures were merely additional rewards. Just like when Li Zhenyi perished, the rewards included Yu Dragon token and 10 bushels of gold. The gold was just an extra, not worth mentioning. The real reward was the Yu Dragon token. It was a life-saving talisman. 3 Yu Dragon tokens meant 3 pardons from death, which showed the greatness of the merit. After the conferment ceremony was over, Li Hao took the imperial edict and his reward from that top student from the court, bowed, and expressed his gratitude. The news spread throughout the entire residence in an instant, and it also traveled beyond to Qingzhou. The Li family's young master, at just 14 years of age, was conferred the title of Earl. And he had his own fief. Furthermore, Li Hao's meritorious defense was known throughout the city, continuously praised and exalted by the populace, marveling at how he lived up to the Li family name. Some still vaguely remembered the rumors from about 10 years ago, alleging that the Li family's young master was a martial arts cripple. Looking at him now, it was clear those were merely misleading rumors and slander. Li Hao's name was now completely resonating throughout Qingzhou and even spreading to farther places. Inside the residence, the ladies of the various courts were struck dumb upon hearing this news. He Jianlin was somewhat shocked. Ever since Li Tiangang's return, the information that had exploded out about Li Hao was one thing after another, and she was almost overwhelmed. Was this still the child she had been so worried about? He was so dazzling that she could hardly look directly at him. That child. In the Piaoshui courtyard, Gao Qingqing couldn't quite believe the news. Thinking back on the advice she had given to her own child years ago to keep their distance from Li Hao, she couldn't help but feel regret. Next to her, Li Zhanli, having heard the news, was elated, clicking his tongue in admiration. Worthy of being old Seven's child, such a bearing, it really doesn't fall short of old Nine's back in the day. No, at 14, old Nine wasn't as dazzling as he is. Amazing, old Seven truly has a gift for childbirth. Gao Qingqing's eyebrows shot up when she heard this, and she grabbed a handful of the soft flesh around his waist, gritting her teeth. Li Xuanli, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I can't have children? Li Xuanli was taken aback, immediately realizing his slip of the tongue, and didn't dare to resist with his power, pleading continuously. Madam, I was wrong. It was a slip of the tongue, a pure slip of the tongue. I think you've just spoken your true thoughts, madam. How could you say that? I could never get enough of my own children. To me, those 3 are outstanding, incomparable to anyone. HMPH. Within Shuihua courtyard. Upon learning the news from the steward, Lu Yurong's face turned pale, and she nearly lost her balance. How could this be? Only 14 years old, and he's being made a count. Even if he did save the entire city's populace, it shouldn't mean skipping directly over the rank of knight and baronet. Just being a baronet is already remarkable enough, so why would he be made a count? Keep in mind, even He Jianlin's children, who had joined the military years ago, are only counts now, and Li Hao is just 14 this year. Lu Yurong clenched her teeth in frustration, cursing the foolish monarch internally. But outwardly, she dared not show any question or emotion, venting only within her heart. There are only 2 months left, even if extended for another 6 months or even a year. Where would her son Changfeng find the kind of merit that amounts to accounts? Achieving merit relies not just on strength, but also on opportunity. Go to the frontier? That's too dangerous. After a while, Lu Yurong steadied her mind, thinking that it was a relief that merit was just a bonus, not the deciding factor. Mount Wuliang had already sent back a message, telling her not to worry, that Changfeng had been called back and would be helped to seize the true dragon title. Now, Lu Yurong could only place her hopes on the immense powers of the infinite Buddha Lord. Time flew by. Since the announcement of the Li family true dragon decision, the outside world became greatly agitated. After receiving the summons from his sect, the proud young Li Changfeng had planned to return to his family to observe the situation but now had to return to his sect first. Soon after he returned to his sect, he found out that his cousin, Li Hao, had been made a third-class count. This completely shattered his pride, and his expression grew ugly. The merit for slaying the great demon he had achieved earlier also resulted in an award, but it was only a first-class knighthood. Normally, this would have already been extremely impressive, jumping over third-class and second-class knighthood. But compared to Li Hao, there was still a difference of 3 entire ranks, a whole baronetcy. Putting aside his identity as a cousin within the family, he would have to bow and respectfully address Li Hao as Lord Count, and bend over in salutation. What a disgrace! Under these blows, faced with his master's help, Li Changfeng had wanted to refuse, to rely on himself. But now, he could only acquiesce. He carried the hopes of too many people. By the time Li Changfeng returned to Mount Wuliang, many forces and gifts had also been delivered to the Kungxindian Hall of Mount Wuliang. Similarly, even more gifts made their way to the mountain and river courtyard. Many groups, sensing that the decision for the Li family true dragon would be between these two young masters, began to position themselves and make early connections. When the previous generation of the Li family was younger, and their sharp edges not yet defined, it was not clear who would become the true dragon, and to foster a relationship with the future true dragon of the Li family, one would have to please them all, spreading efforts evenly, but this was too costly to sustain. Now that the target has become clearer, investments can be more focused, and the more one invests, the more likely they are to establish a relationship. In the early years, when Li Changfeng had just started his apprenticeship at Mount Wuliang, many had begun making strategic gift-giving over a decade ago. Facing the rise of Li Hao, it was too late to shift alliances. They could only follow through with their initial path. While the storm brewed on all sides and undercurrents converged, Li Hao, one of the parties at the center of this maelstrom, leisurely rode on horseback to Tan Palace Academy. He first visited Chiumo from the water Qilin in the cold pool and drew 2 more paintings for her, also bringing her some crisp pastries. Song Chiumo glanced at them and said she didn't like such dry foods. Li Hao, smiling, encouraged her to try them. If you say try, I'll try. Song Chiumo, not wanting to spurn Li Hao's kindness, took a taste. After that, she immediately asked Li Hao where she could buy these treats. Seeing her enjoyment, Li Hao honestly admitted that he made them himself. Upon hearing this, Song Chiumo looked at Li Hao with envy. Li Hao didn't wait for her to ask and offered that next time he would bring more. At his words, Song Chiumo revealed a satisfied smile, and with a graceful gesture, a 7-leaf purple grass flew out from the cold pool. This purple grass was deep violet all over, exuding a shimmering luster, quite lovely to behold. She handed the grass over to Li Hao and said, "This is 1,000-year mysterious dark grass. Absorbing it while refining medicine can ward off the invasion of frostbite and is of great assistance in cultivating frost-related cultivation techniques. Even if you do not practice this kind of technique, it will bolster your defenses against attacks from water demons in the future." Li Hao looked at it and shook his head. "You should keep this precious medicine for yourself. I don't need it." "Why?" Song Chiumo was stunned. She immediately said, "I know that the Li family is wealthy, but this 1,000-year mysterious dark grass should also be a scarce treasure for you." Indeed, Li Hao knew this, but his circumstances were special. Treasure though it may be, he could not absorb it, and it would be of no use to him. Compared to the boosts from his abilities, he didn't lack the effects of such treasures, for just entering a single cultivation technique into ultimate perfection could surpass it. After all, the body has its limits, and once at that limit, no amount of medicine will help. While he could use it for others, the item was precious, and it would have been effective for Song Chiumo, who probably planned to wait for it to age further before using it herself. "Keep it for yourself to use, I'm not lacking anything," Li Hao said with a smile. Song Chiumo was astonished and stood there in disbelief. To fulfill her promise and protect Tan Palace Academy, she had seen many Tan Palace disciples with ulterior motives attempt to cozy up to her over the years. Seeing Li Hao coming to the cold pool to paint, as if he was intentionally getting close to her, she thought it was the same case, but to her surprise, When she offered him a treasure, she was rejected. Besides this treasure, she didn't have much else to offer. Others came to form relationships of convenience, but Li Hao didn't seem to need this. Being the son of the divine general mansion with monstrous talent, why would he go to such lengths to curry favor with a member of the demon race at the Four Stands realm? Do you really not want it? Song Chiumo hesitated. Li Hao, with no choice, said, if you have plenty of this stuff and insist on giving it to me, I'll take it back and feed it to pigs. You wish. Hearing this, Song Chiumo rolled her eyes. Feed pigs, what pig would be worthy of it? In his heart, however, Li Hao was thinking it wouldn't be bad to take it back for Li Yanzhao. Over at Alpha Academy of Tan Palace Academy, the unsuspecting Li Yanzhao suddenly sneezed, looking around in bewilderment. Who is cursing me? Could it be that brat, Li Yun? Elsewhere, Li Yun sneezed abruptly and spun around, locking eyes with Li Yanzhao, instantly connecting. In front of the cold pool, Song Chiumo gathered the medicinal treasure and placed it back into the pool to be nurtured. It was slightly wounded from being taken out just now, but being a treasure with vibrant life force, it would soon take root again and recover. Next time, bring more of the food you just had, Song Chiumo winked at Li Hao. Li Hao smiled and waved his hand. Feeding you well is tough, but satisfying a craving should be doable. Saying this, he bid farewell and left. Song Chiumo watched the young man's receding figure for a long while, a smile gradually curving her lips. Then she turned silently and dove back into the cold pool. As for Li Hao, he made his way to the black and white hall. He had previously notified Palace Master Song Yufeng that he wished to teach today. Since he had taken on the role of a nominal instructor, he should fulfill his duties, especially since he was free at the moment. When Li Hao arrived at the black and white hall, he suddenly heard a shouting voice coming from inside. Get out! Stand outside the door, day in and day out. What doggerel are you writing? Are you here to learn martial arts or to study? If it weren't for the sake of your father's face, and your father's earnest pleading, with your talent, how could you possibly be admitted to the black and white hall? It would be good enough if you could stay in the external Alpha Academy. Li Hao was startled and his expression turned a bit strange. This speech, it seemed quite contrary to expectations. It was as if he was saying, why are you studying books? This is PE class. PE class, do you hear me? Go to the field. Isn't that a bit too refreshing? However, this place is Tan Palace Academy, where literary studies are naturally disregarded. Li Hao stepped inside. The black and white hall consisted of two separate halls, the Black Hall and the White Hall. The Black Hall for disciples in the Soul Succession realm and the White Hall for those in the Divine Travel realm. Paul Master Song Yufeng had requested Li Hao to teach in the White Hall, which is what he was now facing, not far from the Black Hall, hence it was habitually referred to collectively. Looking around, the interior of the White Hall was extremely spacious, yet there were only 50 seats, neatly organized, neither more nor less. Inside, Li Hao saw a familiar figure, Song Yueyao. She sat in the front, wearing the same White Hall uniform, yet stood out strikingly, like a beautiful scene. In front of the students, a young man in his 20s with his head hanging, his face flushed with redness and embarrassment, was receiving a lecture. The one scolding him was an old teacher with white hair, naturally the lecturer of the White Hall. Li Hao was somewhat at a loss. This young man, though in the Divine Travel realm, would be considered a formidable individual in his own right if thrown into the Zhonghu outside the academy. Yet here, he was being lectured like a primary school student. If I catch you bringing those useless books to class again, you might as well not come at all. Don't spoil the whole batch with one rotten apple. Get out, stand outside. The elder's temper was extremely volatile as he shouted in anger. The young man's face was beet red as he bit his teeth and walked out, but when he got to the door and saw Li Hao, he paused in his steps. At this moment, the other students also noticed the newly arrived Li Hao. It's him. Song Yueyao was surprised, then she remembered what her grandfather had said, her eyes lighting up. Was he here to give a lecture? She didn't believe Li Hao could teach anything profound. Although he was advanced in the 15 Li realm and above her in cultivation level, having a high cultivation level didn't mean he could teach others, let alone that Li Hao was only 14 years old, just a younger brother in her eyes. This person looks familiar. Lin Feifei, Song Yueyao's close friend, said in surprise, feeling she might have seen him before somewhere. Song Yueyao gave a wry smile. She hadn't mentioned to Lin Feifei that Li Hao was the one who had passed through the Mo River that day. It wasn't surprising they didn't recognize him. Who paid attention to what those men looked like on ordinary days? They were just clumps of dirt and trees. Who is this guy? He looks young. Is he new here? The surrounding students whispered among themselves. The young man who had bumped into Li Hao flushed again, not expecting to lose face in front of a newcomer. He was also somewhat surprised. This new fellow looked quite young. He must be some noble family's young master. Still standing there for what? Not scrammed to stand outside yet. Angry shouts came from behind, and the young man hurriedly walked out. At that moment, the elderly teacher also noticed Li Hao, and immediately recognized him. He had been present when Li Hao was given special permission to enter the black and white hall previously. In the past few days, Li Hao's name was all over the city of Qingzhou, a 14-year-old earl, sensational to everyone. Li has arrived. Are you here to exchange? Please, come in, said the elder, Sun Hongdian, his fury vanishing and a smile appearing, treating Li Hao with utmost courtesy. This stark contrast in attitude left the students below utterly astonished, their mouths agape. When had they ever seen the old firecracker so submissive? Probably only when the palace master occasionally appeared, right? Yeah, hello, replied Li Hao with a smile, approaching for a handshake out of habit. As they shook hands, his other hand covered the back of the other man's hand and gave it a shake. Sun Hongdian was somewhat surprised, but he didn't think too much of it, and as soon as he let go, he turned to the students below and said, "Everyone, this is the new titular instructor at the academy, the young master of the Li family, Li Hao." Whoosh! As the name, Li Hao, was announced, the students who were initially bewildered, puzzled, and curious, suddenly erupted into an uproar. In the past few days, the whole city had been talking about the owner of this name. Tea houses, restaurants, and even brothels and inns were the same. To be thrown among the world of heroes, it might only be like casting a small stone, causing ripples that had not yet spread far. But within Qingzhou City, it was almost a household name. A 14-year-old at the 15 Li realm, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Such a living legend was actually right before their eyes? The crowd's eyes widened as they looked at Li Hao as if he were a priceless treasure. Li Hao was somewhat helpless but had anticipated such a reaction, so he could only get used to it. Next, Li will be teaching you. Li's teaching opportunities are only 3 times a year, so listen carefully and cherish this chance. There must be no chaos or clamor. Sun Hongdian said loudly to everyone. The students' eyes shone brightly. This legendary youth was going to teach them? What could he possibly teach? His own cultivation experience. Many faces were full of anticipation, although they didn't expect Li Hao to really teach them anything. They were curious to see how this youth expressed himself. Master Li, I leave this to you. Sun Hongdian turned to Li Hao with a smile. Li Hao smiled and nodded. After watching the other man wave goodbye with a smile, he turned his attention to the quieting classroom. Since you all know about me, I'll spare the self-introduction. Li Hao said with a smile, what do you want to learn? Swordsmanship, fist techniques, movement techniques? You are going to teach swordsmanship? Song Yueyao's eyes brightened upon hearing Li Hao's words, as most of them practiced swordsmanship. Li Hao knew that swordsmen and knife users were like language and math, main subjects, broad categories. Most martial artists dedicated their studies to these 2 types. The number of sword and knife manuals passed down from ancient times was also the greatest among all the cultivation techniques. If you want to learn, I'll teach, Li Hao said with a smile. Are you going to teach us the swordsmanship of the listening rain tower? A bold young man asked expectantly. They were all from noble families with good backgrounds. After completing their academy studies, they would either make a name for themselves in Zhonghu or return to take over family businesses. With a cultivation level at the divine travel realm, they could suppress many threats, being amongst the more formidable existences within their realm. Sorry, family secrets are not to be shared. Li Hao said with a smile, I can teach you whatever swordsmanship you are practicing under Master Bai. How can you teach if you haven't learned it? Someone said in surprise, feeling that Li Hao's statement was too casual, which immediately altered their impression of him. It's not too late to learn now. Li Hao said with a smile, does anyone have a manual? Lend it to me for a moment. At these words, everyone was astonished and then some dissatisfaction began to surface. Li Hao's declaration was seen as too arrogant, showing no regard for the lesson at hand. Their initial expectations had suddenly deflated. Song Yueyao frowned slightly, her opinion of Li Hao changing, believing him to be too arrogant. Li, we really want to learn, someone well-meaning reminded him. If that is the case, Let's start quickly. Does anyone have a sword manual? Li Hao asked. Seeing that Li Hao continued to act on his own accord, the remaining few became disillusioned, frowning at his response. Was casually pointing out a few things from a sword manual considered teaching? Whether he taught well or not was one thing, but his attitude was appalling. Disappointment was evident in Song Yueyao's eyes. His prodigious talent was real, but so was his arrogance. The students all wore expressions of dissatisfaction, but no one voiced their thoughts. If he wasn't going to teach, then forget it. What was the act for? Was the young master from the Divine General Mansion that remarkable? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, as nobody dared to offend him openly, nor were they foolish enough to try. Li Hao glanced around, observing their expressions. He instantly knew what they were thinking and felt somewhat helpless. His gaze settled on Song Yueyao. Song, you have the sword manual, don't you? Let me have a look. Song Yueyao, being singled out by Li Hao, looked a bit unnatural, especially under the scrutiny of those around her. She frowned and said, I didn't bring the manual as my practice of that sword technique is nearly at perfection. Then find me a manual, Li Hao instructed. Song Yueyao fell silent with a slight pout, reluctantly preparing to speak to her good sister Lin Feifei, when suddenly a young man said, Li, I have one here. With that, he quickly ran up and handed the sword manual to Li Hao, grinning at him. Li, my name is Ma Jing. He wore a somewhat ingratiating expression on his face. Li Hao nodded. As the young man returned to his place, soft sighs of disdain could be heard from below, clearly unimpressed by Ma Jing's fawning behavior. Ma Jing, however, did not care. Regardless of whether Li Hao looked down on them, this was an opportunity to curry favor. A fool would miss out. Please give me a moment. Li Hao picked up the sword manual and addressed the crowd. He then began to flip through it. The characters and images on the pages were easily comprehensible with his understanding of swordsmanship. Halfway through, he could even infer the later moves in his mind. This was a high-quality sword manual titled Yin and Yang Reversal Sword. You have mastered the basics. Would you like to record it? Record it. Li Hao thought to himself. Soon, a torrent of information flooded his mind, but with his current cultivation level, he could easily assimilate it. After briefly closing his eyes, he had absorbed it all. He glanced at the panel again. Yin and Yang Inversion Sword, True State, Yin and Yang Reversal. Yin and Yang Reversal is the essence of the swordsmanship, and with his understanding of the Tao realm, he could grasp the essence of most cultivation techniques, such as the essence of the falling snow sword skill, Avalanche. The student standing outside the door, come in and join us, he said. Before beginning the lesson, Li Hao hadn't forgotten to call in the young man who was being punished by standing at the door. The young man, having heard about Li Hao's identity from Sun Hongdian, had been eavesdropping and secretly watching from the doorway. At this moment, seeing that Li Hao called out to him, he was somewhat surprised, never expecting that Li Hao would remember him, and his heart instantly felt joy and warmth. As for Li Hao teaching swordsmanship, let alone that Li Hao had no intention of teaching seriously, even if he were to do so, the young man had no interest. He had disliked martial arts since he was a child, but being born into a martial family, he had no choice. Thank you, Li. My name is Zhou Zheng, said the young man. Li Hao nodded and said, take your seat. Once Zhou Zheng had returned to his seat, Li Hao then said, I will first demonstrate the falling snow sword skill at perfection level for you all to try and perceive. What? The already disinterested and even seed-leaving crowd was taken aback by Li Hao's words, and soon someone covered their mouth, stifling their laughter. To demonstrate a sword technique at the perfection level after just one look? This was a high-quality swordsmanship practice, and even if you were a prodigy, you would need to study it for 2 to 3 months to achieve perfection, right? Seeing Li Hao's boast, the crowd already had the look of spectators at a spectacle, ready to enjoy the performance of this legend. Song Yueyao furrowed her brows. Li Hao didn't strike her as the type to be exaggerating, but today's encounter had left her deeply disappointed. However, she thought about their previous interaction in Kongyu City, realizing they hadn't really spent much time together. It was just a brief meeting. With a silent sigh, Song Yueyao turned her gaze away, no longer wishing to watch, finding it boring. On the stage, after Li Hao finished speaking, he nonchalantly summoned a sword from the weapon rack. The use of his power to command objects made some of the mockingly looking individuals rein in their scorn a bit, their eyes displaying a sense of gravity. No matter what the temperament of this young master of the Li family was like, at least his cultivation level was truly terrifying. And Li Hao, gripping the sword hilt, still looked nonchalant and easygoing. He sent the sword manual floating back to a student named Ma Jing before he started to wield his sword. The yin and yang inversion sword consisted of moves that were both feigned and real, with feints hidden in solid strikes and solid strikes within the feints, continuously changing in an extremely complex manner. In terms of difficulty alone, it surpassed the falling snow sword skill by a good margin. But at that moment, as Li Hao casually swung his sword, his figure was graceful like jade, his sword momentum like a rainbow. A set of exquisitely daunting yin and yang inversion sword moves unfolded before the eyes of the students. In an instant, the laughter froze in the eyes of the students who had been smirking and looking forward to a show. The smug upward curve at the corners of their mouths also disappeared unconsciously as they stared dumbfounded at the intricate and marvelous swordplay. The sudden silence in the hall made Song Yueyao feel a bit of strangeness, and she was taken aback. She turned her head to look toward the front where Li Hao was expected to perform his juggling act. But what she saw was a display of swordplay as splendid as a peacock spreading its feathers. This was the yin and yang inversion sword. Song Yueyao was dumbstruck. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. She had practiced this sword technique close to perfection, but she definitely couldn't perform the marvelous swordplay she was seeing before her eyes. Which was feigned and which was real, or rather, were they all feints, or all real? She could no longer distinguish the movements. It was as if 10,000 swords were brandishing before her eyes, dazzling her. In the silent hall, after the end of Li Hao's swordsmanship demonstration, it remained quiet for a long time. Li Hao sheathed his sword, looked at the students, and after allowing them some time to digest what they had seen, he finally broke the silence, asking, "Did you all learn it?" As if awakening from a dream, the students then fell into a bout of speechlessness and silence. "Learn it? Just from watching it once, you're asking us if we learned it? We would like to learn it, but we can't remember it, we simply can't remember at all." "That, Li, young Master Li, did you really just learn this swordsmanship?" Someone couldn't help but to ask. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized the truth and their eyes widened in shock, staring at Li Hao as if they had seen a ghost. Just flipped through the sword manual once, and learned it? And not just the basics, but to a stage of perfection? Song Yueyao was also stunned, her lips slightly parted, and her throat as if blocked. She found herself unable to speak for a moment. Li Hao said helplessly, "Although the Li family has compiled many cultivation techniques and secret manuals, those from Tan Palace Academy are strictly confidential and we are not brazen enough to steal them. Even if I had stolen them, I wouldn't have the cheek to tell you," Li Hao silently added in his heart. Hearing Li Hao's words, the people looked at each other, knowing his statement was indeed true. Each sect has its own peerless techniques and confidential cultivation methods. If someone rashly steals them, it's considered a great taboo, likely to provoke confrontation and disdain from other martial arts sects. "Then you..." The audience was somewhat dumbfounded. If it wasn't through stealing, could he really have mastered it on the spot? "Just from watching it once, don't dwell on these details anymore. Try to recall what you can. Once you've absorbed it, I will perform it again, more slowly," Li Hao said. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, everyone immediately snapped to attention and began frantically recalling the sequence they had just witnessed. The hall returned to silence once again. With nothing else to do, Li Hao turned around and brought in the easel that had been left outside the door. Then, he set up the easel in front of everyone and started to paint. As for what to paint, Li Hao had an idea. He decided to include all the students in the hall in his painting. Although they were all at the divine travel realm, not very high in stature, the large group could still provide him with plenty of experience. Seeing Li Hao's peculiar actions, some were puzzled, but no one asked questions, choosing instead to focus on their efforts to remember. After a while, Li Hao completed the painting, estimating that about half an hour had passed. Those who could absorb had likely done so sufficiently, and those who couldn't were probably beginning to forget. He cleared his throat and announced, "I will perform once more, watch closely this time." At his words, everyone's spirits were lifted, and their gazes instantly locked onto Li Hao. Li Hao picked up his sword and began the demonstration again without further ado, but this time his movements were much slower. Sword shadows were like dreams and illusions, and even after the practice was over, it seemed as if shadows of swords lingered before their eyes like fleeting light, leaving everyone unable to let go and forget. However, the sword shadows were too complicated. although they were remembered, they seemed unclear. Seeing everyone immersed in contemplation, Li Hao didn't delay any further and sat down to continue drawing. +827, +789, +702. Li Hao ground the ink and painted at a fast pace. The paintings of these dozens of divine travel realm masters each accumulated 700 to 800 experiences, greatly accelerating his painting experience. While Li Hao was painting, the others gradually regained their focus and, upon seeing the busy Li Hao, didn't dare to disturb him but instead seized the time to comprehend and ponder. After Li Hao finished the fourth painting, he looked at the crowd and said, "How does it feel? Li, could you demonstrate to us once more?" The request came from a youth with noble bearing after the crowd exchanged looks. He was a talent in the White Hall who kept pace with Song Yueyao, now feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak these words. After witnessing the demonstration twice, he still hadn't thoroughly grasped it. Li Hao glanced at the others, seeing expectant and reserved looks on their faces. All right, Li Hao thought for a moment, realizing that repeating the practice like this wasn't the solution. Besides, since he had taken on the role of a teacher, he had to adopt the right attitude and try his best to ensure thorough learning. Otherwise, just going through the motions with the people under him wouldn't be meaningful. He asked everyone once and learned that they all had a foundation of agility. However, the level of agility varied, with some just reaching it and others nearing perfection. Since I am teaching, I hope you all can achieve something from it. Li Hao looked around the crowd and said, "I have 3 lessons this year, and I hope you can perfect this swordsmanship within these 3 lessons. If you accomplish this, I might consider fulfilling 3 wishes within my power for each of you." Perfect level? 3 wishes? The crowd was astonished and taken aback by Li Hao's ambition. It wasn't about granting them wishes, the young master was making a wish for himself. To teach all of them up to the perfect level in just 3 lessons? This wasn't high hopes, it was sheer fantasy. They didn't dare to compare themselves with Li Hao, who could understand the manual and practice to perfection just by looking once. Moreover, they harbored some doubts in their hearts, suspecting that Li Hao had prepared in advance. Who ever heard of a teacher not preparing lessons? It was simply a bluff. "Li, isn't this requirement a bit too difficult?" Someone spoke up, unable to hold back. "You're not joking, are you, young master? I must admit it's a bit amusing," someone else remarked. Song Yueyao looked puzzledly at Li Hao. She had reached the level of agility half a year ago and knew very well how difficult it was to progress from agility to perfection. Even with decent talent, it would take a mad year of intensive practice to make the sword maneuvers second nature and reach perfection. 3 short lessons were an impossible task, but to the legendary young master of the Li family before her, impossible seemed not so distant after all. After all, everything he had shown so far seemed impossible. Seeing the varied discussions among the crowd, Li Hao didn't say much more and once again picked up the sword. Merely practicing the swordsmanship at the perfect level and expecting them to imitate would indeed be difficult and a waste of time. But understanding the essence of this swordsmanship, from deep to shallow, would be much easier. Silence. Li Hao's gaze turned stern. Just 2 words quieted the murmurs throughout the hall. The crowd was inexplicably shaken, feeling the authority, and their gazes grew solemn. "Feel with your heart." Li Hao spoke, his demeanor no longer casual but rather fixed on the sword. Then, he raised his hand and unsheathed the sword. Yin and Yang reversing sword, true form. Indeed, surpassing the flawless zenith, Li Hao directly executed the true form of the swordsmanship. The true form level of swordsmanship, returning to simplicity and transcending the common, could fully reveal the artistic conception and charm of this swordsmanship. The sword light flickered, with black and white gleams alternating, representing the shift between light and shadow. The sword wandered through the air, yet seemed to shuttle through another dimension. The sword was real, the space was illusory. As the sword light twisted and turned, the 2 black and white gleams kept alternating until they suddenly merged into one. The sword move was complete. The hall was utterly silent, everyone gazing mesmerized, their gazes and thoughts seemingly carried away by that one sword, immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Even though Li Hao had already put the sword away, they still stared blankly, as if the sword shadow full of indescribable charm was still in front of them, still moving in their minds. Li Hao kept quiet and simply waited. Suddenly, someone snapped out of it, and then one by one, the rest of the people also came back to their senses. "Is this the yin and yang reversing sword?" The crowd was shocked, looking at each other in disbelief. It seems completely different from what I practiced before, but this seems real. What I practiced before is fake. It's not fake, it's wrong. This is the real yin and yang reversing sword. Mr. Sun taught us the wrong way. No, even the manual is wrong. A sword reverses yin and yang, a sword throws chaos into the void. The people became more and more excited as they spoke, their voices growing louder, their faces flushed, unable to control themselves. Song Yueyao was in a daze, filtering out the discussions, and suddenly, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she rushed to the weapons rack, swiftly drew a sword with a clang. Then, she struck out. The sword shadow shimmered like light, quivered like a snake, dazzling like a spectacle. Just like a peacock spreading its feathers, the shadow of the sword perfectly manifested in that moment. Her swordsmanship, which had stagnated for half a year, had reached a new level at that moment. Everyone noticed and was shocked as they watched her. Song has realized. She actually achieved perfection, and she's mastered this sword in less than a year. It's the perfect level, just like what Li just demonstrated. The crowd was extremely shocked, becoming excited. In their remarks, Li Hao's title shifted from Li to Li Master. From reverence to admiration. Meanwhile, several others seemed to have realizations as well, rushing towards the weapon racks, drawing swords, and swinging. The hall was spacious enough for their practice. The others also snapped back to reality, no longer observing others, and hurried to engrave their recent insights using their swords. Suddenly, everyone was rushing to the weapon racks, practicing with swords. After completing her swordsmanship, Song Yueyao also came out of her trance, staring blankly at the sword in her hand, then looked towards the young man, seeing him give her a gentle smile with an expression of encouragement and admiration. That smile was like a ray of sunshine, striking right at her heart. Song Yueyao was slightly dazed, then her cheeks suddenly turned crimson, and she looked away. Inside the hall, everyone was actively and excitedly immersed in their practice, continuously trying to capture and engrave the flavor that was fading from their minds. During this period, several people shouted excitedly, "I've done it." These were the ones who had been stuck at a bottleneck, and now suddenly broke through. Li Hao smiled. When someone asked for guidance, he clapped his hands, indicating for everyone to watch again. This was repeated 4 times. By the time the sun set in the west, Li Hao had also ended this lesson. Before class ended, seeing that a dozen people had reached the perfect level, Li Hao was quite gratified, feeling that hard work pays off for those who try. "Li Master, the swordsmanship you demonstrated, what level is it? I heard that beyond perfection is the ultimate perfection. Is that the level you're at?" Just as the class was about to end, someone couldn't help but ask. Li Hao smiled and said, "Beyond perfection is the ultimate perfection, and above that, there is the true state, which is the level one demonstrated to you." He felt there was no need to hide such a skill level. Like sword saints and saber saints, these mighty ones who have immersed themselves in a particular path for decades, have already touched the true state. They even have grasped some of the profound meanings of certain sword techniques. Moreover, Li Hao felt that the true state was not the pinnacle. Above it, there should be even higher levels. However, with his current understanding of the Tao realm, he was not able to reach it yet. Perhaps when his state of mind achieves spiritual awakening, stepping even higher, he might catch a glimpse of it. True state. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Song Yueyao's pupils contracted slightly, looking at Li Hao in disbelief. She had heard from her grandfather about the existence of the true state, but it's extremely rare, requiring immense talent in the art and decades of dedicated practice to even touch upon it. Undoubtedly, Li Hao is a genius in sword Tao, but to master this sword technique to the true state, he'd need at least a decade of hard training, right? But Li Hao is only 14 years old now. Song Yueyao dared not think further, feeling her Taoist heart might collapse. She finally understood what those people, who complained about how hard it was to be around a genius, truly felt. Tonight, ponder it yourselves. The master leads the entrance, cultivation is up to the individual. Li Hao waved his hand in farewell, announcing the end of the class. Back at the mansion, Li Fu found Li Hao, mentioning that the Lord had sent a message, suggesting that Li Hao make some friends when possible. Although securing the true dragon was almost a certainty, networking was a lifelong matter. He hoped Li Hao could brilliantly secure the true dragon without leaving any shortcomings for others to criticize. Regarding this, Li Hao casually agreed. The next day, Li Hao prepared an extra portion of small pastries and walked to the edge of the cold pond, lightly kicking a small stone into the pond. Soon, the massive figure of the water Qilin surfaced, then transformed into a human form and stepped out of the water, her body clean and unblemished by any water stains. Seeing the small pastries in Li Hao's hands, Song Chiumo's eyes gleamed with delight. Li Hao smiled, handed her all the pastries, then waved goodbye without staying for long. Watching Li Hao walk away, Song Chiumo bit into the sweet pastry in her hand, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Li Hao was on his way to his second lesson, having already arranged for a transfer. Just as he reached the entrance of the White Hall, he heard an angry voice from inside. "How can you, as a teacher, humiliate a child like this? He may be less talented in martial arts, but that doesn't mean he's a lesser person. You can discipline him, lash him harshly, treat him as strictly as you would treat any martial artist, but you can't disgrace him as if he were a beast." The speaker seemed extremely angry, full of vigor in his voice. Hearing this bellow, Li Hao paused, slowly walking towards the entrance. He saw that the hall was already filled with people. His habit of sleeping in meant he had not arrived early. At that moment, 3 individuals stood in front of the trainees, namely, Sun Hongdian and Zhou Zheng seen the day before. Next to Zhou Zheng was a strapping middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes but with a rugged and upright bearing. His features bore some resemblance to Zhou Zheng, though Zhou appeared more delicate. On the ground in front of them lay scattered book fragments, adding another person to the scene, eerily similar to yesterday. "General, you can't be unreasonable like this," Sun Hongdian, flushed with embarrassment, was scolding Zhou Zheng, who expected his father to come to visit and caught him in the act. Ideally, just hearing it was enough. He felt that this general should be grateful for his strict education, helping him discipline his troublesome child. The other party charged in and immediately launched into a furious tirade, leaving him utterly dumbfounded on the spot. "I'm unreasonable? In what way have I been unreasonable? Is it reasonable for you to insult my son?" Zhou Zheng's father angrily said, "Although I am a martial artist, I still understand basic principles. I know my son is a person, a dignified and upright person, not a rat that spoils a pot of porridge. Nor is he a decadent, dirty, and despicable worm. He simply hasn't succeeded in martial arts, not that he isn't fit to be a person." Zhou Zheng's burly father's voice was extremely angry, deafeningly saying, "Although my son doesn't have high talent, his character is pure and good. Even if he's only at the power passage realm, he is my pride. What right do you have to insult him like this?" Everyone below was silent. No one mocked Zhou Zheng for needing his father's protection. Instead, they showed a hint of envy in their eyes. Sun Hongdian angrily said, "I can't reason with you. If this is how it's going to be, then your son should just drop out. If I come across a teacher like you, then so be it." Zhou Zheng's father also shouted angrily, as he started to pull his son away. Zhou Zheng's eyes were already red-rimmed. He bit his lip, holding back his tears so that they wouldn't fall in front of so many people, and choked out in a low voice. "Dad, I want to stay here. I want to learn properly. I also mastered swordsmanship yesterday." "If you want to learn, Dad will find you another master. There are plenty of famous teachers in the world," Zhou Zheng's father snorted angrily. Sun Hongdian trembled with rage, saying, "If you walk out now, you'll never be able to come back." "I never planned to come back anyway." Zhou Zheng's father was furious, pulling his son to leave, but then they ran into Li Hao at the door. Suddenly, everyone's gaze also fell on Li Hao. All the students stood up abruptly, bowing in unison as they said, "Greetings to Teacher Li." This uniform voice not only startled Sun Hongdian and Zhou Zheng's father but also took Li Hao by surprise. "Teacher Li?" Sun Hongdian was stunned, looking at Li Hao in confusion. Upon seeing Li Hao, the originally sour eyes of Zhou Zheng instantly lit up, and he quickly said to his father beside him, "Dad, he is Li Hao, Teacher Li. Yesterday, in just one lesson, he made all of his perfect our high-grade swordsmanship from spirit level to flawless." Zhou Zheng's father and Sun Hongdian both wore baffled expressions. What was this child talking about? Li Hao was also dumbfounded and slightly dazed. What in the world? They all learned it in one lesson yesterday. Weren't there only a dozen people who could do it after class? Wait a second, then why did I even come here today? Li Hao. Zhou Zheng's father looked at Li Hao in shock, then suddenly bent forward, dropping to one knee. "Zhou Liang, at your service, Mr. Li Hao." This action left everyone stunned once again. Li Hao quickly helped him up, saying, "General Zhou Liang?" Young master, I once served under your father, Zhou Liang said respectfully. Li Hao suddenly understood, then smiled and said, there's no need for such formality when you see me. Mr. Sun beside them looked uncomfortable, frowning deeply. Dad, I want to stay here, I want to attend another class with teacher Li, Zhou Zheng said quickly to his father. Zhou Liang, having not expected to find the recently famed Li Hao teaching here, thought for a while and then agreed after seeing his son's earnestness. After Zhou Liang gave his son a few words of advice and left, Sun Hongyan scoffed, Zhou Zheng, you disrupted the class today. Tan Palace Academy isn't a place where you can just come and go as you please. Zhou Zheng's face changed slightly. Li Hao smiled and said, Mr. Sun, it was all a misunderstanding. Seeing Li Hao intercede, Mr. Sun's expression softened and with a forced smile he said, Li, you don't know, this Zhou Liang is simply overbearing. Li Hao shook his head to cut him off, smiling and saying, Mr. Sun, I understand you want to use harsh words to motivate the students. But perhaps they're too harsh and might quash the spirit of a young soul, don't you think? Mr. Sun was taken aback, his expression changed, and he said no more. Li Hao didn't say much more to him either, having no interest in associating with such a person. Once the class transfer was done, and Mr. Sun had left, Li Hao glanced around at everyone. Just now Zhou Zheng said that all of you have reached the perfect level? The atmosphere in the hall seemed to liven up quite a bit. Excitement flashed across the faces of everyone, their eyes gleaming. Ma Jing jumped in and said, Teacher Li, what Zhou Zheng said is correct. The swordsmanship you demonstrated yesterday is truly an entrance to the path. We caught that hint of the essence of the art, and that's why we improved so quickly in just one day. Even if it was flattery, it had actually hit the mark. Li Hao, resigned, said, I was planning to use 3 lessons to teach you all. It seems I've come in vain today, as there's nothing left to teach. The crowd burst into laughter, as having gained such a huge lesson in one class, they already felt extremely grateful and excited. Someone said teasingly, Teacher Li, have you forgotten something? You said yesterday that once we all mastered it to perfection, you would grant us 3 wishes? Someone looked at Li Hao with excited anticipation. Li Hao, speechless, had made that incentive off the cuff, never expecting they would all be so skilled. They truly deserved to be those who had entered White Hall. Their talents were indeed not bad. Then go ahead and say it, but it must be within what I can reasonably do, Li Hao said. Upon hearing his words, everyone started chattering excitedly among themselves. Some wished to visit Listening Rain Tower, others wanted a renowned sword, and some expressed their desire to learn another swordsmanship technique, and so on. Among these more conventional wishes, there were also some raucous voices in the crowd. Some said they wanted to be sworn brothers with Li Hao, and others wanted a tour of the pleasure district. Li Hao chuckled, gestured for silence, and waited until the crowd quieted down before saying, You all decide together and pick one. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the crowd reacted with both surprise and delight, not expecting Li Hao to take the offer seriously. They were already very grateful that I taught them swordsmanship, and most of the requirements they proposed earlier were half joking. Hey, don't make your demands too outrageous. Lin Feifei immediately stood up to warn them, feeling that a few of the guys were somewhat ungrateful. Chastened by Lin Feifei's words, several people sheepishly started to laugh. Teacher Li, you definitely wouldn't agree to go to Listening Rain Tower, so how about taking us to visit the brothels instead? Someone teased with a playful laugh. Hearing this person's words, the other young men's eyes lit up, and they immediately cheered. That's great, all at the prime age of robust health. They had come to study at Tan Palace Academy in Qingzhou and had hardly ever left the mountain. The intense competitive pressure within the academy and the threat of elimination from the bottom ranks made them dare not relax. They had long harbored desires for that place of romantic encounters. Upon hearing this, however, the female students all rolled their eyes, looking disdainfully at these fellows. Li Hao chuckled. Going to a brothel is a trivial matter. In this era, entertainment was scarce, and going to a brothel was akin to swiping through TikTok in a previous life. Brothels come in different grades, and the lowest ones are naturally the whorehouses, cheap and likely to be diseased. Famous brothels mostly sell artistic performances. One can listen to songs and poetry. Of course, if one has good poetry or lots of money, they could also enjoy some pleasurable services. If Li Hao were to take them, it would naturally be to the best brothel in Qingzhou to listen to some tunes, and they shouldn't expect anything else. Really, the male students, upon seeing Li Hao agree, were overjoyed beyond measure. But the female students all sneered, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Song Yueyao gave Li Hao an annoyed glance and huffed, "If you guys want to go, then go. I'm not going." "I'm not going either," Lin Feifei immediately declared. All of the female students expressed their protest. But the other male students, afraid that Li Hao might change his mind, were chattering non-stop like animals in the heat of spring, already set aflame with excitement. "It's hard to please everyone. Those of you who don't want to go, I will gift you a drawing as compensation," Li Hao said to the female students. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the female students were somewhat astonished, and then saw Li Hao take out a scroll from his hand and unroll it. "This is what I sketched yesterday. You divide it among yourselves, one for each person." Everyone gasped in surprise when they saw it. They had noticed that Li Hao was drawing the previous day, thinking it was just a pastime, never expecting the sketches to be so exquisite and lifelike. The drawings included every student and Whitehall, with each person's expression pure and clean, some furrowing their brows, others tilting their heads in contemplation, each with their own charm. The girls were depicted as gentle and the boys as handsome and dashing, each with a distinct aura. Together under the warm sunlight, it seemed as beautiful as a 10-mile spring breeze. Many were captivated by the sight. A young man raised his hand and said, "Teacher Li, I won't go to the brothel, can I have one of the drawings?" "There aren't many priorities for the female students," Li Hao said with a smile. The previously unsatisfied female students all pushed forward eagerly, scrambling to get one. Song Yueyao's eyes, as expressive as autumn waters, stared in astonishment at Li Hao. Such skillful artistry couldn't have been mastered overnight. Seeing that youth as serene as a virgin, dressed in a green robe as stout as a pine, not only was his cultivation level in swordsmanship unmatched, but he also had spare energy to devote to side skills, truly unfathomable. After receiving their pictures, many girls began to appreciate them closely. Even though they practiced martial arts and couldn't afford to delve into other disciplines, they naturally loved beautiful things. Having dealt with the female students, Li Hao used the time of the second lesson to lead the male students out of Whitehall, heading down the mountain. Seeing that Li Hao was using teaching time to take them for an outing, everyone was exceptionally excited, something that had never happened before. If other teachers found out, they would probably have all been punished by facing the wall. But with Li Hao backing them, they were fearless even if the sky fell. As the group descended the mountain, the news also reached Tan Palace. Song Yufeng, who was drinking tea, almost choked, coughing repeatedly and looking up in astonishment. "You're saying that Li Hao went to teach, but ended up taking all the students down the mountain to visit the brothels?" News came from another Black Hall elder who had used his divine soul to investigate upon hearing the commotion. "Absurd. It's utterly absurd." Song Yufeng was so livid his face turned a shade of iron blue, and suddenly a thought struck him. What about Yu Yao? She didn't go, did she? "Grandfather." At that moment, a voice came from outside Tan Palace, and Song Yueyao just happened to walk in. Upon lifting his head to see her, Song Yufeng's heart returned to its place and he breathed a sigh of relief. "What brings you here? I was wondering, did Li Hao take everyone to visit the brothel?" Although mentioning brothel in front of his granddaughter was somewhat indelicate, Song Yufeng couldn't care less at the moment. Song Yueyao's heart also surged with anger upon hearing this, and she coolly responded, "That's correct." This boy, how preposterous! Song Yufeng was seething with rage. Song Yueyao was startled, seeing her grandfather so angry, she couldn't help but say, "Grandfather, it's really not his fault." "What?" Song Yufeng widened his eyes, looking at his granddaughter. Song Yueyao felt helpless and could only explain the whole situation. After listening, Song Yufeng's eyes widened even more, and the Black Hall elder beside him was also dumbfounded. You mean to say, Li Hao glanced through a sword manual and then demonstrated swordsmanship at the level of true form? Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. Despite his denials, Song Yufeng and the Black Hall elder had to believe it, especially since, according to Song Yueyao, dozens of people in the White Hall had seen it with their own eyes. It was just that such a thing was too exaggerated to believe. Song Yufeng's first thought was that the sword manual had been leaked and Li Hao had secretly practiced it for a long time before revealing his skills today. But his second thought was, even if the boy had practiced in secret, this was just too outrageous, wasn't it? After all, he was only 14 years old. Did he start training as a baby? With a cultivation level at the 15 Li realm, already breaking the record of the 19 states, but he now also mastered a high-grade swordsmanship at the level of true form? Wait a second. Song Yufeng suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. Li Hao might not only have mastered one true form level swordsmanship, and it was not necessarily the case that their sword manual was leaked. After all, Listening Rain Tower of the Li family had numerous sword techniques, with who knows how many high-grade sword techniques. Even if someone secretly collected the yin and yang divided sword, why would they need to teach it to Li Hao? The Li family had access to peerless swordsmanship. Since one's energy is limited, they would have trained Li Hao in the peerless sword techniques, not waste time on a high-grade sword technique. Thinking of this, Song Yufeng's heart gave a violent twitch, and if that was the case, there seemed to be only one explanation. That was, Li Hao indeed learned it by glancing through a sword manual once. And he even reached the true form. Listening to his granddaughter say, it seemed there was a process, initially showing perfect level, then stepping into true form, skipping the ultimate perfection. Damn it, it's still unacceptable. Even if it was the reincarnation of a sword immortal, it would be no more than this. Song Yufeng's face twitched, somewhat dazedly looking outside Tan Palace. What kind of child had the Li family brought into this world? It took a long time for Song Yufeng to come back to his senses and, thinking of the affair at the brothel, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This young fellow really dares to agree, not even considering his age. Upon hearing this, Song Yueyao's face shifted slightly. Song Yufeng seemed to recall something, smacked his forehead, and in haste said, "They didn't wear the academy's uniform there, did they?" It was too late to stop them now. Moreover, after a single lesson from Li Hao, the effect was so impressive it surpassed what the students had achieved with a year or two of hard training. Letting them take a break didn't seem unreasonable. As long as they didn't disgrace Tan Palace, they didn't. The Black Hall elder stated. Song Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. The youngster still has some sense. On his way down the mountain, Li Hao encountered the prince who loved to compose poetry, Zhang Hangxing. Learning that Li Hao was going to visit the brothel, Zhang Hangxing was so astonished that he immediately hitched a ride on the opportunity, saying he too wanted to experience it for himself. Li Hao didn't mind and let him follow. Cloud Smoke Pavilion, the #1 brothel in Qingzhou City. Here, it wasn't just about money for pleasure, it was usually a gathering place for the talented scholars from noble families where they would compose poetry and verses. They often held poetry contests, and one had to come out on top to meet the head courtesan of Cloud Smoke Pavilion, who was none other than the famous Hong Wanner, celebrated throughout Qingzhou. By the time Li Hao and others arrived, a poetry contest was in full swing. One needed silver to enter and poetry to partake in the musical exchange. However, all these disciples from the White Hall were martial artists who had trained in martial arts since childhood. They could recite some famous poets' works, but when it came to composing their own, they were clueless. Luckily, Li Hao was well prepared. Having promised to fulfill their wishes, he naturally wouldn't let them return disappointed. Come on, one for each of you, memorize these. Li Hao summoned the disciples. Zhou Zheng, who had a fondness for poetry, was astoundingly surprised. He had secretly prepared 2 poems himself, but never expected that this prodigious martial artist would also have poems at the ready. It was known that participating in a poetry contest required original compositions, and borrowing someone else's work would be scorned upon. Zhang Hangxing, having witnessed Li Hao's poetry talent before, also came over, his heart filled with surprise and disappointment upon hearing Li Hao's confident claim. A poem per person, could they be any good? But the next moment, his eyes bulged in disbelief. Li Hao had no intention of showing off with poetry. Naturally, he wouldn't act like those transmigrated literary copycats, squeezing out poems one by one to impress. He instead simply dished out an entire collection of them. Soon, the whole poetry contest was in uproar. As timeless masterpieces from Li Hao's world were recited for the first time in this one, the whole Cloud Smoke Pavilion went from lively to boiling, then from boiling to silent. Don't you see, the water of the Yellow River coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Zhou Zheng softly chanted, stupefied as a wooden chicken, feeling the majestic and grand momentum. No one to support my aspirations to the clouds, I tread the snowy path to the mountain's peak alone. Zhang Hangxing's eyes sparkled, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if those lines spoke of the hidden ambitions in his heart. The sea has no bounds, the heavens serve as shores, scale the utmost heights, and I am the apex. When Ma Jing heard that Li Hao had given him this poem to recite on stage, his eyes reddened with excitement. Though he himself could not compose poetry, he could at least appreciate it. These lines seemed to speak of the extraordinary youth before them. In the world, there are millions of talents, but only the youth before them has reached the pinnacle, standing above the mountain peaks, becoming an even higher summit. Born a leader among men, only I shall live as long as the heavens. Alone, I battle across thousands of miles, with one sword, I've stood against a million. One after another, these arrogant and spirited poems were recited by the disciples of the White Hall, their chanting filled with an electrifying excitement. For martial artists, these vigorous poems struck straight to the heart. Under the drunken light, I scrutinize the sword. In dreams, I hear the bugle call of camps. Zhou Zheng, born the son of a military officer, stood up, trembling with emotion upon hearing these verses. Together with the Dapeng bird, I rise with the wind, spiraling upwards to the 9th layer of heaven. This bold and unrestrained poem comforted the hearts of many, igniting the passions of those who had long been frustrated and unfulfilled. One by one, the disciples of White Hall ascended the platform, their poetry commanding the attention of Cloud Smoke Pavilion. Atop the pavilion, a dazzlingly dolled-up girl, just 20, stood entranced by the peerless verses being recited below. Verse after verse, whether bold and forceful or carefree and unrestrained, stirred the emotions of the listeners. In the great Yu dynasty, built on martial valor, the poetic style within these walls largely favored verses of battle and heroism. Lewd and suggestive tunes were scarce, and even if present, were only circulated in common places, unworthy of true consideration. Hong Wanner had a keen grasp of poetry. Discerning good from bad, she knew few scholars in Hanlin Hall could match the verses heard here, except perhaps a handful of famous poems known throughout the lands. Moreover, Hong Wanner noticed that these young talents ascending the stage to recite poetry all rose from beside a certain youth, who would whisper to each before they took to the platform, actions that sparked much speculation. Time flew by. As the poetry event concluded, the women of the establishment were left with hearts aflutter, and the accomplished guests intoxicated with joy. Someone let slip the truth, and it became known that all the poems were penned by Li Hao, and when someone recognized Li Hao's identity and called him out, Cloud Smoke Pavilion erupted into a buzz. This sensational youth coupled with his sharp and vigorous verses made people feel as if the poems had taken on a tangible form. In their excitement, nobody cared that the Tan Palace disciples had shown off Li Hao's work. Rather, they were delighted these individuals had been so favored by Li Hao. Even without their own poems to boast, they received the affections of many women and invitations galore. The manager of the establishment approached Li Hao with a bow, relieved to find the famous young master of the Li family from Qingzhou City to be casual and amiable, and then summoned Hong Wanner to accompany him. The rest of the White Hall disciples were also led away by other girls to enjoy music and art. Additionally, the manager cautiously asked Li Hao if he might lend 2 pieces of poetry to adorn the place. Li Hao, indifferent, allowed him to choose 2. Before long, 2 lines hung outside the doors of Cloud Smoke Pavilion. You must know, in my youth I grasped at clouds, promised to be the finest in the world. The manager regretted that Li Hao hadn't completed the poem, leaving only these 2 lines. At the same time, she could never have foreseen that because of these 2 lines, the Cloud Smoke Pavilion's fame would soon spread throughout the 19 provinces. By then, Li Hao was already in the room of the most sought-after courtesan in Cloud Smoke Pavilion, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Young master, tonight I am all yours. Whatever you wish me to do, said Hong Wanner with a playful smile, sizing up the finest young master of Qingzhou City. Since Li Hao had revealed his cultivation level, no one among Qingzhou's younger generation could compare to him. Is that so? Then peel some seeds for me, Li Hao replied. Hong Wanner was taken aback, but she came over with a smile and began peeling seeds for Li Hao, delivering them to his mouth. Li Hao clapped his hands, continuing to enjoy himself as he picked up other delicacies. Meanwhile, news reached back to Divine General Mansion. What? Li Tiangang's eyes bulged as he heard his servant's report, and he slammed his palm onto the table, splintering the valuable piece of furniture instantly. That rascal, how dare he? Li Tiangang's face turned red with anger. The former thought resurfaced that his son lacked discipline and would dare anything. Li Fu jumped in fright and said, "My lord, I inquired at the Tan Palace, and apparently, the young master." "No matter the reason, quick, fetch him back this instant," barked Li Tiangang. He felt that with every passing second, his family's reputation was being tarnished. Heeding the command, Li Fu hurriedly ran off to carry it out. Back in Cloud Smoke Pavilion, Hong Wanner's hands were numb from peeling seeds by the time she saw off the well-fed and well-drunken Li family scion. She was both angry and upset. Such a great beauty that countless worthy men sought after, and this youth barely gave her a second glance, only having her do menial tasks. Her initial good impression of Li Hao due to his poetry largely vanished. She had thought to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with him, hoping perhaps to marry into divine general mansion someday, even as a concubine, for a life of wealth and splendor. It's a pity that it fell through. After tonight, the upper floors of Cloud Smoke Pavilion never displayed melon seeds and snacks again. On the other side, as soon as Li Hao left Cloud Smoke Pavilion, he bumped into Fu. Seeing Fu rushing over in a hurry, with an expression of slight tension on his face, Li Hao raised an eyebrow. "Young master, thank goodness, you didn't do anything in there, did you?" Li Hao quickly checked Li Hao's clothing. Li Hao couldn't help but speak wordlessly, saying, "Fu, how old do you think I am? Besides, I have a fiancé. I was only here to join in the fun with these guys, to help them relax. Constantly practicing martial arts is quite miserable." Hearing Li Hao say this, Li Fu immediately felt relieved and, while he still somewhat trusted Li Hao, he said with a bitter smile, "Young master, you should hurry back with me. The Marquis is quite angry right now." Angry? Li Hao was slightly stunned, frowning. He immediately returned with Li Fu. As for the disciples inside the building, they were no longer children. They could make their way back on their own without his care. Before long, Li Hao followed Li Fu back to the mountain and river courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Li Tiangang sat commandingly in the main hall, a new desk beside him. Aside from a teacup, there was also a rattan stick on it. Li Hao and Li Fu saw this as soon as they came in. Li Fu's face changed immediately, and he hurriedly said, "My lord, the young master has returned, and there are reasons for this matter." "Is that so? I would like to hear it." Li Tiangang's face was overcast with anger, but remembering the incident with the scroll last time, he spoke in a heavy tone. Li Hao's brow knit slightly. Li Fu quickly recounted the whole story. "Nonsense. If someone made a wish for you to give them a piece of land, would you agree to it as well?" After listening, Li Tiangang grew even angrier, feeling that Li Hao's nature was indeed too wild, casually speaking of making promises like this. What's said must be done, otherwise it is to break faith with others. Li Hao said, "This is to motivate them, and it's conditional, within the realm of what I can handle." "You could afford to give away a city too, if you become a true dragon, couldn't you?" Li Tiangang looked at him and said. Li Hao met his gaze, and after holding it for a moment, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "What I can handle is a relative term, very broad, and I think that I'm the one to judge its extent. If the demand is too excessive, I naturally won't agree." Li Tiangang raised an eyebrow and said, "You still know to leave some leeway, but have you considered the consequences of visiting a brothel today?" Li Hao said, "If I remember correctly, my second uncle said that you all visited quite a few in your youth, so why can't I? Do you think you can compare with us?" Li Tiangang couldn't help but inwardly scold his second uncle, wondering how he could carelessly chat about the elder's past with a child. Just as he was about to scold Li Hao, seeing the cold look in Li Hao's eyes, he was slightly taken aback, his expression subtly changing. He looked at Li Hao for a moment and let out a long sigh, saying, Times change. I've received news that the infinite Buddha Lord has recalled your cousin. At this juncture, to act in such a way suggests you're certainly prepared to clash with him in the struggle for the true dragon position." He continued, "They are aware of your situation and still made this choice. They must be fully prepared. You can't afford any negligence at this time." Li Hao fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I understand." Li Tiangang looked at him for a while, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back and said, "During this time, you should refrain from wandering about. Although I've promised that you can do as you wish and I would compensate you, you should at least stay put for this period." Stay put. Li Hao glanced at him, silently sighed to himself. When had he ever not behaved? Hadn't he always stayed in the residence over these years? Was visiting a brothel really being so unruly? He felt somewhat helpless. Once prejudices are formed, they seem hard to change. Yet, it was somewhat ironic and lamentable that such prejudices would emerge among those with the closest blood ties. Having lost the interest to say more, he turned and left. This child, when will he rein in his nature? I wonder who he takes after. As he watched Li Hao depart, Li Tiangang heaved a sigh, feeling greatly fatigued. He wanted to make amends to Li Hao, but didn't want Li Hao to go down the wrong path. "Master, after all you've just returned, perhaps it's best not to rush things too much," Zhao said with a worried expression. He always felt that there might be big problems arising between this father and son. Their personalities were truly worlds apart. Time flies. Since returning from the brothel, Li Hao had been kept in the family mansion by Li Tiangang, not allowed to wander off. Because of this, father and son had a small argument once, but in the end, they both compromised. Li Hao agreed to stay in the family mansion, but what he did there was no longer subject to interference. Li Tiangang agreed. Li Hao no longer spent his days painting, but apart from going to play chess with the fifth elder, he spent the rest of his time in the listening rain tower. He was waiting for his second uncle to return, and in the meantime, he was browsing through these cultivation techniques. There were so many books in the listening rain tower that it would take at least 10 years of non-stop reading to get through them all, let alone comprehend them. Initially, Li Hao had picked some high-level cultivation techniques to practice, not paying much attention to the basic ones, but this time he started from the basics. With his sixth stage insight of the physical body path, he should have been able to step into the heavenly human realm, yet he was stuck here. Li Hao planned to first understand the heart of a grandmaster. However, easier said than done, it was difficult in practice. What is a grandmaster? It means someone who can start their own school and have their own way. No one could teach a grandmaster how to act, nor could anyone give advice to a grandmaster. Not even the three immortals could do it because each grandmaster's path is different. Although the immortals' realms are higher, they can only pass on some of their own experiences in promotion and cultivation and cannot specifically point out what to do. Similarly, reaching the celestial master realm, one must find their own way forward step by step. With no cultivation techniques to guide, no one to teach, one can only learn by referencing, contemplating, and understanding for oneself. My own path in martial arts. Li Hao sat in the listening rain tower with a book on the fundamentals of martial arts in hand, his eyes flickering. He had asked his second uncle how to comprehend the heart of a grandmaster. The second uncle gave him 3 ways. One was to gain worldly experience and find one's martial heart through the trials and tribulations of life. The second was to teeter on the brink of life and death, and in the face of great terror, to stimulate a moment of enlightenment and thereby set foot into that realm. The third way was steadier and depended on personal comprehension, to seek from the most basic martial arts techniques. Why the most basic techniques? Because the higher and more profound a technique, the easier it is to be blinded by the intricacies and miss the core essence. It's like a stone. Tossed to the ground, everyone knows it to be a stone, despised by thousands, casually trampled upon. But if it's placed on a table, especially in a shrine, it's cherished by the world, worshipped and revered by thousands. Yet in essence, it is still just a stone. At the moment, Li Hao was browsing the overall compendium of martial arts, which contained many disciplines, but it was only a simple list. Swords, spears, staffs, fists, movement techniques. Li Hao flipped through the pages casually, not forcing himself to gain any particular insight, simply passing the time as if out of boredom. A month went by in the blink of an eye. Li Hao read quite a few books in the listening rain tower, covering not only martial arts but also quirky tales of interesting people. Many books also recorded the life stories of numerous grandmasters. These grandmasters followed all sorts of bizarre paths with different martial arts styles. Some belonged to the sly school, where every move was underhanded, poking eyes out, attacking the groin, throwing poison, flinging sand and the like. The more ruthless the better. They condensed these types of moves into a set of techniques, their cultivation technique, and established schools with them. Others belonged to the tough fighting style, who were stubborn and fought head-on, never resorting to trickery, with every move explosive. Still others focused on movement techniques, emphasizing light and agile movement. For Li Hao, creating his own cultivation techniques wasn't hard. With his 6th stage insight into swordsmanship and fist techniques, it was easy for him to invent his own styles of swordplay and boxing. He could even blend the 2 kinds of techniques. However, though the techniques were there, the heart was not yet formed. Most people who enter the Grandmaster realm do so by first establishing their will, and then according to the direction of their Grandmaster heart, they strengthen their own cultivation techniques. But Li Hao did it the other way around. Where is my heart? Li Hao murmured to himself. He had seen too many cultivation techniques, and now, it seemed to dazzle and confuse him. His heart was unsettled. On this day, Li Hao came to the listening rain tower as usual. But soon after sitting down, he was called back to the mountain and river courtyard, told that there was something they needed him for. When Li Hao returned to the courtyard, he was immediately greeted by the sight of his father, Li Tiangang, seated in the main hall, and facing him, the figure of a young girl. The girl was talking with his father, her back turned to the entrance. She was dressed in a dark purple robe, exuding an air of mystery, like a fragrant and intense orchid in bloom. Even just her upright back seemed to radiate with the vibrancy of youth. At that moment, they seemed to be discussing something that brought smiles to Li Tiangang's face. His gaze was filled with warmth and affection. Reaching the doorway, Li Hao thought of the etiquette he had been forced to learn over the past month, and instead of entering directly, he stopped and called out from outside. Li Tiangang looked toward Li Hao and, at the same time, the girl with her back to the entrance turned around. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes as clear as bright streams, and her delicate face was softly illuminated, her skin white as jade. Li Hao stared for a moment before his eyes widened in surprise. "Cher, brother Hao." The girl recognized Li Hao as well, the past memories rising in her mind. She broke into a radiant smile and called out to him with a crisp voice. Li Hao finally confirmed that the girl before him was the little miss he hadn't seen for 8 years, the little tail that used to follow him around. He stepped forward quickly, looking her up and down with astonishment. In the 8 years they had not seen each other, the little girl who used to cry at the smallest thing had grown into a young lady. And not only that, she was beautiful and delicate, as though crafted with care. "You've grown up so much," Li Hao couldn't help but utter a remark full of amazement. The girl was indeed Bian Rushui. She stood up from her chair with graceful movements and smiled. "Brother Hao, you've grown a lot taller too." Of course, Li Hao laughed and said, "Why didn't you say something before coming back? Have you eaten yet? Let me tell you, my cooking skills have improved a lot. In a few months, I can fatten you up into a little fatty." Bian Rushui's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Brother Hao still likes to joke around. Who told you to be such a crybaby? I definitely have to tease you." "I'm not a puppy." Li Hao laughed heartily, then asked, "How is it going with your swordsmanship training over there? Did anyone bully you?" Bian Rushui smiled and shook her head. "Master and my senior brothers and sisters are very nice to me, nobody bullies me."
"That's good. And what about you, brother Hao? Have you been well these years?"
Bian Rushui asked, her eyes intently gazing at Li Hao. Li Hao grinned and said, "Of course, I've been great. Don't you know who I am? I am the one who bullies others. Nobody can bully me. My days are filled with eating and drinking, incredibly joyful." Li Tiangang listened and frowned slightly, sighing softly to himself. Bian Rushui glanced at Li Hao and said softly, "Brother Hao, stop joking around." Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang's face turned stern as he said, "Hao, be serious. Cher has just come back, you're not allowed to bully her." All right, all right, all right." Li Hao smiled helplessly. Bian Rushui immediately turned to Li Tiangang and said, "Uncle, brother Hao never bullies me." Li Tiangang looked at her, a smile appearing on his face. "Cher, you're just too soft-hearted. Don't worry, now that I'm back, if Hao dares to bully you, just come to me, and I'll stand up for you. When your father entrusted you to me, I promised to take good care of you. I will never let you suffer any grievances in our Li family." "Thank you, uncle." Bian Rushui smiled and bowed slightly in thanks. Then, she looked at Li Hao in front of her and noticed that the smile on his face seemed suddenly less bright. She didn't think much of it and said to Li Tiangang, "Uncle, I'd like to go for a walk with brother Hao and have a chat alone." "Go ahead, you too," Li Tiangang said with a nod and a smile. Bian Rushui bowed slightly again, then said to Li Hao, "Brother Hao, shall we go? I haven't been back in a long time, would you accompany me for a walk outside?" Li Hao nodded, then, as if thinking of something, turned to look at his father who was seated higher up. "I'll take Cher out for a walk?" Li Tiangang nodded and said, "With Cher by your side, I am at ease. Spend some good time with her in the upcoming days." The corners of Li Hao's mouth twitched slightly, then he turned and took hold of Bian Rushui's hand, saying, "Let's go. I'll show you around the city. There's not a single delicious spot in Qingzhou City that I don't know about." Her tender wrist that was grabbed gave a slight struggle as if startled, but quickly relaxed, allowing Li Hao to lead her. After watching them leave, Li Tiangang sighed softly. "Hao has been living a rather good life despite not having us around these years. It's a pity no one has been disciplining him, he's become too wild." Zhao opened his mouth slightly but then closed it again without saying anything. Li Tiangang's gaze softened. Fortunately, Cher is well-mannered and sensible. Having her by his side can somewhat restrain him. I feel more at ease now. That boy is fortunate to have Cher in his life. Once they left the Divine General Mansion, Li Hao took the girl beside him and headed straight for the bustling district nearby. Brother Hao, I just found out that uncle only returned recently. Bian Rushui let Li Hao lead her without struggling, only her cheeks blushing while she glanced from time to time at the side of Li Hao's face. After I left, were you all alone? Li Hao smiled and said, silly girl, still as naive as when you were a kid. The mountain and river courtyard is so large, and with so many house servants and maids, how could I be alone? House servants and maids are different. Brother Hao would never confide his inner thoughts to them, Bian Rushui said. Then let's not talk about it, Li Hao said with a laugh. Bian Rushui paused, then asked, will it be uncomfortable not to talk? I'm used to it. Li Hao brought Bian Rushui to a sugar painting stall. Want some candy? Bian Rushui glanced at it and shook her head slightly. Brother Hao, I've already grown up. You're only 14 and saying you're grown up, then by 20, won't you be old? Seeing that she didn't want candy, Li Hao continued to take her around. They came across a toy stall on the road and he bought her a metal frog. With a gentle press, it could keep hopping forward, a product under the command of the Qinji sect. The two of them strolled and chatted. Li Hao asked about her life on the mountain these years, and Bian Rushui also asked about Li Hao's days in the courtyard. When it was time for dinner, Li Hao found a restaurant and they continued to talk while eating. After 8 years of not seeing each other, there was a lot to talk about. It started off a bit awkward, but later Li Hao seemed to find the feeling of his childhood again. When did you come down from the mountain? A month ago, said Bian Rushui. Li Hao was surprised. Then why have you only just returned? I heard that some strange occurrences were happening somewhere, so I went to check it out. It turned out that the Mo River had seeped through, destroying an entire village, explained Bian Rushui. Li Hao nodded. And what happened after that? I tried several times, but unfortunately, I could only destroy it, I couldn't get through. Li Hao smiled. Destroying it is still good. At least that can make it disappear for a while. Bian Rushui sighed slightly and nodded. That's true. Li Hao noticed the sword that never left her side and asked, how has your swordsmanship improved over these years under the Sword Saint? Bian Rushui was slightly stunned, then fell silent for a moment before saying, it's all right, I guess. Seeing her reaction, Li Hao couldn't help but laugh. What, did you get criticized for not practicing well? Why else would you get so down when swords are mentioned? Bian Rushui shook her head slightly, set the sword aside, and said, Brother Hao, let's not talk about swords. I only found out after returning that you're about to become the Li family's true dragon. Along the way, I heard that someone else wants to compete against you. Are you confident? What do you think? Li Hao asked. Seeing Li Hao so relaxed, Bian Rushui immediately said, I think you are. I think so too. Li Hao smiled and served her some dishes. Speaking of which, I saw quite a few important figures heading towards Qingzhou on the road. I heard that the competition for the true dragon requires considering one's connections. Bian Rushui said, Brother Hao, do you want me to call my master and the others down to support you? Connections are just a minor aspect. They don't count for much. The choice of the Li family's true dragon can't be influenced by outsiders, Li Hao said with a laugh. Bian Rushui thought it made sense and said, all right then. If there's anything you need me to do, Brother Hao, you must tell me. There is actually something I need you to do. What? Bian Rushui was startled. I'm full. You finish the rest. Don't waste food, Li Hao said with a content burp, leaning back in his chair comfortably. Bian Rushui was momentarily speechless. In the following days, Li Hao stepped out of the Divine General Mansion, leisurely strolling through Qingzhou City with Bian Rushui. He took her to taste delicious foods, watch grand operas, and listen to storytelling. They also went to a nearby lake outside the city, where he caught dragonflies and butterflies for her, and pressed them into a specimen book using the pages of a sword manual as a gift for her. Although both were no ordinary people, doing these ordinary things, their faces were still filled with smiles. During their jaunt in the countryside, Li Hao brought paper, brushes, and rolls of canvas, and painted numerous portraits for Bian Rushui, with varied backgrounds and perspectives, totaling over 100 pieces, which almost exhausted his painting experience. But painting for her, Li Hao wasn't doing it for the experience. On the outskirts of the city, not at the Blackwater Demon Lake where the second master Li Musho took Li Hao, but by the bank of another, smaller demon lake. Li Hao brought a fishing rod to fish, while Bian Rushui sat by his side, with the little white fox Xiao Ru lying in the girl's arms, playfully frolicking with her. When tired from playing, the girl would rest her cheeks on her small hands and quietly watch Li Hao fish. Seeing the young man gaze intently at the float, his serious demeanor was just like when he was a child, and it made her smile subtly. An image of that childhood courtyard seemed to appear before Bian Rushui's eyes. In that courtyard, as she practiced swordsmanship, she would hear from a nearby pavilion the youthful, unweathered voice. "Ah, Uncle Lin, you've placed it in the wrong spot again. The pieces aren't supposed to go inside the squares, they belong on the intersecting lines. You've lost again, Uncle Lin." Every time she grew tired from practicing swordplay, she would look up at the pavilion, and finding the boy there brought her peace. The cheerful laughter seemed like only yesterday, still resounding clearly in her ears at this moment. The young man's gaze was fixed on the lake's float, while the girl's gaze was fixed on the young man's profile, both seemingly lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, the float moved. The young man yanked the fishing rod fiercely, as if drawing a curved bow to its full extent, and quickly, a demon fish from the Power Passage realm was pulled ashore. For such demons below the Soul Succession realm, one could fish using rods and special lines made from tough metals. Brother Hao is amazing. The girl, regaining her senses, clapped her hands and cheered joyfully. Li Hao smiled, killed the demon fish with a snap of his fingers, tossing it aside, and seeing that it was getting dark, he reeled in his rod, pulling up a basket from the water containing several ordinary fish. He released them without much thought. After packing up his seat and stool used for fishing, he called over the little white fox, and said to Bian Rushui, "Let's go home." "Okay." Bian Rushui nodded with a smile. Everything was carried by Li Hao, and with her hands behind her back, she walked with a lively skip, following behind Li Hao. The mountainous smoke of evening cooking fires had just started, and the couple by the lake also headed home. Their steps back were not hurried. Passing by the fields and villages, they came across a field of melons. Only a single earth dog guarded the melon field, and Li Hao, with a smile, had Xiao Ru distract the dog while he stole a watermelon from another part. Holding the watermelon, he ran. Once a good distance away, he casually tossed down a couple of silver coins into the melon pit. At a distant hillside, Li Hao knocked open the large melon, and its bright red flesh was revealed. He handed half to the young girl. Li Hao had no such formalities. He simply buried his head and started munching away, juice spilling everywhere. But Bian Rushui was much more graceful and ladylike. With a light touch of her fingers on the hilt, the blade slid from the sheath, and with a flash of silver light, the watermelon was cut into several crescent-shaped pieces. She handed a piece to Li Hao, and he started eating it as well. "Days like this are so comfortable," said Li Hao, sitting on the hillside, his palms pressed against the ground behind him, looking into the distance as the setting sun fell, its afterglow reaching the ends of the earth. Hearing Li Hao's words, Bian Rushui paused slightly in her melon eating, then smiled and said, "Yes, they are." Li Hao chuckled, finishing off his half of the melon while Bian Rushui shared hers with the little white fox. After they had all eaten, they went home together. Seeing that Li Hao and Bian Rushui had returned late, with mud on their trousers and bootlegs, Li Tiangang said to Li Hao, "Take Xier to nicer places to play, don't always go to those dirty, messy places. And this fishing rod, you go fishing, but what about Xier? Won't she get bored? You should consider more for others." Li Hao listened expressionlessly, seeming to smile for a moment. He nodded and murmured an acknowledgement before turning away. Bian Rushui hastily said to Li Tiangang, "Uncle, it was actually me who wanted to watch Hao fish. He's really good at it, and he likes fishing, I can tell." Li Tiangang was very fond and affectionate towards this future daughter-in-law. His gaze softened as he said, "I know he likes it, but since you rarely come back, you can't always indulge him, always accompany him. If one day I'm not here, if you keep being so soft-hearted, you'll suffer." "Uncle, don't talk like that, you won't have anything wrong with you," Bian Rushui hurriedly said. Li Tiangang smiled and replied, "Good girl, Xier, don't worry about me. You should think more for yourself." Bian Rushui was momentarily stunned, then nodded, "I will." Another few days passed. Li Hao continued to accompany Bian Rushui around the city. As luck would have it, a temple fair was being held on the west side of the city, and they went there to enjoy themselves, watching fireworks resembling silver trees, street performers showing mortal skills, and shadow puppet plays. The temple fair was about to end, yet the pair still felt unsatisfied. Li Hao carried an armful of things they had bought and had not brought any trusted aides to wait on them so that he and Shaer could be at ease. "Are you happy?" Sitting on a stone by the roadside, shoulder to shoulder, watching the sunset beyond the city walls, Li Hao asked with a smile. "Happy." Bian Rushui's eyes brimmed with laughter. Li Hao turned his head, gazing at her profile, and had to admit that traces of her childhood features were still there, only they had changed somewhat, ultimately because she had grown up and matured. And she had become even more beautiful and splendid. But as beautiful as brilliance is, it comes at a cost. Like a meteor, so splendid, yet it vanishes in an instant, burning up its entire life. Li Hao watched quietly, and the two of them simply sat there in peaceful silence. A moment later, Li Hao said, "Do you want days like this to continue forever?" Bian Rushui was startled, turned her head, and looked at Li Hao. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze, there lingered many unsaid things. Bian Rushui slowly turned her head back, a relaxed smile on her face, and said, "Of course, I do." "Really?" Li Hao asked, his eyes briefly flickering to the sword in her hand. Inseparable companions. Bian Rushui's smile slightly faded, and at that moment, she seemed to understand that Li Hao had noticed something. She couldn't help but sigh deeply in her heart. "Brother Hao, I might let you down." Bian Rushui turned her head, once again fixing her gaze on Li Hao, the easy smile gone from her face, replaced by lightly furrowed brows, a touch of sorrow and helplessness evident. Li Hao fell silent, the flicker of hope in his heart slowly sinking with her words. Seeing Li Hao silent, Bian Rushui's floodgates of speech seemed to suddenly open. After a sigh, she lowered her head and spoke to herself. "I know you've been so good to me, Brother Hao. There's no way I can repay your kindness to me. But I want to see for myself, to try for myself. I want to see the view from the pinnacle of swordsmanship, to see if I can reach the summit." As the girl spoke of the sword, her somewhat subdued, soft voice contained an unwavering firmness. Li Hao's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak. He just watched the girl bow her head silently. At this moment, beyond the familiar contours of her face, Li Hao also saw something else that was familiar. That was the gaze of countless geniuses rushing for glory, eyes that chased after their pursuit like moths to a flame. "Actually, once you've seen that view, you'll realize that an ordinary life like what we have now is the happiest," Li Hao said softly, as if sighing. Was the joy of these past few days not enough to compete with that sword-obsessed heart? Bian Rushui looked up at the setting sun and said, "Maybe, but if I don't look, I fear I'll never be content. I want to see the ultimate in swordsmanship. I also want to see the ultimate sword technique that Master spoke of, the mighty power of the Sword of the Gods." Sword of the Gods, huh? Li Hao shook his head and smiled. Countless swordsmen have existed in the world, and for many years, there has been such a legend. There are myriad forms of swordsmanship, a plethora of schools and sword movements, which have evolved to extreme complexity. But these are not the zenith of swordsmanship. The ultimate in swordsmanship is known as the Sword of the Gods. No one knows the stance in which that sword is drawn, no one knows how that sword cleaves or thrusts. Nor does anyone know if that sword truly exists, but it is widely believed that if one can comprehend such a sword, one can slay gods, sever spirits, vanquish demons, suppress devils, cut down all in this world, shatter sun and moon, and fill the seas. Such a sword is the ultimate pursuit, the ultimate goal of all swordsmen in the world. Li Hao, while at Listening Rain Tower, had read through many Grand Masters' deeds, even those of past sword saints, and saw records showing that they sparred, fought, and exchanged views to comprehend this sword technique. Stories of the Sword of the Gods were most widespread and fervent 800 years ago, a time when sword cultivators were most obsessed and crazed. But later, the talk gradually died down, since to this day no one has understood it, and so, it became mere legend. After a topic has been talked about for hundreds of years, people will grow tired of it, and nobody is discussing or exploring it anymore. Unexpectedly, the girl before him actually harbored such a thought, such a wish. Was it instilled by that wretched old man? Li Hao thought of the old man who had rebuffed him. Initially, he had felt neither fondness nor aversion toward him, but now, he felt a twinge of anger. "Is this what your master taught you?" Li Hao asked. Noticing the slight emphasis in the young man's tone, Bian Rushui's expression changed subtly. She glanced at Li Hao, then shook her head. "No, master just mentioned it in passing. It is what he pursues, but he never forced us. it's merely the path I want to seek for myself. Is that so? Li Hao's anger subsided, and he said, if you practice swordsmanship, I can accompany you. Moreover, I can teach you. Bian Rushui couldn't help but think of the days in the courtyard when they were younger. She sighed inwardly. Today was no longer like the past. The sword of the gods has no patterns, no records, it's just legend, impossible to teach. Maybe when someone truly wields that sword, then its form will become clear. Bian Rushui said softly, I know you also wield a sword, but this swordsmanship is a path. Even my master cannot teach it. Only by spending one's life to comprehend and explore might one glimpse a fraction of it. Li Hao was silent. Indeed, with a sword saint as her master, he needn't offer to teach her. He looked at the girl, locking eyes with her. Have you truly given your heart entirely to the sword? Swordsmanship can become an obsession, but there is still some distance between obsession and madness. Only those who truly love the sword could go so far. Bian Rushui met Li Hao's gaze without flinching, her heart unwilling to hide or run away when it came to the sword. Yes, that's why I want to go and see, but what if you can't find it? That's why I want to try. Countless swordsmen have pursued it in vain. It's just a legend, unachievable. Are you willing to give up the happiness that's currently within your grasp for such an ethereal legend? Li Hao looked at the girl before him, somewhat unable to comprehend. He had mastered many arts, but never with such obsession. Bian Rushui fell silent for a moment before saying, if I don't try to climb once, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Li Hao couldn't help but smile and then let out a sigh. All the infatuated men and resentful women in the world, all the gratitude and grudges, aren't they all because of this unwillingness to let go? But after all, flowers may bloom again, but man will never return to his youth. Li Hao sighed and asked, what was your original plan? Bian Rushui, seeing Li Hao's continuous sighs, showed a trace of reluctance in her eyes, but still bit her lip and said, in my sect, there are two choices. The mundane world and the path of the sword. Actually, it's possible to choose both and take care of both, but by doing so, it's still considered choosing the mundane world. Because the path of the sword is pure, it's singular. Only by being singular can one reach the pinnacle. She said, in a distant tone, after descending the mountain this time, I had already made my decision. I planned to come to accompany you first, and then continue to hone my swordsmanship. And in the future. Her voice softened as she spoke, her cheeks suddenly flushed a bit as she sneaked a glance at Li Hao. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she quickly turned her head away. And in the future, when Brother Hao you wish to settle down and start a family, I will come back and marry you and bear children. When Li Hao heard this, all he felt inside was a deep sigh, because he knew that she hadn't finished speaking. And then, he asked. Then, I will continue to pursue my path of the sword, said Bian Rushui, her rosy cheeks gradually fading as she spoke earnestly. Li Hao understood her intentions and said, but getting married and having children will delay a year of your time. In this way, it won't be true wholehearted dedication to the pinnacle. Bian Rushui nodded. She knew this all too well. If she truly wished to pursue the ultimate path, the best way would be to cut ties with Li Hao completely. From then on, to be accompanied only by the sword. However, the childhood memories made it impossible for her to sever the connection. The debt of gratitude was too heavy, too large. She understood that without Li Hao's help back then, she might not even have the chance to pursue the path of the sword, nor would it have been possible to become an apprentice to the sword saint. The Li family provided her with the highest quality foundation establishment elixirs and the finest exotic blood to shape her sinews and bones. Li Hao even used the most extreme precious blood, derived from the 3,000-year-old demon corpse that Li Tian Gang had slain at the border, for her blood melting. Only in this way was she shaped into a supreme 9th-grade talent. Only then did she have the opportunity to pursue that path of the sword. How could such a favor be forgotten? If forgotten, her heart would be incomplete, and so would her sword. How could she then ascend to the peak, to become the ultimate swordsman? Therefore, even with such a deficiency, even with the delay of a year, she was willing. Giving birth to a child for Li Hao was her heart's desire, the only way she felt she could repay him. Have you already decided? Li Hao looked at her. I have decided, Bian Rushui said seriously. Li Hao's mouth twitched slightly, knowing that persuasion was futile. She had already given her whole heart to the sword. He couldn't help but sigh again, finding it a bit amusing. In that courtyard, 4 years of being accompanied by wind and snow turned out to be less compelling than her 8 years with the sword. Indeed, perhaps in terms of time, he only had half. How could he compete with that? But he was alive, and the sword was not. He thought of that courtyard at night and the bright Milky Way in the dark night. He thought of the first time he saw the little girl crying, consoling her heart, wounded by the loss of her father. He remembered the sunny day when two small hands made a pinky promise in the courtyard. You must be obedient, just stay here, no matter where I go, I will always come back. Pinky promise. No changing, you said it, whoever changes is a puppy. All right. Who could have predicted that the child, who casually placated with patronizing laughter that day, was actually giving her true heart? Those letters sent from the sword cottage in the south were like ellipses after a vow, an ongoing story. Yet, in the courtyard, someone was still waiting for the spring breeze to come, and the girl far away, 9,000 miles distant, had already entrusted her heart to the sword. Li Hao had never expected that the little girl who departed with her master that day would truly go so far away. Perhaps he was too happy that day, mistaking that farewell for a promise. Li Hao also thought of that day years ago by the lake, fishing, when second master Li Musho, seeing the unparalleled natural talent of the youngster, couldn't restrain himself from imparting his unique peerless technique. Half-step invincible fist. The old man asked after teaching, do you know why my fist technique is only called half-step? The boy guessed, could it be that second master, you have only created half of it? The old man laughed and shook his head, the world's people all think so, but it's actually not the case. This half-step is the complete version. The boy asked, then why call it half-step? The old man said, because only half-step can be invincible. The boy didn't understand. The old man continued, because people, if they take full steps, they tend to overdo it and cannot easily stop. Once the enemy dodges, they fall into a dilemma. Life is like this too. Don't be too serious, or else it's hard to reign in one's heart. Don't be too serious, or else it's hard to reign in one's heart. Only now did Li Hao savor the lesson. The half-step was about understanding, not a literal half-step. The fist is the same, so is life. Otherwise, one is bound to expose one's weakness. Li Hao looked up at the afterglow of the setting sun and finally let out a long sigh. Bian Rushui felt a slight tremor at the tip of her heart when she heard Li Hao's sigh, as if she sensed something had been lost. She gripped the sword in her hand a little tighter, but then gently released it. Perhaps this was the outcome she had anticipated all along, so why should she feel sorrow or distress now? She collected her emotions and looked up at the youth in front of her, bright as stars and the gleaming moon, and asked with feigned ease, when did you become aware of it? Li Hao slowly withdrew his gaze, looking at the girl's cheeks that smiled like the evening glow, beautiful enough to bewitch, yet his eyes smiled without lingering, saying, perhaps from a long, long time ago. A long time ago. Bian Rushui was taken aback and then looked at Li Hao with confusion. Why? Li Hao smiled without explanation. The contents of the letters behind, as well as the frequency of mailing them, were enough to illustrate a few things, for humans are emotive creatures and naturally keen on feelings. Including the fact that this time he descended from the mountain, he did not head directly to Li residence but first attempted to conquer Mo River. Once Mo River was infiltrated, the villages destroyed, civilians trapped in it were certain to die. Whether it was conquered sooner or later made no difference, it all depended on the mood at the time. This time you returned home, I took you everywhere in Qingzhou, were you truly happy? Li Hao asked. Bian Rushui nodded slightly, happy, that's good. Li Hao too nodded and then smiled, but there was something slightly lacking in that smile. She was truly happy, yet it still could not retrieve the heart that had already galloped away. Half step by half step. Why did she step a little too far? Li Hao shook his head and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Bian Rushui inquired. Li Hao's gaze fell on the sunset glow, saying, I laugh because the scenery is beautiful, but alas, the world is bustling, with people hurrying along the streets. Who has the leisure to stop and look up? Bian Rushui fell silent for a moment. She knew Li Hao wasn't speaking about the passers-by, but her. So, she spoke up for the passers-by. Maybe they are busy with life, busy with their dreams. The word, dream, brother Hao, it was you who taught me that. Li Hao couldn't help but laugh heartily, suddenly standing up as if filled with boundless spirit. You're right. But then he added, however, if one really wants, they could manage the effort to look up for a moment. It all depends on whether they're willing. And what's the point of that? Of course, there's a point. Isn't the purpose of life just for that moment of looking up? It seemed both took the conversation seriously for a moment, then fell silent again. Time passed without knowing how long. Li Hao's face had now put away all emotions, looking slightly tired. I am a bit worn out from today's stroll, you should go back first. After a moment of silence, Bian Rushui nodded lightly and stood up, saying, it's getting late, they'll be having dinner in the courtyard. You should come back soon so uncle doesn't wait too long. Li Hao's lips curled slightly. I've waited for him for 14 years, what's a little longer for him to wait for me? Bian Rushui looked startled, her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but then realized she had nothing to say. A sudden, inexplicable pang of sadness struck the depth of her heart. This was something she never felt while practicing swordsmanship. When she trained with her sword, she was pure, but now she was not. Bian Rushui left first, and Li Hao, with his arms full of snacks and trifles bought while wandering the temple fair, sat in place. Looking at the items in his hands, since the girl didn't take anything away, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If she truly liked them, wouldn't she have taken them with her? She only carried that sword, and with her own self, left like a whiff of breeze. Does the sword really hold that much allure? Li Hao looked up at the sky and mused, if he ever had the chance to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he might climb up there and see for himself. To see just how many bones of swordsmen lie buried beneath that cliff. And atop that ultimate peak, whether there indeed exists that divine sword. The sunset too was stained red, like a weeping blood orange peel. Today's sun was about to set. Li Hao returned with his arms full of food and drink. As he passed through the bustling district, the streets were already brightly lit. The streets were lively with pedestrians, servants led tall horses, and the carriages behind them rumbled unremarkably along. All those leading horses possessed the power of the soul succession realm, truly a bustling scene. Li Hao's lips curved into a slight smile. With the Li family approaching the true dragon era, Qingzhou City was already teeming with undercurrents. In recent days, he had seen many figures wearing clothes from other states flow into the city. While dining in restaurants, the conversations he overheard were all related, including discussions about some third-ranked official who had also come to Qingzhou City to cheer on his nephew. To Li Hao's knowledge, his own mother didn't seem to have any clan relations. His grandmother had said that his mother was born into a small family, which was later wiped out by demons. She met his father, Li Tiangong, who helped her, and the two of them became acquainted and eventually tied the knot. These figures hurrying to Qingzhou were obviously the doing of his second mother, who still hadn't given up. All the better. Li Hao chuckled softly, unconcerned, silently counting down the days and looking forward to the arrival of that day. Passing by a lively riverbank and bridge, Li Hao saw some people playing chess and stopped to watch for a moment. Since it was already late to return, he was in no hurry. Don't push. Why is a kid squeezing in here? Most of those who had the leisure to play or watch chess were middle-aged or older, and aside from Li Hao, there were also two young men in their 30s. When he managed to squeeze his way to the front of the chessboard, he saw that the game had reached the middle, yet the outcome was already clear. Li Hao took a quick glance and knew that the player with the white pieces was doomed to lose. Although the white pieces formed a jiaolong shape, their head and tail were trapped, with no way to retreat. Unless the white player had the daring to twist and turn aggressively, biting off an arm of the black pieces, there might have been a chance to win. But having been forced into such a checkmated position showed that the white player was already intimidated, and it was unlikely they possessed such audacity anymore. Li Hao shook his head slightly and looked at the player with the black pieces. The opponent was an old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair and beard, who was now smiling, gently shaking his folding fan, and stirring up an evening breeze. He serenely waited for his opponent to admit defeat. I've lost. The player of the white pieces put his pieces back into their case, admitting defeat in front of Li Hao with resignation. Ah, what a pity. Tisk tisk, there could have been hope in the move made earlier. Nonsense, it's clearly here that is. How come I feel like there's still a chance? Why concede? The crowd around the chessboard, who had been watching with furrowed brows, began to voice their opinions. Some lamented, some regretted the previous move for the losing player, and some didn't understand the resignation, feeling it was too hasty. The level of chess skill varied, and so did the perspectives on the situation. But the game was set, and this chess match had ended. Amid the discussion, suddenly carriages appeared crossing the bridge. Seeing the throng of people at the bridge, the leading groomsman shouted angrily, "Move aside, all of you move aside, stop blocking the way." His domineering attitude angered many, but upon seeing those jiaolong battle horses attached to the carriages, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly made way, daring not to obstruct.
Soon, the crowd parted, allowing the carriages through.
Upon seeing the chess stall by the road, the groomsmen shouted, "Scram, scram!" The onlookers who moved aside murmured among themselves. They commented that the groomsman, having been subservient in his master's household for so long, was now throwing his weight around unreasonably. Out of indignation, but powerless against greater force, the people around the chessboard hastily moved away, not daring to stay. Even though they were in the right. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left were Li Hao, the old black chess player, and also two young men in their 30s standing behind the old man. The black chess player continued to leisurely shake his folding fan, his gaze turned toward the evening breeze rustling the willows on the riverbank, as if he hadn't heard the noise and commotion around him. The two young men behind the old player had a flash of murderous intent in their eyes. One of them turned his head and gave the incoming groomsman a chilly look. "What are you looking at?" the groomsman shouted angrily, noticing that the few people remaining had an extraordinary presence and seemed to have some background. But even so, he was rude without restraint. Compared to the backgrounds of those in Deu, who could compare to his own master? "If you don't want your family to suffer, get out of here. Do you know who the lord sitting in the carriage behind me is?" One of the young men suddenly stepped forward, appearing in front of the groomsman with the speed of teleportation, and delivered a slap. The groomsman's head twisted to the side, his neck broken, and he died on the spot. The crowd, previously driven off, was shocked by this sight and cried out in alarm. Some muttered satisfaction, thinking the evil groomsman got his just deserts and felt avenged. Others felt that although the groomsman was odious, the punishment of death was too harsh. And they started to feel sympathy for him. But without giving the groomsman a second glance, the young man lifted the carriage curtain and stepped inside. Cries of alarm came from within the carriage, where a richly dressed, corpulent old man sat, seemingly unprepared for someone to burst in so abruptly. There were also women inside who began to cry out, wanting to scold, but the cold, stern gaze of the young man silenced them, turning their faces deathly pale as if the mere act of speaking would result in instant death at the hands of this warrior. "Apologize, kneel, and then scram," said the young man, totaling 8 words. The corpulent old man trembled with a mix of fear and rage, saying, "Do you know who I am? I'm acquainted with the king of Yan, Your head may have someone above you." The young man coldly interrupted, "But above our master's head, there is no one left. Say one more word, and none of you will leave." A chilling murder intent filled the carriage, terrifying the women so much they wanted to cry but couldn't, instead cowering and trembling. The old man's face turned as unsightly as a pig's liver, and despite all the power at his command, he found himself in a hostile land. A commoner's wrath could cause blood to spatter within 5 steps, and there was no distinction between princes and commoners. He could only grit his teeth, slap himself, and then kneel down, enduring the humiliation. Seeing this, the young man withdrew in 1 step, leaving the carriage and casually slapped the haunch of the Jiao blood warhorse. This horse was originally vicious and difficult to tame, but under the young man's slap, it reacted as if frightened, galloping off and causing pedestrians by the roadside to shout in alarm. But in the end, with no one to control it, the horse didn't run far before heading towards the river, seemingly in a panicked, indiscriminate rush, and crashed into the water, dragging the carriage along with it. A splash as it hit the water attracted many onlookers from a distance. Yet the young man, as if he had done nothing, quietly returned to the old man's side, his expression calm, as if he had always been standing there without having moved at all. The elderly man seemed somewhat disheartened, his gaze returning from the river. He sighed, "What a pity for this river's autumn water." Saying so, he was about to stand up and leave, but as his gaze swept over, he saw a young man standing still by his side, who had picked up a chess piece from the chess case. From beginning to end, Li Hao's gaze had not drifted towards the overbearing coachman or the carriage. In Qingzhou City, he had no need to bow down to anyone. Unless it was in that mansion. At this moment, he picked up the white pieces from the chess case, one after another, 3. He played with them as if amusing himself, placing these white pieces one by one in a certain position, forming lines and creating a momentum. The momentum became a dragon's claw, tearing a bloody gap in the original set of black pieces. His action wasn't intended to continue the game, for the outcome had already been determined, and this wasn't his game. It was simply that today, he simply didn't want to see such oppressive and dull things anymore. Thus, he sketched a stroke for it. The elderly man slightly raised his eyebrows, glanced at the move on the chessboard, and suddenly paused, seemingly taken aback. The two young men standing behind the elderly man, dressed in ordinary plain clothes, changed their facial expressions. The previously active young man seemed ready to act, to teach Li Hao a lesson, but was stopped by the folding fan the elderly man raised. "Young friend, do you also know chess?" The elderly man showed a smile. "A little." Li Hao finished placing the chess pieces and felt somewhat relieved. "Seeing the position of your moves, they are indeed exquisite and show a young man's ardor." "Not bad," praised the elderly man. "Youth has its own folly," Li Hao said indifferently. "Senior, please forgive me." The elderly man silently repeated Li Hao's words and couldn't help showing a smile. "Since you understand chess, why don't you sit down and have a game with me?" Li Hao looked at the chessboard and thought for a moment. Okay. By now, the surrounding onlookers of the chess game had all left, leaving only the four of them under the weeping willows. Li Hao put aside the various snacks and toys he had been holding onto the grass and took his seat. The elderly man glanced at them and smiled inwardly, still a young boy at heart. But as Li Hao moved the items aside, revealing his embroidered clothes, the elderly man's eyes fell on the jade swinging at Li Hao's waist. His pupils narrowed slightly. The two young men behind him also noticed this young man might have some background, based on his unusual performance. They also noticed the dragon blood jade at the young man's waist, and their pupils contracted. "Senior, please begin," Li Hao said. The elderly man snapped back to reality with a smile, not expecting the chance encounter would let him see that child from years past. He began the game with a smile. Soon, the pieces were put down in order, and Li Hao took white and played after. The onlookers who had retreated far away didn't dare to come close again, fearing trouble. Moreover, one of the youths behind the elderly man had just revealed a remarkable move, seemingly no ordinary individual, so they all kept their distance to avoid unnecessary trouble. More passers-by were attracted by the commotion of the horse and carriage falling into the water in the distance, with many throwing ropes to attempt a rescue. Meanwhile, on Li Hao's side, the black and white pieces on the chessboard were already clashing fiercely. With the initial layout over, the game moved into a series of aggressive attacks. Li Hao's moves were merciless, all killing blows, even more ferocious and fierce than usual. The elderly man was playing slower and slower. The folding fan that had been lightly swaying at first was now put away without notice. Each move was made with furrowed brows and careful consideration. But the young man was precise and ruthless, with an aggressive and overwhelming momentum. The elderly man's expression grew more solemn, his full attention on the game. The two young men behind him also showed a change in their expressions, glancing at the young man. A moment later, the winner on the chessboard was clear. The elderly man's face darkened, obviously not expecting to lose, especially so disastrously. He had not lost in many years. The two young men behind him showed anger in their eyes, staring coldly at the young man. It seemed as if they would strike in an instant, ready to take out the young man as soon as the elderly man gave the sign. Li Hao seemed aware and glanced up but wasn't concerned. If they truly started a fight, he was not afraid. The elderly man stared at the chessboard for a long time, then spoke slowly. "Let's play another round." Li Hao, having withdrawn, said indifferently, "Even if we play again, you will lose." The elderly man was slightly taken aback, for no one had ever dared to speak to him with such disregard. But seeing that the young man hadn't intended to be disrespectful, he took a deep breath, calming the anger in his heart, and said, "Let's play another round, and if you win again, I will give you a small gift." "I lack nothing," replied Li Hao, but after saying so, he chuckled. The elderly man smiled and said, "You will definitely like what I am offering." "That's not a certainty," Li Hao replied indifferently. "Moreover, if I win again, I worry that your attendants may feel compelled to intervene." The two young men's faces changed slightly, their eyes coldly fixating on Li Hao. However, the elderly man waved his fan and said with a smile to Li Hao, "They are ignorant, don't mind them. If they have displeased you, I apologize on their behalf." Hearing these words, the complexions of the two youths changed, revealing shock in their eyes. The old master actually apologized? Even though they could only see his back, under that kind voice, they felt an aura of majesty emanating, and both were keen-edged in their gaze, not daring to show any more killing intent. Li Hao was surprised and looked at the old master, seeing his eyes sincere and gentle, indeed heartfelt. "Fine then." Li Hao agreed. Thinking that the fight just now was indeed a bit too fierce, it wasn't worth venting that anger on the other party. Soon, the second game of chess began. This time, Li Hao's moves were much gentler, with give and take from both sides. The elder playing the black pieces also wasn't as tense as before, even engaging in idle chatter while playing. Tell me, at such a young age, why do you immerse yourself in chess Dao instead of joining the military on the frontier, or training hard in martial arts to seek fame and fortune? Fame and wealth are but dust, glory and riches are also clouds. Li Hao played a piece casually, saying, the ultimate goal of life is nothing more than to have enough to eat and wear. It seems I was lucky to be born with no worries about food and clothing, so why bother with the effort? HMPH, no ambition. A youth standing behind the elder playing the black pieces couldn't help but snort coldly. Li Hao glanced up and said, you think you're ambitious just by being a bodyguard? The elder was surprised and looked at Li Hao. This didn't sound like the words of a young man, but rather like the mindset of an old man who had washed away the superficiality of life and experienced the vicissitudes of the world. But just a moment ago, the young man was still able to express the wild pride of youth. The youth should carry the ambition to soar above the clouds, one day sweeping across 19 provinces. The elder playing the black pieces said with interest, don't you wish to see the view from the mountain peak? What's there to see? It's just the human world. Li Hao said offhandedly, some people's journeys are the starry seas, whereas I only wish for poetry, wine, and pastoral life. Everyone has their own aspirations. The elder was taken aback, even pausing with his move. He looked intently at the young man, and his sealed heart seemed to feel a sense of release. Yet the youth behind the elder scoffed. You've never even been to the mountain peak. How would you know what the view is like up there, yet you dare make such bold claims? Li Hao frowned slightly, glanced at him, but didn't respond. Realizing what was happening, the elder's face turned stern and he said, Wah, apologize to the young master. What? The youth, as if he hadn't heard clearly, looked at the elder in disbelief, shocked. The old man is actually making me apologize. What is my status? My apologies, how many can bear them, and how many would dare to accept them? F.A. Old master, the elder playing the black pieces turned his head slightly to look at him. His gaze was as calm as the frost after heavy snowfall, yet it made the youth break out in a cold sweat in an instant. His complexion changed dramatically, sweat beading on his forehead as he quickly bent over, bowing to Li Hao. Young master, I was presumptuous and misspoke, please forgive me. Let it be. Li Hao waved it off. The elder playing the black pieces smiled slightly, then continued to play and chat, move by move. From fame to those who stir up the world, the elder asked the young man if he ever aspired to be one of them. The young man then asked, are they still alive? The elder thought about it and couldn't help but laugh in silence. The second game ended well. Li Hao won again, but this time he was much gentler in his approach, more pulling and tugging. It was indeed a match with both sides engaged. Li Hao felt that this old master's chess skills were slightly better than fifth master's, but compared to his own, there was still a gap. It's getting late, old master, till fate allows us to meet again. Li Hao stood up, picked up the meager prizes of jugglery and food that altogether didn't amount to more than a few ounces of silver, smiled at the old master and waved goodbye, then turned and left. I haven't given you your gift yet, the elder playing the black pieces promptly said. No need. The young man didn't look back, just waved his hand behind him. As I said, I lack nothing. The elder was taken aback and laughed to himself, murmuring, in this world, who truly lacks nothing? Humph, this is the renowned third generation of the Li family in Qingzhou. His cultivation level is indeed formidable. I can't even see through it, but a bit foolish. Watching the young man's retreating figure, the youth who had apologized earlier had a sullen look and scornfully said, that young man probably doesn't realize what a great opportunity he's just forsaken, does he? Ridiculous. Hearing his words, the elder playing the black pieces glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. Instead, he looked toward the street from which the young man had departed and sighed silently. If only this child were my son, how wonderful would that be? But that was just a passing thought. He shook his head, smiled, and said, this child's talent probably exceeds your imaginations. Only 14 years old and his skill in chess is already master level. Even if born with a natural affinity for chess Dao, it still requires some research. In 14 years, to study chess Dao to this level, and also cultivate to the 15 Li realm, that's quite terrifying. The two youths, upon hearing this, fell silent. They couldn't refute it, it was indeed so. A 14 Li realm at 14 years of age, a talent they themselves couldn't even hope to match. You're being too modest, His chess skills are only showcased on this small board, whereas your pieces, old master, are placed across this world. Another youth, with a slightly scholarly air, said smilingly. The elder chuckled upon hearing this. Although it was flattery, it couldn't prevent him from bursting into laughter. Feeling that the frustration of losing 2 games in a row seemed much more bearable now. Haha, indeed, however, if I meet this young man again, I must win back on the chessboard as well. He was not one to accept defeat easily. Having said that, he laughed heartily as he walked away towards the city gate. Old master, we've just arrived, and the real show hasn't even started yet. Don't you want to watch? I've already watched it. Very good, very good. The time in the small courtyard quietly slipped away. Since Li Hao and Bian Rushui returned from the temple fair that day, neither of them had gone out again, both quietly waiting for that day to arrive. On ordinary days, Bian Rushui practiced her swordsmanship in the courtyard, focusing only on her sword intent, and not her sword moves. Otherwise, the formidable might of her sword moves would likely sever the last hints of autumn in the courtyard. After finishing her sword dance, the girl turned her gaze back to the pavilion. But the pavilion was now empty, no longer housing the figure of the boy from before. In the girl's clear eyes, as pure as the first snow, an involuntary shade of sadness and despondency appeared, but only for a moment before she gathered herself and delved back into the cultivation of her sword intent. Meanwhile, in the Li family ancestral hall, Li Hao's figure appeared from time to time. He would find fifth master for a game of chess, or head to the listening rain tower to randomly pick up a book, and sit reading for an entire day. As the 2-month deadline drew near, only the last 10 days remained. On this day, Li Hao took out his sketchpad from his room by the pond, which he hadn't touched for half a month, planning to capture the final fallen leaves of late autumn. A figure ran into the courtyard. It was Li Yanzhao. Gasping for breath, he said to Li Hao, "Hao, Qianqin is looking for you." "Qianqin? It's Ren Qianqin, the one we went to Kongyu City with before," Li Yanzhao quickly added. Recalling the matter, Li Hao asked, "What does she want with me?" "She said her father agreed, and she wants to learn swordsmanship from you," Li Yanzhao immediately replied. Li Hao was slightly surprised to remember this. "How, do you agree? If you do, I'll go and call her over," Li Yanzhao asked, as he was only sent to relay the message. After some thought, Li Hao said, "All right, since she was so insistent, it wouldn't be good for him to refuse any longer." "Okay." Li Yanzhao grinned, saying, "She's just outside the mansion. I'll go bring her in now." Li Hao nodded. By the time he finished his painting with ink, Li Yanzhao had led the slender and beautiful Ren Qianqin over. The girl, holding a sword in her arms, didn't glance around excessively. She simply turned her gaze from side to side subtly, scrutinizing the divine general mansion that so many people envied and aspired to. Even as a grandmaster's daughter, well-traveled and knowledgeable, upon arriving here, Ren Qianqin couldn't help but reveal a hint of nervousness on her cheeks. From the entrance of the divine general mansion to the mountain and river courtyard was not a short distance. Along the way, there were elite guards with a natural air of solemnity stationed at regular intervals, and patrolling guards occasionally passed by. To say it was a mansion was an understatement. It was akin to a slightly smaller palace. On her journey here, Ren Qianqin had already seen several figures with a presence similar to her father's, and some even more profound and restrained than his. However, they lacked that detachment from worldly affairs and elegance, instead possessing a more reserved and deadly aura reminiscent of Blood Sea. This revelation startled her internally. These figures, who had transcended worldly bounds and could be called Grand Masters, seemed to be mere guards within the divine general mansion. "Hao, Qianqin is here," Li Yanzhao called out with a smile. By the pond, there was only Li Hao sitting alone. Ren Qianqin looked at this genius youth whose fame had spread like thunder through Qingzhou City in recent days, her eyes lighting up with admiration. Since the battle in Kongyu City, she had predicted that his renown would sweep through Qingzhou City. Yet, she didn't anticipate the fervor with which it actually happened. At this moment, she saw Li Hao clad in a white robe, exuding a natural aura of elegance, holding a brush, having just paused from his sketching. Ren Qianqin was surprised and taken aback, having thought that a talent like Li Hao would be relentlessly cultivating at every moment. Yet here he was, relaxed as ever. "I've thought it through," she said. Ren Qianqin collected her thoughts and straightened her posture a bit more, declaring, "I want to learn swordsmanship from you, the strongest swordsmanship of the Li family. I am willing to serve at your command for life." The corners of Li Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He, too, was before a child willing to give up everything for the sake of the sword. He let out a faint sigh in his heart and set his brush down on the edge of the inked stone. Then he turned in his chair to face the girl and asked seriously, "Have you really thought this through?" "I've thought it through." Ren Qianqin's eyes were solemn and resolute. "Your father agrees? He has consented," she replied. "Really?" Ren Qianqin nodded, clutching the sword tightly. "I want to transcend the Grand Master, to achieve immortality with my sword." Li Hao gave a faint smile and said, "What is immortality? After all, even a Grand Master is not free from the mortal coil, and immortality is not truly eternal. Once today is over, you will be a person of the Li family. You will never be able to leave, not even if you abandon your martial skills, because as long as you remember, you will not be allowed to go. Unless you die." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly became sharp as blades, piercing into the girl. "Can you really do it?" Ren Qianqin's heart trembled slightly as she instinctively wanted to step back in the face of Li Hao's intense gaze. The pressure was too overwhelming to bear. But as her heels started to lift, she stopped herself. If she couldn't even withstand the gaze of a peer her age, how could she talk of mastering the sword or achieving immortality with it? She took a deep breath, held her sword tighter, and gritted her teeth. I can do it." Li Hao looked deeply into her eyes, then withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Fine. From today onward, you are my sword attendant, bearer of my sword." Ren Qianqin's heart shook slightly, and she immediately nodded, "Thank you." "No need for thanks, it is simply an exchange of efforts," Li Hao said. "Later, I will take you to meet Zhao, and you will sign a servitude contract with him. You'll also familiarize yourself with the environment and rules of the Divine General Mansion." "Yes." Ren Qianqin nodded, then immediately asked, "When can I start learning swordsmanship?" Li Hao glanced at her and said, "I'll teach you one sword technique first. Reflect on it slowly, understand it slowly. If you don't understand, then ask." "Okay." Ren Qianqin's face lit up with joy, and then, seeing that Li Hao had no sword by his side, she quickly offered her own sword. "You can use mine." "No need." Li Hao turned around and picked up the brush that was resting on the inkstone table next to him. He then casually released a stream of sword qi. The sword qi skimmed over the surface of the pond, and the water parted on its own, the slash as clean as a severed waterfall. For a good few moments, the parted space only slowly healed, and where the sword qi had passed the end of the pond, it caused no disturbances, not harming even a single blade of grass or tree. Li Yanzhao and Ren Qianqin both stood there stunned, rooted to the spot. They could muster sword qi as well, but to flick it forth as easily as Li Hao did was something they did not even dare to dream of. Especially since this sword qi actually vanished without a trace, this effortless control left them dumbstruck. "Brother Hao." Li Yanzhao came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Brother Hao, I want to learn too." "The sword manual from Listening Rain Tower, go flip through it yourself." Li Hao glanced at him and said, "Come ask me when you don't understand." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Li Yanzhao's face broke into a joyful smile, and after bidding farewell to Li Hao, he scampered off. Yet Ren Qianqin was still staring at the edge of the pond, lost in a slight daze. Time flew by. In the following days, Li Hao continued to read in Listening Rain Tower, occasionally lost in thought in the courtyard. As for Ren Qianqin, Li Hao was not in a rush to teach her the swordsmanship of Listening Rain Tower, instead, letting her practice with a sword in the courtyard by herself. He would occasionally give pointers, identifying flaws in her swordsmanship, helping her gradually perfect her technique, moving towards an ultimate level of mastery. In the courtyard, Li Hao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at a withered, yellow, bare tree. Bian Rushui walked over, and on the other side of the tree, she saw a young girl practicing with a sword, which caused a brief flicker in her eyes. She had heard these past few days that the girl was Li Hao's sword attendant, the daughter of a grandmaster. However, even with the noble identity of a grandmaster's daughter, that was nothing rare in the Divine General Mansion. Bian Rushui could tell that the girl's swordsmanship was quite exquisite, but it still paled in comparison to her own. Thus, she didn't pay much more attention. After all, there were thousands of swordsmen in the world, with no small number who were masters of their craft. "Brother Hao, what are you looking at?" Seeing Li Hao gazing at a withered tree, Bian Rushui couldn't help but ask. The last vestige of autumn on the tree had already withered away. Li Hao's gaze sharpened as he said softly, "I am watching the wind." "The wind?" Bian Rushui looked around. There was wind in the world, but it could only be felt, so how could one see it? It's a shame the wind is too light, Li Hao said with a smile. So light that it cannot lift the tangled fallen leaves, let alone shake this tree. Bian Rushui paused for a moment, looking towards the barren tree. Indeed, she could feel the breeze against her face, which in the leafy sprout of spring would have revealed the wind's form as it swayed. But the season was now deep autumn. Suddenly, a thudding noise came from the ground. Immediately after, a multitude of horse hooves sounded from far to near, galloping past the courtyard outside. Bian Rushui was surprised. Riding horses within the mansion was not unusual, but who would ride in groups so recklessly and at such high speeds? Her divine soul flew out of her body, and from mid-air, she saw a group of figures wearing kasayas passing by on the road outside the mountain and river courtyard, heading towards a distant direction. That place was Shuiwa Courtyard, and the leader of the group was a middle-aged man draped in clean robes, with the solemn appearance of a bodhisattva. Aside from practicing swordsmanship in Jianlu, Bian Rushui, under the tutelage of other senior brothers, had learned about the renowned forces of the world, knowledge that would be useful when she eventually joined society. Understanding human relations and recognizing people and paths were even more important than swords and sabers in Zhonghu. And these people in front of her were from Mount Wuliang. The leader was dressed in the attire of a bodhisattva from Mount Wuliang. Bodhisattvas are powerful beings of the four stands realm, only second to the infinite Buddha Lord who has been revered for 1,000 years. Bian Rushui's expression changed slightly, and she soon noticed at the bodhisattva's side, a young figure riding shoulder to shoulder with him. The figure passed by hurriedly, but at that moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards Bian Rushui's divine soul, their eyes meeting. Bian Rushui immediately knew that he was the son of her second aunt, the very true dragon competitor for Li Hao this time. Li Changfeng. The horses were running fast, and the gaze was but a fleeting exchange. The youth had already turned back and rode away. Bian Rushui's divine soul returned to her body, her face showing solemnity as she said to Li Hao, "Brother Hao, you must be careful of that person. Just now I felt that he is very extraordinary." That brief eye contact had given her a chilling sense of all her hairs standing on end. She felt that if the other party made a move, he could kill her in an instant. This inevitably caused her to worry about Li Hao. A smile appeared on Li Hao's face. The breeze blew past his feet, lifting only a fallen leaf which tumbled onto the top of his shoe. As time counted down, with the return of Li Changfeng to the mansion, the days at the Divine General Mansion became increasingly lively. Every day, people came to visit, with most heading towards Shuiwa Courtyard. These visitors were mostly relatives of the Lu family, naturally coming to support their nephew. On the third day before the deadline, Li Tiangang, accompanied by Li Xuanli, the ladies of each courtyard, went deep into Divine General Mansion to Wangyu Mountain, and led down the old lady who had been chanting and praying for 20 years. The old lady was none other than Li Tiangang's mother, Chen Hefeng. She was also Li Hao's paternal grandmother. At the same time, the old lady was also a member of one of the 5 great Divine General Mansions, the Chen family. Having married off to the Li family, she bore 9 sons whose names shook the world for the generation's true dragon of the Li family. It seemed, however, that the old lady had long since had little contact with the Chen family. The feuds and entanglements among the millennia-old Divine General Mansions were complex, not to mention the grudges within the mansion itself, and were not easily conveyed in a few words. As Chen Hefeng was brought out, everyone in the Divine General Mansion gathered in Green Lotus Courtyard, which had been cleaned and long unoccupied. In the Grand Main Hall, Li Tiangang and other members of the second generation gathered to pay their respects, while Li Fenghua, the uncle guarding the frontier pass, also hurried back. This selection of the true dragon was a moment to be witnessed, unless one had absolutely no way to be excused. There, Li Hao and Li Changfeng encountered each other once again. For Li Changfeng, this was his first time seeing Li Hao. As for when they were children, when Li Hao was brought to the courtyard by his mother, Li Changfeng hardly paid any attention, and even if he did see him, it had long since been tossed to the back of his mind and not taken to heart. This was the son of his 7th uncle. He stood with his hands behind his back, tilting his head as he sized up Li Hao, squinting his eyes. As for Li Wushuang, who stood behind Li Hao and the rest of the 3rd generation of the Li family, he glanced over them as well, but found none who caught his eye. Li Wushuang, whom he had originally regarded as a rival, now under his scrutinizing gaze found to be only of the divine travel realm, not having stepped even 15 li into it. Even if it were a contest of power within the same realm, he was not afraid. Only this young man, whose fame was growing throughout Qingzhou and gradually spreading to other provinces, gave him a sense of depth that was immeasurable. He could not see through Li Hao's cultivation realm at all. Are you Xiao Hao? Apart from Li Changfeng, standing outside the hall among the third generation were also the children of He Jianlin. Li Mingguang and Li Sibei, both were around 35 years old now. In terms of age, they were much older than Li Hao and the others, almost twice as much. Both had already joined the military early on and now held the rank of general in the army, with exceedingly high cultivation levels. Li Mingguang had just entered the first stage of the immortal, while his sister, Li Sibei, had entered the heavenly human realm many years ago. In terms of cultivation level, the two of them were the top among the third generation of the Li family, unmatched by anyone. The same was true for their merits and contributions. After all, age was a factor. But He Jianlin had said early on that her children would not vie for a true dragon seat. These words were public, naturally carrying great binding force. However, even if they were to compete, in the same age group, Li Mingguang had only entered the 15 Li realm at 18 years old. He stepped into the heavenly human realm at 25. Now, 10 years later, having entered the immortal realm, such progress was already extraordinary. However, compared to Li Changfeng and Li Hao of the same age, they seemed somewhat inferior. At this moment, Li Mingguang was smiling as he scrutinized Li Hao. He had heard of him even before returning to Qingzhou and had quite some expectations for this younger cousin whom he had never met. Such astonishing talent had already surpassed that of his uncle from back in the day. He and his sister Li Sibei were born earlier and grew up together with the uncle. Speaking of which, he was even somewhat older than the uncle. But still, seniority was seniority, and when he saw his uncle, 2 years his junior, he would obediently bow his head and respectfully and politely call out, "Uncle." Aside from the Li family's strict rules, he did it willingly. After all, the uncle with whom he had played and cultivated as a child, once he stepped onto the path of cultivation, had left everyone in the dust. Each year, he would shock everyone in the courtyard, like a brilliant shooting star. Unfortunately, the heavens envy the gifted. 14 years ago, when the uncle passed away, he too had accompanied with a flask of liquor in the distant frontier military post. Drinking in the military was a big taboo, but he still drank. After finishing the drink, he voluntarily received his punishment and was awarded 100 military lashes, his skin split open and his flesh a blurry mess. Yet he did not frown at all at the time and instead smiled. It was only later when he returned to his own camp that he wept inconsolably. "Cousin." Li Hao nodded in greeting to Li Mingguang. "I can't even see through your cultivation level. You must have practiced a technique to conceal your aura, little rascal," Li Mingguang said with a smile. Li Hao smiled slightly. Li Mingguang then turned to look at Li Changfeng next to him. Compared to Li Hao's breeze-like presence, Li Changfeng was like a blade, half unsheathed. Though restrained, he already displayed a chilling sharpness, and his aura was even more profound and imposing, far surpassing any ordinary 15 Li realm. Seeing both his younger cousins doing so well, a look of relief surfaced in Li Mingguang's eyes. "I've come back this time to see you vie for the true dragon position. Your eldest sister and I will not participate. In terms of talent, we are no match for you. The future will depend on you." Li Changfeng nodded slightly. "Cousin, rest assured." Li Hao looked at the other 2 times, thinking that his cousin's character was somewhat similar to his aunt's. Setting aside talent, the elder brother's demeanor he naturally carried, in Li Hao's view, was also somewhat suitable for taking on the role of family head. "But while you compete for the position, do not hold grudges or harbor resentment secretly," said Li Sibei next to them. She, like her brother, had changed from armor into fine clothes, but after years of military service, she was still upright in posture and, unlike ordinary women, her brows were imbued with a certain heroic air. "You're right, cousin," said Li Hao with a smile, nodding. Li Changfeng gave a slight nod, his expression serene. Seeing their reactions, Li Sibei smiled faintly, her gaze moving beyond them to Li Wushuang and the others, giving them all a slight nod in greeting. As it was not appropriate to say much outside the hall, she did not reminisce with each one. Before long, the elders in the hall finished paying respects to their grandmother and called in Li Hao and the rest of the third generation of the Li family. Leading the way, Li Mingguang and the others followed suit, and upon entering the hall, they saw grandmother Chen Hefeng sitting at the upper end of the hall. The other elders and ladies of various courtyards were respectively seated on the two sides, while the concubines stood obediently behind the ladies. Li Mingguang, tall and broad, walked into the center of the hall and knelt down in respects. The rest followed closely, all kneeling to pay their respects. "Please rise," Chen Hefang said with a smile on her face. Everyone got up, and Li Hao looked up to observe his grandmother. Her hair was snow white, combed neatly like silver threads. She looked old, with wrinkles on her skin but no age spots, and her skin was rosy, making her appear to be a very clean old lady. Furthermore, although she was aged, one could see that she must have been very beautiful when she was young, and she still had beautiful features. While Li Hao was observing her, Chen Hefang was also sizing up these grandchildren. She was most familiar with Li Mingguang. She had held him when he was a child, and he often came to play in the Green Lotus courtyard, together with Zhen Yi. However, after the eldest and the third brother died in battle one after the other, followed by the death of the ninth and the sixth sons, her hair turned white overnight, and she handed over all the household affairs to her daughter-in-law He Jianlin. She herself went to Wangyu Mountain to pray and fast, hoping to see the soul of the ninth son return soon. Thinking of the sixth and ninth sons, Chen Hefang's eyes filled with sorrow. For years she had dreamed of them running towards her countless times at night, as joyous as when they were children, filled with vigor, calling out, "Mother, mother." Those two children had lived too bitterly. One left behind only a single son, while the other had not yet married. Without the chance to glimpse the pleasures of the world, buried early in the frontier wilderness. "Mingguang, come here, let your grandmother have a look at you," said Chen Hefang as she quickly composed her emotions and smiled. Li Mingguang, seeing his grandmother's white hair, had nothing but distress in his eyes. He stepped forward, bending his normally straight and tall spine. At the frontier pass, do not seek glory recklessly, for the Li family no longer lacks for accomplishments and honors. Chen Hefang spoke softly as she caressed her eldest grandson's shoulders, whispering, "Grandma only wishes for all of you to live well." As she spoke these words, tears welled up in the eyes of many ladies. Zhang Shenner, sitting at the end, had moist eyes as she turned her head slightly away. These young men are still here, but how many of the young men from those days have returned? Those spirited youths are the fathers of the children today, they are also their husbands. Li Mingguang's heart trembled, and he nodded firmly, "Your grandson will bear it in mind." Chen Hefeng's gaze was gentle as she called Li Sibei over and scrutinized the former little girl who had now blossomed into a dashing figure, resembling her elder brother Li Xingbai around the brows and eyes. Chen Hefeng liked what she saw more and more and couldn't help but sigh. Afterward, her gaze turned to the other grandchildren. Her eyes swept over their young, tender cheeks, which were already showing signs of distinction. There was a youthful aura about them. Although it was their first meeting, she could see many familiar reflections in them. "Which one is Hao-er?" Chen Hefeng asked gently. Li Hao was slightly taken aback, took a small step forward. "I am, greetings to Grandma." Chen Hefeng looked him up and down and beckoned with a smile, "Come here and let Grandma have a look at you." Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Li Hao obediently stepped forward, coming before Chen Hefeng. Chen Hefeng examined Li Hao carefully, then suddenly sighed lightly, "You look so much like your mother." Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly, and he said nothing. "It's our first meeting, and Grandma doesn't have much to give you, but I heard you like to use the sword. I'll give you one," she said. As Chen Hefeng spoke, she called a servant by her side to bring over a sword box. Upon seeing the sword box, Li Tiangang couldn't help but stand up, saying, "Mother, this was the companion sword once used by Uncle Nine." Zhang Shenner's eyes narrowed slightly. "Exactly, it's the companion sword your Uncle Nine used, Eternal Night." Chen Hefeng's hand gently stroked the sword box, her eyes full of affection as she looked at Li Hao. "This sword is one of the 10 famous swords in the world. I've heard you also wield a sword, so I'm giving it to you. Do not let its reputation be tarnished." Li Hao's heart jolted. A sword capable of killing great demons at the Four Stands realm was incredibly sharp. And the sword possessed an extremely special power, but it required a certain realm to unleash it. In his hands at the moment, its only abilities were to banish souls and expel evil, in addition to its sharpness. But that was enough. "Thank you, Grandma," Li Hao said as he accepted it, speaking softly. Though softly spoken, Chen Hefeng could detect the gravity in the child's words and couldn't help but smile. The others remained silent. The sword box, stored away for so many years, had now been entrusted to Li Hao. It was clear how much the mother cherished this grandson she was meeting for the first time. But perhaps it was also because Chen Hefang saw the shadow of Li Junya in Li Hao. Both were equally dazzling, shining brightly. In the crowd, Li Changfeng's expression darkened for a moment, but he said nothing. Lu Yurong had a smile on her face, though it seemed a bit forced. Yet at that moment, everyone's attention was on Li Hao and the black sword box, and no one paid her any mind. After handing over the sword box to Li Hao, Chen Hefang called Li Changfeng over as well. She said gently, "I heard you have been cultivating in Mount Wuliang. I have 3 treasured Buddhist scriptures here that I'll give to you." Li Changfeng looked slightly awkward. A famous sword to Li Hao, and Buddhist scriptures to him? Still, he dared not show his discontent, and instead bowed his head. "Thank you, Grandma." Chen Hefang said with a smile, "One of these scriptures contains a top-notch Buddhist cultivation technique, great compassion at hand. If you can master it, not only will the technique itself be powerful, but it will also aid in your future cultivation of sword arts." Li Changfeng was taken aback, then couldn't help showing his delight. "Thank you, Grandma." Chen Hefang waved her hand, telling him and Li Hao to step aside, then called over the other grandchildren, giving them various gifts in turn. While there were disparities, they weren't significant. After the meeting was over, everyone dispersed from the Green Lotus courtyard. However, Chen Hefang stopped He Jianlin and a few other ladies, seemingly to inquire about the internal affairs of the mansion over the years, and also asked Lu Yurong to notify the 4 standing realms bodhisattva who had descended from Mount Wuliang and was residing in the mansion to come for an audience. Time flies. Qingzhou City became increasingly lively after the elder lady came down from the mountain. Before long, the day for the true dragon's decree arrived. Outside the entrance of the Divine General Mansion, the street was jam-packed, with countless carriages arriving, all belonging to dignitaries and nobles, including numerous civil and military officials who had come from all 19 provinces to extend their congratulations. Such a grand occasion had occurred once before a decade ago, and it was equally bustling now. The threshold of the Divine General Mansion was nearly worn down from all the foot traffic. The Lu family's relatives arrived one after another. The Lu family was also a prominent clan in the outer provinces, and with Lu Yurong married into the Divine General Mansion, the Lu family naturally leveraged the Li family's influence to grow even more rapidly, with their official ranks soaring in the court. Most of the Lu family were civil servants. Several of their ancestors were top scholars and were currently serving as officials in the court. Beyond the Lu family's relatives and numerous civil and military officials, other earls and marquises also paid visits to support Li Changfeng and display their connections. In addition, individuals from the other 4 major Divine General Mansions came as well, but they were just making ordinary visits without siding with anyone, seemingly just curious to see the kind of strength the Li family's true dragon possessed. The outside of the courtyard was noisy and bustling. Inside, however, Li Hao had moved an old armchair outdoors, comfortably basking in the sun. Before long, Bian Rushui came running back into the courtyard, followed by a series of footsteps. Li Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and flipped open the book of poetry that shielded his face from the sun, turning his head to look. To his surprise, he saw a familiar face. His hair and beard all white, his bearing as solid as a sword, the one walking in front of Bian Rushui was none other than the sword saint, Jian Wudao. Li Hao frowned slightly. He remembered telling Shaer that there was no need for her to ask his master to come down from the mountain and stand up for him. It was pointless. After an 8-year absence, Jian Wudao once again stepped into this courtyard. Upon entering Mountain and River Courtyard, he saw the young man lying leisurely on a recliner in the sun, looking quite content. He had thought that such a youth should be practicing all the time. He never expected to see him so relaxed. But perhaps it was the calm before the storm, a final respite before the impending battle. Behind Jian Wudao, 4 figures followed, all disciples of his, 3 men and a woman. The one with the highest level of cultivation had already entered the 3 immortal realms as well. All 4 of them likewise observed Li Hao, eyes revealing surprise and curiosity. "Brother Hao." Bian Rushui came trotting over with a bright smile, saying, "I've asked the master and the others to come down from the mountain." It disrupted the peace, but faced with the girl's goodwill, Li Hao couldn't bring himself to reprimand her. He simply got up, tossed the poetry collection aside, and sighed internally as he watched the revered swordsman approaching. It was he who had taken the little tag along away, but it was also he who had let her leave. And the one who truly said farewell to him was the little tag along herself. So whom could he possibly blame? Li Hao blamed no one, for he had already reigned in those extra feelings. Thus, after a soft sigh, Li Hao set aside the multitude of distractions and greeted with a congenial smile and a cupped fist salute, "Swordsman, your grace remains unchanged." Jian Wudao looked slightly taken aback and asked, "You still remember me?" "With your peerless elegance, Jian, how could I forget?" Li Hao replied with a smile. Jian Wudao raised his eyebrows slightly. He had expected this prodigal talent to be either arrogant and unrestrained, or deeply immersed in bitter cultivation, aloof and solitary. He hadn't anticipated the youth would be like a breeze, neither joyous nor sorrowful, exuding a sense of easy freedom found in the wilderness. "The Marquis of Xingwu has a fine son. The Li family is said to soar once again," Jian Wudao said calmly. Li Hao smiled, concluding the pleasantries. Jian Wudao's gaze fell on a black sword box cradled by a girl dressed as a maid next to him. As he had said years before, one obsessed with the sword could spot it immediately among 10,000 weapons. Upon entering Mountain and River Courtyard, he had indeed noticed the black sword box at first glance, then had turned his attention to the young man. Seeing the sword box, his eyes briefly lit up as he asked, "Could this be Eternal Night?" "Jian, you've seen it before?" "It did shine briefly, but alas, it faded into obscurity." Jian Wudao's gaze remained even as he said, "It's a shame for the name, Eternal Night. It should blanket the skies forever, known to all under heaven." "Are you accusing my uncle, Jian?" Li Hao asked lightly. Jian Wudao indeed harbored such a thought, even though he felt it shouldn't be voiced. His deep respect for the sword meant he was quite dissatisfied when he learned that the name had fallen into dust, sealed away completely. He once visited the mansion to demand it, willing to exchange other promises for it. But the elderly lady had turned him away. However, today's visit was a casual remark. Many years had passed, and there was no use revisiting old matters, especially with a junior. "My uncle wielded the sword to worldly acclaim. Within just 3 years, he turned this once obscure forged sword into a renowned one. There is no shame in that," Li Hao said indifferently. "Moreover, if my uncle were still alive, the world would surely know of this sword." Of course, had the revered elder Jian been willing to eradicate demons beyond the borders instead of sitting idle within Sword Cottage, perhaps the sword might now be known as the foremost in all the land. Upon hearing the mockery in Li Hao's words, Jian Wudao's expression shifted slightly. The four behind him were also taken aback, their expressions quickly turning as the middle-aged man at the head said with a stern tone, "Mr. Li, please apologize to my master." Li Hao merely glanced at the man, chuckled softly, and said nothing. This was Mountain and River Courtyard, not Sword Cottage. Bian Rushui had not expected a disagreement between her master and Li Hao so soon upon meeting, and caught off guard, she became both nervous and anxious. Jian Wudao looked at Li Hao with a slightly colder gaze and asked dispassionately, "Li has indeed exceptional talent. Now that the sword has been passed on to you, are you worthy of it?" "This sword was forged by the Li family, gathering precious metals from across the world. Whether I'm worthy is hardly for an outsider to comment," Li Hao replied with a smile. "Brother Hao," Bian Rushui couldn't help but call out. Li Hao looked at her and saw her distress at being caught in the middle, his smile fading slightly. "Years ago, in this very courtyard, perhaps even in this very spot, that little girl stood resolutely by his side, speaking up for him at every turn. Upon hearing she was to be taken away, she cried and said she didn't love the sword anymore, that she would stop practicing. Those days were gone, never to return. Just like the autumn leaves scattered across the courtyard that could never return to the branches they had fallen from. Even if the spring breeze blew anew next year, what would sprout would be new buds." At that moment, several figures hurried from the inner courtyard, led by Li Tiangang, with Yu Zhan and Li Fu flanking him on the left and right. "Sword Saint!" Li Tiangang called out to Jian Wudao from afar, then stepped forward and gave a modest salute. "I did not expect you to come in support of my son, I am grateful." Jian Wudao was a powerhouse of his father's generation and had once visited to spar with his father when he was a child. Though his father, despite being able to overcome Jian Wudao in overall martial prowess, was not a sword specialist, and thus often narrowly lost in swordsmanship matches. "Support is unnecessary," Jian Wudao replied indifferently. "I came out of regard for Shaer, to join the festivities and have a cup of wine. I wonder if the Divine General Mansion welcomes me?" "That is of course welcome." Li Tiangang was slightly surprised, feeling a hint of barb in the Sword Saint's words. and glancing at Li Hao beside him, he immediately understood. It must be due to Li Hao's casual nature and the lack of proper reception. He immediately said with a smile, "Old sword, please follow me to the inner courtyard." Shaer is a child of bright talent and intelligence. Being able to study under the tutelage of the Sword Saint is indeed good fortune for the child. Seeing this marshal, who had controlled the troops for many years, being so polite, a smile appeared on Jian Wudao's face. He followed into the courtyard without paying any more attention to Li Hao. After all, their seniority differed too much, and it was pointless to squabble with the junior. The disciples following behind Jian Wudao also realized there was no point in arguing with Li Hao. They had come to offer goodwill, but to have a falling out over a verbal dispute would be too costly. But deep down, they held a bit more discontent and dislike for the youth who was famous throughout Qingzhou. After they had left, Bian Rushui stood next to Li Hao, her expression hesitant, and said, "Brother Hao, are you angry?" Li Hao sat back down on the chair and smiled. "No, there's nothing to be angry about." Bian Rushui said, "My master takes the way of the sword very seriously, and sometimes he may speak in an unpleasant manner. Brother Hao, don't take it to heart." Li Hao smiled, "Don't worry, I'm not angry." Bian Rushui looked at him carefully, and seeing that he truly wasn't angry, she sighed with relief and said, "I see that Li Changfeng has sought support from the Bodhisattva of Mount Wuliang, and thus invited my master. You have worried needlessly." Li Hao understood her kindness and smiled. "Go accompany your master. He is a stranger here. I'll continue to bask in the sun a bit longer." "All right." Bian Rushui nodded at his words. After Bian Rushui had left, Li Hao reopened the book of poetry, placing it on his face, and continued to bask in the sunlight. Next to him, Ren Qianqin held the sword box, frequently glancing towards the inner courtyard. Just now, her heart had been in her throat. The Sword Saint's aura was too powerful, and she felt a trembling throughout her body. This was the world-renowned Sword Saint, but the young man before her had responded with ease, without the slightest hint of fear. She was very worried that in his anger, the other party would make a move to teach Li Hao a lesson. But Ren Qianqin's concerns were needless. In the Divine General Mansion, no matter whether Li Hao was at fault or not, Jian Wudao would not lay a hand on him even if he was quick-tempered, as doing so would not only be hitting Li Hao but also damaging the face of the entire Divine General Mansion. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the cold and limited connections at Mountain and River Courtyard, the Shuihua Courtyard was extremely bustling and lively. The guests filled the hall, and the inner courtyard was already packed, while the outside courtyard was seething with people. Maidens and house servants bustled about among guests, busy attending to them. Inside Tan Palace Academy, the many disciples in White Hall wanted to descend the mountain to join the excitement at the Divine General Mansion, to support Li Hao and incidentally see how the Li family's true dragon would make his choice. But a single decree from Song Yufeng stopped them all. Sun Hongdian, who was teaching the class and was very experienced with social customs, slowly explained the reasons behind the decree to the disciples. There were two reasons. The first was that with Li Hao's talent, securing the true dragon was a certainty, and there was no need for others to back him up. The second was that Tan Palace Academy did not need to join in on the success, thereby attracting trouble. Immediately, a disciple from the floor yelled out, but Zhou Zheng went. Sun Hongdian chastised bluntly. He went with his father, who was a follower of the Marquis of Martial Justice. "Is your father one?" The disciple immediately fell silent. Clearly, his father was not. At the edge of the cold pond abyss, two figures stood there, looking down at the distant mountains below, faintly sensing the prosperity and the gathering of many strong presences there. "That kid drew you so many pictures, are you not going to see for yourself?" Song Yufeng stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Song Chiumo beside him. Song Chiumo glanced at him and said, "If I went, aren't you afraid I'd drag Tan Palace into it?" "Of course, I'm not afraid," Song Yufeng said with a smile. "The Li family is also reasonable, and besides, the child will certainly secure the true dragon. What is there to fear in supporting him?" Song Chiumo huffed, "If you're not afraid, why did you come to see me? The little guy hasn't been up the mountain for several days, and I see you standing here every day, waiting. I was worried you were bored." Song Yufeng chuckled. Song Chiumo rolled her eyes. "I'm waiting for him to bring little pastries." "I never said what you were waiting for," Song Yufeng replied with a smile. "Besides, you can go down the mountain to buy them yourself." Song Chiumo responded gruffly, "I promised your ancestor I would stay here." Why confine yourself to a promise for your whole life? Song Yufeng then sighed. Moreover, you've already guarded here for nearly 1,000 years. My Song family is indebted to you. Song Chiumo remained silent. After a moment, she finally said, speaking of which, he is also a teacher at your Tan Palace. Why don't you go? Song Yufeng started to laugh, his hands still behind his back, as he said, I'm only good at offering help in hard times, not at adding splendor to what's already splendid. In Mountain and River Courtyard, apart from the Sword Saint and his company, some more people had arrived one after another. Most of them were individuals Li Tian gang had visited in recent times. They all came to the courtyard to show their support for Li Hao. In the inner courtyard, the guests filled the hall with Li Tian gang sitting at the main hall, chatting and entertaining everyone. From time to time laughter from the middle-aged men could be heard. The few young people, not many in number, stayed in the inner courtyard, sneaking peeks at the young master sunbathing in the front courtyard, their eyes filled with curiosity but not daring to come closer. The title, 15 Li Realm by the age of 14, was too intimidating, enough to induce awe. Teacher Li. A figure appeared beside Li Hao, who lifted the book of poetry and saw a familiar face. When alone with Li Hao, Zhou Zheng looked somewhat tense, especially remembering the 100 poems at the brothel. He admired and looked up to this peer of the same age. Why have you come? Li Hao felt a trace of surprise, and his gaze swiftly swept behind the other, but seeing no other students, he relaxed. Given the status and position of Tan Palace, there was no need to get involved. After all, Tan Palace's students were everywhere. If they became too closely tied to the Divine General Mansion, it might not bode well. Some relationships are best kept at arm's length, more durable and less likely to be destroyed. I came with my father, Zhou Zheng said respectfully. Li Hao nodded in realization and gestured for him to sit down, not to be constrained by formality. The two casually began to discuss poetry, and many people who saw Zhou Zheng speaking with Li Hao were surprised, memorizing the appearance of this youth to avoid offending him in the future. When the time reached high noon, Li Tian gang led the full hall of guests, calling Li Hao to his side with Yu Zan. Father and son walked at the front, followed by the Sword Saint and the other esteemed guests, on their way to Chen Hefeng's courtyard. The place was already a sea of people, packed to the brim. Lu Yu Rong and others had already arrived early to support Li Changfeng, and the guests who came for him had also settled in their seats. According to their status and position, seats were filled from the inner courtyard to the outer courtyard. As Li Tian gang and the others arrived, the noise of the crowd quieted down slightly, and all eyes turned towards them. When they saw Jian Wudao beside Li Tian gang, many people's expressions changed slightly, and they exclaimed in low voices. Many had not expected Li Tian gang to be able to invite the venerable Sword Saint to support his son. After all, this was a top-tier expert of the Four Stands realm, and it was said that he was indifferent to fame and fortune, spending most of his time in meditative seclusion at his sword hermitage, yet he had been persuaded to come down the mountain. However, when some learned that Li Hao's betrothed was a disciple of the Sword Saint, they found it less surprising. After entering the inner courtyard, under the arrangements of the housekeeper at the side of the elderly matriarch, based on their official ranks, Zhonghu status, and cultivation levels, everyone was meticulously and carefully seated, a task of great detail and magnitude, and it was crucial to avoid mistakes. After all, most of those present held great importance on reputation. Jian Wudao and his disciples naturally entered the inner courtyard. As they arrived, the chatter among Lu Yu Rong's guests quietened significantly, and apprehensive glances were cast their way. The four disciples around Jian Wudao revealed a hint of a smirk and pride in their eyes, scanning the young Li of the Li family not far away. Thinking back to the others' disrespectful words earlier, they sneered inwardly. Look at this, this is the face your master brings you. Sword Saint, it's been a long time. Several figures approached, with the Bodhisattva from Mount Wuliang standing in the middle. The Bodhisattva had a fair complexion, middle-aged appearance, dressed in clean kasaya, with hair as black as inked jade, smiling as he spoke. Jian Wudao's gaze condensed slightly. The Bodhisattva from Mount Wuliang was not in existence to be trifled with. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Jian Wudao. Another middle-aged man beside the Bodhisattva, clothed in fine garments and looking contemptuously around, said. Jian Wudao replied indifferently, the dispute between the sword and the saber has not been settled yet. We'll have a chance to test it again. The man was a saber saint from the north. Many years ago, he had sparred with Jian Wudao, but there was no outcome. Meeting for the first time, I have long heard of the great name of the Sword Saint, haha. Another elder laughed. He was short in stature, dressed in a green robe, with a beard that hung down to his abdomen. Jian Wudao's expression was calm. Isn't the monster suppression department supposed to be suppressing demons? Just here for a drink, it won't be a delay, the elder replied with a smile. The other guests at the tables all held their breath slightly. It was rare to see such top figures on ordinary days, and now, 4 powerful figures from the Four Stands realm were present all at once. The disciples standing behind Jian Wudao also showed subtle changes in their expressions, having originally thought that with their master backing Li Hao, they would at least be evenly matched. They hadn't expected the other side to have brought 3 figures. After a brief clash, they all returned to their seats. Jian Wudao's expression was cold as he glanced at Li Tiangang and said, "If you had only invited me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to contain the situation." Li Tiangang gave a wry smile. He had anticipated this and said, "There's another senior on his way." "Who is it?" "The master of Heavenly Sword Mountain." Jian Wudao's gaze shifted slightly as he said, "So it's that fellow, I haven't seen him in a long time." Li Tiangang sighed to himself. It was a pity that even with that person's arrival, they would still be slightly inferior. However, the gap wasn't too wide now. He looked at his son Li Hao, who seemed totally unconcerned, and felt helpless. The Sword Saint had been invited by Shaer, and the master of Heavenly Sword Mountain by himself. His son, despite his high cultivation level, had no network of social connections. As Li Tiangang sighed inwardly, suddenly a voice reached the inner courtyard. "Announce. Arhat from Mount Wuliang pays a visit." Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a kasaya walked into the inner courtyard with a smile. Upon seeing the bodhisattva seated among the honored guests, he immediately nodded and recited a Buddhist chant. Then, after scanning the area where Li Tiangang and his party were seated and noticing only a sparse table of guests, he seemed slightly surprised before standing in the center and saying, "I was ordered to come. Where is the Changken Vajra?" Li Changfeng was slightly astonished and stood up to approach. "Li Changfeng is here. I have seen the Arhat. The infinite Buddha Lord has sent me to gift a string of Buddha beads to the Changken Vajra," the Arhat said with a smile. He obviously knew Li Changfeng. His purpose in speaking so loudly was merely to bolster Li Changfeng's presence. Sure enough, upon hearing the Arhat's words, all the guests in the courtyard were stunned, looking at him in shock. The infinite Buddha Lord seated high atop Mount Wuliang was also supporting him? Both Jian Wudao and Li Tiangang's expressions changed slightly, growing somewhat grim. If that Buddha Lord intervened, even the master of Heavenly Sword Mountain's arrival would be of no use. Had I known this earlier, Shaer wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble, Jian Wudao said, shaking his head. Now that he knew, he wouldn't have needed to leave the mountain either. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang shook slightly and sighed. Indeed, they were outmatched, but fortunately, connections were not decisive. "Thank you, master." In front of everyone, Li Changfeng received the Buddha beads from the Arhat's hand and expressed his thanks respectfully. The Arhat smiled slightly, about to say something, when suddenly another voice came from behind. "Announce. An edict from Emperor Yu has arrived, summoning the son of the Li family, Li Hao, to receive the decree." In an instant, the courtyard fell silent, still as death. An imperial edict from Emperor Yu? In the silent courtyard, everyone looked in unison toward one spot. There, a noble young man was seated with poise, and next to him stood a young girl holding a large black sword box. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Hao was somewhat astonished. "Emperor Yu?" At the same time, his table companions Li Tiangang, Jian Wudao, and their several disciples, all turned their gazes towards Li Hao, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. For whatever the reason, Li Hao quickly stood up and saw that, accompanying the footsteps, a group of figures walked in from outside the courtyard. Flanked by the mansion's trusted aides, the central figures were the few top students, holding the imperial decree. "Who is Li Hao?" an old eunuch in a purple robe asked. His gaze swept around, and seeing the full courtyard of guests, he was not surprised. However, upon seeing the presence of the Sword Saint, the Bodhisattva, and others in the Four Stands realm, his eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, the previously brief silence in the courtyard was replaced by many low whispers. Seeing this old eunuch, some couldn't help but be shocked. This was a favored figure by Emperor Yu's side, once serving the former emperor, himself a being of the Four Stands realm. Even in the noble courts, he was an extremely formidable character. Unexpectedly, he personally came to deliver the imperial decree. In the past, the imperial decrees of rewards from the 5 great divine general mansions were mostly issued by this very Chu, but these were usually for the generation of Li Hao's grandparents. Occasionally, for great deeds accomplished by the generation of Li Tiangang's father, he would come to issue them as well. Unexpectedly, now, Li Hao, just a junior of the 3rd generation, also merited his personal delivery of the decree. Greetings, eunuch. By this time, Li Hao had quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing with hands clasped in a formal salutation. Chu Juyue assessed the youth with a smile and said, "Indeed, a dragon and phoenix among men, a person of great talent. There's no need for excessive formalities. Earl's son, please receive the decree." Hearing him mention Earl, many people suddenly realized that this young man not only possessed an exceptional cultivation talent but also held the title of an earl. His dazzling talent overshadowed his noble title to such an extent that it was easy for others to overlook it. By this title alone, he surpassed half of those present. Seeing the implication in his words, Li Hao immediately accepted the decree in accordance with his status as an earl, merely bending slightly at the waist. Without this title, even as the son of Marquis Xingwu, he would have been required to kneel to receive the decree. In recognition of the Li family's eternal merit and Marquis Xingwu's excellent teachings, in the past, Li Zhoulong, Marquis of the defending nation, led his iron cavalry to guard the borders and sacrificed his life for the state. Today, fortunately, we have this son whose talents are unmatched through the ages, his nature sincerely genuine, unlike common folk, wise and learned, benevolent and supremely kind. The Li family having such a son is a blessing for the millions of people in Great Deu. This edict was quite detailed, and as Chu Juyue recited it, each word was softly spoken out, filling the perfectly quiet courtyard. Initially praising Li Hao's father, and then once again mentioning that Li family true dragon who established tremendous military exploits more than a decade ago, but the real focus of the praise was on Li Hao himself. His talent was only briefly described as unmatched through the ages. But even without saying more, those present knew just how terrifying the youth's talent was. After all, many major forces had records, and aside from some exceptional cases, Li Hao's cultivation speed had broken all previous records. The key point of this edict was, however, Li Hao's character. 6 adjectives in total. This evidently showed how much Emperor Great Yu admired him. To receive such high praise, over centuries, counted only a handful of figures. Li Hao, receive the decree, Chu Juyue said with a smile.
Li Hao promptly responded with respect, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the favor. When had this emperor ever met him to give him such high praise?
This was no longer merely showing support for him. With such a profuse praise in the decree, there was no need to test his character when his role as the true dragon was being decided. After all, with the emperor using 6 words of praise in the decree, who would dare to claim Li family's child failed in character? Whose face would that slap? Gripping the decree in both hands, Li Hao once again thanked this internal official. Chu Juyue smiled slightly and said, "Now that I am here, I might as well partake of some wine from Li Mansion, to share the joy of the Earl's son. Would that be welcomed?" "That would be most welcome," Li Hao said smilingly, knowing well that the other intended to stay and support him. Hearing their conversation, the people in the courtyard also came back to their senses, their expressions shifting, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Those who had come to support Li Changfeng on the other side had unpleasant expressions. Apart from the Lu family relatives, most who wished to seek favor through Li Changfeng felt extremely uneasy. When did these chairs start feeling so prickly? Meanwhile, Li Tiangang quickly stood up and approached with a smile. "Chu, it was a long journey, please sit down, make yourself comfortable," and invited him to sit in the seat reserved for honored guests. Chu Juyue advanced with a smile, following Li Hao back to the table. Those who were initially sitting around the table, seeing this favored figure of the emperor, also a 4-stands realm powerhouse, stood up, including the disciples of the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint remained seated but also exhibited a smile, saying, "Chu, it has been a while since I've seen you well." The Sword Saint indeed has good judgment, Chu Juyue smiled. Obviously, his remark was referring to the Sword Saint coming to support Li Hao. Upon hearing this, Jian Wudeo's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He had come to support Li Hao not because of Li Hao himself, but at the earnest request of his own disciple. He was particularly fond of his little disciple Bian Rushui, and since the other party had communicated in a letter that he had chosen the sword Dao, it had made him even more pleased. Thus he readily agreed to descend the mountain for him. As Chu Juyue took his seat, others also bowed and greeted him. Even though this powerhouse was a top student, no one dared to take him lightly, let alone them. Even princes of that noble court would call him Chu. Please take your seats, no need to stand on ceremony. Chu Juyue smiled and waved, signaling everyone to sit down. Next to Chu Juyue was Li Hao, holding the imperial edict. He summoned Qing Ji, a maid waiting outside, to take the edict back to the mountain and river courtyard and keep it safe to prevent it from getting stained by drinks during the meal. Li Tiangang glanced at the imperial edict in Emperor Yu's handwriting and couldn't help but ask Chu Juyue curiously. Chu, may I know when Emperor Yu met my son? Could it be that he has visited Qingzhou? This question made everyone else look curiously towards Chu Juyue and Li Hao. Li Hao himself was also filled with curiosity. When had he ever met Emperor Yu? Could it be that the old man he played chess with by the riverbank was the emperor seated on the dragon throne? But it didn't seem likely. Emperor Yu's skill in chess probably wasn't that poor, right? Moreover, it was said that Emperor Yu was in his prime, his stature mountainous, his gaze piercing the heavens, yet that man was an old man. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Chu Juyue chuckled inwardly. He had heard that Emperor Yu had left the dragon court a few days ago, but he did not know exactly where he had gone. After all, Emperor Yu would occasionally go out for a stroll, sometimes taking him along, and sometimes alone. Naturally, he wouldn't inquire about His Majesty's whereabouts. However, upon returning, Emperor Yu had sent him on this errand, which most likely meant the emperor had probably visited this place before. But how could he possibly divulge His Majesty's leisurely whereabouts? That would only bring discomfort upon himself. As for the specific reason, I'm unsure, Chu Juyue said with a smile. Perhaps it is out of respect for the ancestors of the Li family, or maybe hearing about the young lord's talent and having someone keep an eye out. In any case, congratulations to Marquis Xingwu for acquiring such a promising son. Hearing this, everyone thought it might indeed be plausible. After all, the imperial edict had praised the Li family, and it seemed the emperor had quite a favorable view of Li Hao, almost hoping he could inherit Li Zhenye's talents and become famous throughout Deu. Furthermore, Li Hao's reputation had resounded throughout Qingzhou city, reaching the ears of the emperor, so it wasn't strange for him to send someone to make contact. To have gained Emperor Yu's appreciation is an honor for my son. I should thank His Majesty. Li Tiangang said hastily. Li Hao's temperament had always been a source of headaches for him, but surprisingly, it had caught Emperor Yu's eye, which greatly astonished him. Chu Juyue just smiled, saying nothing more. Jian Wudao looked at Li Hao, his brow slightly furrowed, but he said nothing. His 4 disciples, however, had complex expressions in their eyes. With Li Hao having this imperial decree from Emperor Yu, even without their master's presence, it was enough to suppress Li Changfeng's connections. After all, speaking of connections, who could surpass Emperor Yu? Not even the Buddha Lord, nor the true person of Gondao Palace, could compare. What is an emperor? The supreme ruler of the mortal world. Bian Rushui's eyes twinkled as she gazed at the youth who looked tranquil and affable amidst the gathering, his presence reminding her greatly of her childhood, when he had stood out significantly in settings most unfavorable to him. Before long, the bodhisattva of Immeasurable Mountain among other 4 Stan's realm powerhouses from another table also came to exchange greetings with Chu Juyue. After all, being someone from Emperor Yu's inner circle and able to convey messages to the highest authority, they dared not offend or provoke him. After the pleasantries, they returned to Li Changfeng's side. Lu Yurong smiled, though her smile was a bit forced, the fingers beneath the table almost pinching blood. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind: regret. Regret for making Li Hao swallow that poison pill that disabled his divine blood. Instead, she should have directly poisoned him to death. Even if it were riskier, it would have been worth it. Who could have imagined that the boy from back then would now be so spirited and striking? And this was even under the circumstances where his divine blood had been disabled. If he were to awaken his divine blood, he might shine even brighter. But she did not know that the addition of divine blood to the physical strength greatly diminished the impact on Li Hao's cultivation of various body refinement techniques. I never expected Emperor Yu to issue an imperial edict. It seems our presence here was in vain. Zhang Haiping said as he downed a cup of wine, sighing. Shang Yuguang, one of the leaders of the monster suppression department, maintained a calm expression, but his mind was somewhat gloomy. He had come to support Li Changfeng, but it seemed this move was a mistake. Others were manageable, like Zhang Haiping and the Bodhisattva, who were among the top masters in the Zhonghu. But he was different. He held an official position, and the ultimate authority above that position was the emperor. He had inadvertently sided against the emperor. Madame Lu, I apologize. After pondering for a moment, Shang Yuguang spoke to Lu Yurong, then suddenly stood up, saying, I just remembered I have something to attend to at home. I must head back now. Please, continue without me. After saying this, he bowed slightly and then turned to leave. Before departing, he noticed Chu Juyue, Li Tiangang, and others looking his way. He offered a slight smile, nodded to them, and then hurried away. Lu Yurong managed a strained smile, but the anger in her eyes was nearly uncontrollable. Noticing her emotional shift, Bodhisattva Lin Wujing beside her said with a smile, Madam, there's no need to worry too much. At this point, it all depends on Changfeng's fate. I believe in Changfeng. His expression remained gentle, seemingly undisturbed by external matters, untainted by dust. Lu Yurong glanced at him, thinking that since it was not his own burden, of course he could speak lightly of it. However, thinking about the secret information he had shared, she felt somewhat relieved. While Li Hao's cultivation speed was indeed faster than her son's, the depth of mastery in each realm was another matter. Indeed, mother, you can rest assured, connections do not determine everything. Otherwise, the Li family's true dragon would have been left for His Majesty to select. Beside her, Li Changfeng spoke calmly. He gave the other young man a cold glance, then withdrew his gaze, feeling a slight disturbance in his heart at the imperial edict. Some displeasure, however, the thought of winning the true dragon to astonish the emperor, making him realize his misjudgment, was quite satisfying. Hearing her son's composed words, Lu Yurong revealed a slight smile on her face. At that moment, Elder Chen Hefang emerged. She had heard everything that was going on in the courtyard but had not shown herself. Now, she greeted the full courtyard of guests with a few opening remarks and a smile, allowing everyone to continue with the banquet. Eating was naturally secondary, but Li Hao did not hold back. After all, how could he have the energy later if he did not eat his fill? While he gorged himself, Li Tiangang, Jian Wudao, Chu Juyue, and others were enjoying a lively conversation, discussing past events and praising Li Hao's talents. Of course, when the discussion came to Li Hao, Jian Wudao had considerably less to say. He even refrained from mentioning the incident when he wanted to take Li Hao as his disciple, but was refused, to avoid embarrassment at the banquet and mockery from others. Despite that, he did not regret his actions back then, for Li Hao was not a lover of swords and would have limited achievements in the art of the sword. This was a realization he kept to himself. His disciples could understand it, but it might not be so for the common folk, who would think he lacked discernment. Having feasted to his satisfaction, Li Hao got an empty plate, helped himself to some of the delicious dishes, and had Ren Qianqin standing behind him take it to the little white fox in the corner of the courtyard. The little creature had also stealthily come to join in the fun but did not dare to get too close. Ever since his father Li Tiangang returned, the little white fox had been hiding in Li Hao's room, no longer frolicking around the courtyard like before, let alone causing trouble in the kitchen of other courtyards. Li Hao could also feel that the little creature was extremely afraid of his father. This made him sigh, knowing the little creature was wronged. Yet, what was his to pamper, he would cherish? As everyone was nearly done eating, Chen Hefang once again stepped forward, bringing out the real feast, the selection of the Li family's true dragon. All the guests craned their necks in anticipation, their eyes shifting back and forth between the two young men. A figure descended from the sky, landing in the courtyard with white hair fluttering. It was Li Qingzheng. Seeing this elder of the Li family, all present inevitably rose to their feet. Even Jian Wudao treated the moment with a slightly more solemn look, though he remained seated without moving. Decades ago, although Li Qingzheng did not obtain the position of the Li family's true dragon, losing to Li Tiangang's father, he was an exceedingly formidable warrior. But as the years passed, the once bloodthirsty demon of the frontier pass seemed to have cultivated his disposition, shedding his aura of killing and now bore a refined and gentle temperament. Sister-in-law. Li Qingzheng nodded slightly to Chen Hefang, their eyes meeting, but they did not exchange pleasantries. Descendants of the Li family, step forward. Li Qingzheng turned and said. Hearing this, Li Mingguang, Li Sibei, and others all stood out one after another. Li Hao and Li Changfeng did likewise, moving to the open space in the center of the courtyard. Those willing to bear the Li family's legacy, to protect the common folk, stepped forward. Li Qingzheng spoke again. Upon hearing this, all eyes converged, falling upon the two figures. Li Mingguang and others remained stationary, while Li Hao and Li Changfeng both stepped forward simultaneously. But at that moment, a slight commotion came from the back. It was the daughter of 8 Aunt, Li Ruming, who also stepped forward. However, a soft reprimand from 8 Uncle Li Fenghua quickly followed from the side. Ruming, stop fooling around, come back. Li Ruming, hearing her father's call, pouted slightly, but still retracted her step. That half-step made her feel the weight of countless eyes on her and the oppressive atmosphere around her. The small disturbance was quickly smoothed over, and many were surprised, giving the young girl a few extra glances, only to chuckle and shake their heads after realizing she was only in the initial soul succession realm. The girl was about the same age as Li Hao but only at the initial stage of the soul succession realm. What audacity she had to step forward. Soon, as Li Hao and Li Changfeng settled into position, Li Qingzheng, seeing no one else moved, immediately said, "Others may step back now." Li Mingguang and the others promptly turned and left, returning to their seats, their gaze resting on the two cousins, curious to see just how capable they really were. Cultivation level was one thing. Actual strength was another, relating to the foundation of one's cultivation, combat experience, and the level of one's cultivation technique. Just like the Li family's early soul succession realm warriors, capable of slaying ordinary practitioners at the 8th layer. Have the two of you thought this through? Li Qingzheng looked down upon them, scrutinizing Li Hao and Li Changfeng, and at this moment, he did not display the usual favoritism toward Li Hao, treating them equally. Once one becomes a true dragon, they must dedicate their lives to the family, holding the family above all else. Are you prepared in your hearts for this? Yes. Li Hao and Li Changfeng spoke at the same time. Li Qingzheng nodded and smiled, saying, "In that case, let us first test your character." He looked at Li Hao. "I've just heard the praise from Emperor Yu's edict, and your character need not be tested. Li Changfeng, please step forward." As he took out a censer, about to perform some act, someone from the opposite side of the banquet stood up. It was Lin Wujing from Mount Wuliang, the Bodhisattva. He murmured a short Buddhist chant and softly said, "Elder Li, just now our Buddha master has gifted a strand of Chankin Vajra Buddha beads. The fact that Chankin Vajra has received such a gift from our Buddha master shows his pure nature. Should he become the Li family's true dragon in the future, he shall surely be a benevolent and righteous leader with the world in his heart." Li Qingzheng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy, but he knew that the face of the Buddha master had to be given its due respect. To gift Buddha beads was to bypass the test of character, and it also implied that if Li Changfeng were to inherit the position of true dragon, he might receive support from Mount Wuliang. For hundreds of years, the Li family had dealings with Mount Wuliang, and other noble families' offspring had been disciples there, but while their relationship was amiable, it was not particularly intimate. If the position of the true dragon were to be transferred to Li Changfeng, who is a direct disciple of the Buddha, that relationship would surely ascend to a new level. But this is the Li family's true dragon. All things considered, the future of the Li family remains paramount. Connections, temperament, frankly, they are merely icing on the cake. For instance, if both parties are equally matched and their talents are similar, then the one with a better temperament and connections would naturally be chosen. But if the gap in talent is vast, what use are connections? Could it be that in the future, everything will depend on connections, reducing the Li family to mere puppets? Therefore, it's acceptable to extend this courtesy to the Buddha himself. If, after a thorough comparison, Li Changfeng is found inferior to Li Hao, there can be no complaints if he fails to be chosen. Upon reaching this conclusion, Li Qingzheng put away the incense burner and said with an indifferent smile, "Since the Buddha himself has scrutinized on behalf of my Li family, then there's no need to waste any more time. The character of my Li family's sons won't be inferior." The crowd remained silent. What a way to seize the opportunity to boast. Li Qingzheng smiled, then turned his gaze to the two in the middle, saying, "Both of you are of similar age and realm. My Li family's true dragon will undoubtedly be the best of this generation and unrivaled in all the world. You may discuss how to proceed amongst yourselves, or I can make the arrangements." Hearing his words, Li Changfeng turned to face Li Hao with a cold gaze, but he looked directly at Li Hao. "Since we are at the same realm, why not just spar directly, to avoid all the unnecessary formalities. What do you say? Li Hao smiled. That sounds excellent, decisive. The corner of Li Changfeng's mouth curled slightly, then immediately he said, I am 4 years your senior. When I was your age, I hadn't yet reached the 15 Li realm, so I shall bind one arm. What do you think? Acceptable. Li Hao nodded, but in reality, his opponent was taking advantage. If Li Changfeng reduced his cultivation level to that of when he was 14, before he'd reached the 15 Li realm, there would be no point in sparring at all. The assembled crowd realized that Li Changfeng was taking advantage, but since most of the supportive voices were on Li Changfeng's side, naturally no one said anything. On the side of Li Tiangong, however, brows were furrowed. Li Tiangong wanted to speak up and suggest a different approach, but since Li Hao had already agreed, he could only frown, silently sighing to himself. Though his son was extremely talented, he was perhaps a bit too arrogant. As a swordsman, Li Changfeng would suffer little difference from binding an arm. It would simply mean wielding his sword with one hand. Chu Juyue and Jian Wudao simply observed quietly, showing no emotion. They were there to lend their support, but the outcome of the battle for the true dragon of the Li family didn't greatly affect them. Even if Li Changfeng became the true dragon in the future, they wouldn't dare seek revenge, they would remain polite and courteous. After all, who would want to establish a powerful enemy at the Four Stands realm for their clan? Seeing Li Hao agree so easily, a smile appeared on Li Changfeng's lips. He expected as much. The opponent was young and reckless. If he initiated the suggestion, the other party would most likely accept it before the public. But he intended to let the other side realize that the 4 extra years he had lived were not in vain. Among the crowd, Lu Yurong and Lin Wujing both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Hao had forcefully demanded Li Changfeng to suppress this cultivation level to that of when he was 14, it would have likely led to a more difficult verbal exchange. They were already prepared to argue about it. For example, they could claim that although Li Changfeng was at the divine travel realm at the age of 14, he had spent time studying other cultivation techniques, which had hindered his progress, and so on. Whether these arguments would be convincing was not essential, but if brought up for debate, they could win some leverage. After all, the guests present were not just there to enjoy the feast. Shouting out a few words was expected. If the Li family's true dragon did not have outstanding strength, then rhetorical skills and connections would come into play. But Li Hao's youthful arrogance saved them the trouble of verbal sparring. This was excellent. Since that is the case, then go ahead and prepare. Li Qingjung hadn't expected Li Hao to agree so readily. He usually found Li Hao to be not overly proud, which left him slightly surprised. But since Li Hao had already agreed, he too had no choice but to assent. At that moment, he casually waved his hand, covering the tables, chairs, and houses in the courtyard with his power, and then stepped back, leaving the duel to them. Sword. Li Changfeng's eyes turned sharp as he called out lightly. A metallic ring sounded, followed by a streak of snow-white silver light weaving through the seats towards him. It came from the sword of the woman who had been holding it for him at his dining spot. That woman was Mirong Cholan, who had accompanied Li Changfeng. Her eyes shone with dazzling light as she focused on the extraordinary young man, poised and dignified in the middle of the courtyard. This was the image of her ideal husband. The figure that had stood in front of her in the demon forest re-emerged in her mind. At this moment, the sword was in hand. Li Changfeng's expression was lofty as he glanced at Ren Qianqin, who was not far from Li Hao, holding the black sword box. Internally, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. With the battle for the true dragon imminent, although he too had received a peerless technique, it required time to master, which meant it brought him no short-term benefits. But the famed sword was different. Even if Li Hao's cultivation level was limited and couldn't unleash its true might, its sheer sharpness was already terrifying. If their swords were to clash directly later, he would have to avoid its edge for the time being. Draw your sword. Despite his wariness of the famed sword, Li Changfeng spoke out loud. Li Hao noticed his opponent's gaze and caught the fleeting solemnity. He smiled slightly. Use eternal night, you are not worthy. Li Hao did not even glance at Ren Qianqin. Instead, he turned around and summoned a pair of chopsticks from the table where he had been eating. Seeing Li Hao's actions, Li Changfeng was immediately stunned. Soon after, his eyes widened slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, and his whole body started to tremble slightly with anger. What do you mean? He asked. I'm afraid I might hurt you with a sword, so I'll use this instead, said Li Hao with a slight smile. However, deep down, he was filled with a cold intent to kill. When the people in the yard heard Li Hao's words, they were all shocked, doubting their own ears. Facing off against Li Changfeng, of the same 15 Li realm and a direct disciple of the Buddha, considered a top prodigy, Li Hao actually planned to fight with only a chopstick? What does it mean to be reckless in one's youth? They had truly witnessed it today. This was no longer mere rashness, but thorough contempt, looking down upon everything. At the banquet, Li Tiangang's complexion changed drastically, filled with shock and anger in his eyes. Previously, he had merely thought Li Hao to be arrogant, which he could barely understand. After all, with no one to guide him in achieving such a terrifying cultivation level at the age of 14, it's no surprise he would be arrogant. But now, it was more than just arrogance, it was arrogance to the extreme. If it had been an ordinary 15 Li realm opponent, perhaps there was a chance of winning, but Li Changfeng was a disciple of the Buddha. Moreover, even if Li Hao really had such ability, so what? Using a chopstick to defeat his cousin would be such a blow to Li Changfeng, causing him to never be able to hold his head high again, perhaps even shattering his resolve and ruining his life. If that were the case, how could Li Tiangang face his deceased brother? Those at the banquet, like Jian Wudao and Chu Juyue, were shocked and had never expected this gifted young man to be so insane. A chopstick defeating a prodigy, how could that be possible? Was he replacing the sword with a chopstick? Jian Wudao was puzzled as he watched Li Hao's stance. Combined with the fact that the Li family had presented him with a famous sword, he was most likely a practitioner of the sword. However, remembering the look in the eyes of that child all those years ago, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Ever since the mention of the Eternal Night famous sword, he had been displeased, feeling that the Li family had once again buried a famous sword. This boy could not possibly achieve anything on the path of the sword. Compared to the three of them, Lu Yu Rong and Sword Saint Zhang Haiping were both shocked and angry, but also a little pleased. This Li Hao's madness was self-destructive. This thought also emerged in the minds of most of the guests present. Indeed, a genius is still a genius, but they also have the flaws of a genius, and these very flaws often lead to their early demise. Li Changfeng stared at Li Hao, although the young man's face wore a warm smile. Through his eyes, Li Changfeng could feel the contempt. "I will make you pay the price," Li Changfeng said through clenched teeth, word by word. His aura suddenly expanded, causing his robes to billow, and with a sudden swing of his sword, he exclaimed in a low voice while grinding his teeth. "Take my sword." Li Hao stood calmly, his smile already faded, not even interested in forging a sarcastic smirk. The clear sword chi fiercely cut towards him, lifting the hem of Li Hao's robes and causing his hair to fly. With the chopstick in his hand, he casually flicked it, sending out a slash of sword chi. With a loud bang, the two sword chi instantly collided and neutralized each other, whipping up dust from the ground. The tables and houses around, covered by Li Qingzheng's power, were not affected. But realizing that the two had already began fighting, Li Qingzheng suddenly remembered that he had not invited the ancestral spirits from the shrine to temporarily release their heart oath for them. But soon, he came back to his senses. As neither of them followed the Li family ancestors' soul lineage, they didn't have to worry about hurting the other and breaking the oath. "This kid," Li Qingzheng muttered to himself, but his gaze was fixed on the center of the courtyard. At first, he was sure that Li Hao could win, but now he was somewhat nervous at Li Hao's overconfidence. The brief exchange clearly didn't use full strength, but they seemed evenly matched, which surprised those around them. Jian Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. The sword chi that the young man had just flicked out seemed to have a naturally perfect feel to it. Li Changfeng's eyes were cold, with a hint of murderous intent. He had not expected the opponent's control of objects to be so powerful. Now, he was not holding back anymore and suddenly raised his aura to its peak, like a war god wielding a sword. Sword technique, Bright Moon, rising, Li Changfeng unleashed his strongest move, intending to crush Li Hao with one blow. A terrible sword intent gathered in his palm, the sharp sword chi extending outwards, causing everyone around to change color, feeling as if their throats were being slit. It's the Li family's endless sea sword skill. To think he has understood it up to the third layer, reaching such a level at such a young age? Such a high talent in swordsmanship, this sword is hard to receive for anyone less than a grandmaster. Everyone was in shock, their gazes solemn. Ren Qianqin stood outside the open ground holding the sword box with a gleam in her eyes. That sword felt so familiar. But, it seemed quite different from what she saw that day. much more rudimentary. As Li Hao saw the sword technique utilized by his opponent, his eyes were cold and indifferent. A mere perfect level, indeed admirable, but still not enough. He slowly lifted the chopstick in his hand. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from his fingertips. Endless sea. Bright moon rising. Suddenly, a bright moon lit up the entire courtyard. And it also illuminated a myriad of eyes. Even in broad daylight, the brilliance of that moon could not be overshadowed. Jian Wudao had been regretting that such a sword prodigy like Li Changfeng had not become his disciple, but now, his eyes suddenly widened. The wrinkled lids at the edges of his old eyes seemed to stretch wide open with astonishment. Is that the genuine realm? Jian Wudao suddenly stood up, his composure lost, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the young man. Aside from him, his 4 disciples, including Bian Rushui, all wore expressions of shock, incredulously watching the scene unfold. As sword cultivators, how could they not perceive the terror and sheer brilliance of that strike? The radiance from the ancient city wall once again illuminated heaven and earth. Ren Qianqin's palms, clutching the black sword box, tightened, whitening at the knuckles, her eyes filled with the glow and the silhouette of the youth. How? Li Yanjiao, too, was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly. What? Lu Yu Rong, upon seeing that bright moon, had her originally mocking gaze freeze, slightly lost for words. Next to her, Zhang Haiping the war god, Bodhisattva Lin Wujing, and others were also shocked. They had not expected that, apart from his cultivation level, Li Hao's swordsmanship would reach such an extent, truly a rare sword prodigy seen once in 1,000 years. At this moment, however, the one who felt it the most was Li Changfeng. He was immensely shocked. Reaching a perfect level was already incredibly remarkable, and his uncle at this age was not even as skilled. But the youth before him, before he could ponder any further, that bright moon had already crushed down on him, all from a single chopstick. Li Changfeng's eyes bulged with fury, and immense shame made him bellow out, his hair flying wildly as he roared, "Break!" 2 identical sword techniques collided, but in the next moment, Li Changfeng's body was sent flying backward, crashing forcefully into a banquet table and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His richly ornate brocade garments were now riddled with tatters and tears, a mere brief encounter yet already so scarred and damaged. And this was because Li Hao had only used a single chopstick. Had he used a sword, it wouldn't just be superficial cuts but blood sprayed all over. Li Changfeng climbed up from the ground, his gaze furiously shifting toward Li Hao, eyes filled with shock. Even though his own swordsmanship was not on the same level as his opponent's, the disparity in their weapons was vast, yet his sword had not managed to break Li Hao's chopstick. He could feel that in that moment of clashing, the force of object control wrapped around the opponent's chopstick had steered his sword off course, and there hadn't been a true clash. He had sparred with others of the 15 Li realm using the same method, defeating them, but he did not expect to face the same situation himself. This could only be achieved by a complete overpowering of object control forces. But he had practiced one of the most top-notch object control chi circulation skills. To surpass him, it would have to be the royal family's 9 heavens ascension skill. Yet even then, the difference shouldn't be this vast. Under Li Changfeng's watch, Li Hao was calmly approaching. Li Changfeng's pupils shrank, his heart filled with grief and humiliation. He had thought to suppress Li Hao with his own power, but instead, he found himself pressured to this extent. He had been cultivating for 4 more years, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. He restrained the murderous intent showing on his face, but inside, he was seething. Die! Suddenly, the power within him gathered in his chest and violently unleashed the force imparted to him by his master. A humming sound, like the evening drum and the morning bell, seemed to herald a rampaging force, buzzing through his mind. Immediately afterward, a terrifying power surged from his chest into his limbs and bones, reaching the pinnacle of his chi and blood, and his strength exploded. At the same time, the major meridians within his body that had not been opened began to break through one by one at this moment, as the raging power poured into these meridians. Although it was only temporary, it filled all of them up. In just an instant, Li Changfeng's meridians in his body increased from 58 to 82. The meridian tempering skill of the Li family was opened to 54 meridians. The top-tier meridian tempering skill passed down to him by Mount Wulang's Buddhist master was 58 meridians, and the first meridian tempering technique of the royal family was 62 meridians. Under the impact of this force, his major meridians were forcibly opened to 82 meridians. That was a full 20 more than the royal family's meridian tempering method. This increase in meridian power gave him a sensation of free flow throughout his body, and at the same time, there seemed to be a low chant of Buddha's teachings in his mind as his soul power also surged, and his mind became clearer than ever before, with his divine soul's power expanding rapidly. It grew from the original 20 li all the way to 30 li. Even the royal family would pale in comparison. With the enhancement of his divine soul's power, the power to manipulate objects followed suit. Li Changfeng felt the power within his entire body increasing rapidly, feeling as if he could pluck stars and seize moons with his hands. His eyes were fierce as he rose from the ground, facing the youth. He then suddenly put his movement technique to use, his figure like a streak of light, the power to manipulate objects bolstering him. He rushed forward almost as if teleporting. He wouldn't give his opponent a chance to react, nor would he allow others the chance to intervene. He intended to disable Li Hao with a single sword strike. The surging aura of Li Changfeng naturally attracted the attention of countless onlookers who were all shocked, not knowing what cultivation technique this was. Li Qingzheng's face changed slightly, ready to take action, but suddenly, Li Hao's figure, which was moving with large strides, accelerated fiercely. Not running away, but charging towards Li Changfeng. The two figures intersected almost instantly, moving so quickly that below the 15 li realm, they could barely be seen, just a gray afterimage. Li Changfeng slashed fiercely at Li Hao, but in the next moment, he felt a tiger's fierce momentum coming from Li Hao, causing his pupils to shrink with shock in his eyes. His sword struck at the chopsticks, but they slipped away. The chopsticks stabbed straight towards his eye socket. Li Changfeng's other hand swung out hastily, using the Buddhist palm skill, which was a form of fist and kick technique that could enhance weapon blocking as well. But the arm that was meant to be sealed was grabbed by Li Hao at an even faster speed, catching hold of his palm. As if grabbing a soft sponge, 98 meridians, plus the power of circulating qi 369 times, and the instant double explosion of power from the yin and yang dual pulse, led to his palm being directly crushed, the bones and flesh mangled together. And before Li Changfeng could scream, Li Hao's chopstick had already plunged in, piercing into his eyeball. With a loud bang, a sudden shock wave spread out, but simultaneously, an even more vast power enveloped down, protecting Li Hao. A white figure swept by. It was the Buddhist Bodhisattva. He appeared in front of both Li Hao and Li Changfeng, separating the two on the spot and carrying Li Changfeng out to a dozen meters away. Such a ruthless move. Lin Wujing's gaze was slightly cold as he glanced at Li Hao, then immediately looked down at Li Changfeng, whose eyeball had been pierced. Lin Wujing, a roar of fury rose, followed by Li Qingzheng arriving in a flash in his snow-white robe, positioning himself in front of Li Hao. His commonly gentle eyes now shot out a cold light, causing the temperature of the entire courtyard to seem to plummet suddenly. He did not address Lin Wujing with the honorific, Great Phonos Saint, but instead called him by his actual name, which was extremely discourteous. Lin Wujing, however, turned his head and looked at him indifferently. The struggle for the true dragon of the Li family has actually become lethal. Had I not acted in time, Cheng and Vajra would likely be dead by now. Are you implying that you want to blame me? These words made Li Qingzheng pause slightly. His anger stemmed from the other party's unauthorized intervention in the Li family's true dragon selection, but if he blamed Lin Wujing now, wouldn't that imply he tacitly agreed to let Li Hao kill Li Changfeng? Naturally, that was unacceptable. If Lin Wujing had not acted just now, he would have intervened himself. With his cultivation level at the 4 stands realm, he could have easily intervened in time, even with only one eye open. This is the Li family's true dragon contest. Hao knows his own limits. Bodhisattva, please show some respect. In the end, Li Qingzheng still found a way to regain some face with his words. At the same time, his statement was also meant for others to hear, as he was making excuses for Li Hao. During that instant before, how could he not have seen that Li Hao had murderous intent? Having killed countless demons on the borders, his perception of killing intent was extremely sharp. However, aside from Li Hao, he also perceived that Li Changfeng harbored murderous intent. The relationship between these two juniors was not as peaceful as that of other cousins, not to mention compared to their fathers, the joyful times of the 9 sons of the Li family. Although they were all blood and clan, the relationship was still separated by a generation. Li Qingzheng couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Such incidents were not the first to occur. With a history of 1,000 years, Such disputes were unavoidable in the Li family, even in the lineage of the imperial family, but all were concealed and suppressed. That's why the Li family had tests of character. Impartial love was an ancestral teaching. HMPH. Lin Wujing knew Li Qingjung was being stubborn but coldly snorted and said, Changfeng's eyeball needs prompt medical treatment. Otherwise, if it affects the brain, he could end up an idiot. Does your Li family care or not? Changfeng. Lu Yu Rong, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright. The once stunningly beautiful mistress of the Lu family forgot all semblance of a forced smile and rushed over, demonstrating her cultivation level of the 15 Li realm. The daughters-in-law of the Li family usually come from martial backgrounds, with very few frail individuals. Furthermore, with countless precious medicines and secret techniques available to the Li family, even those of ordinary talent can be elevated to the 15 Li realm. Because below the celestial master realm, one can achieve ascension through resources and natural endowments. That is the early boost effect provided by the heritage of a great power. Rushing to Lin Wujing's side, Lu Yu Rong saw her son with chopsticks embedded in his eye socket, blood gushing out continuously, and immediately teared up from heartache. Her body trembling, she wanted to touch him but dared not. As if she thought of something startling, she suddenly turned around and glared furiously at Li Hao. You bastard, he's your cousin, and you attacked him with such deadly force. Li Hao's eyes showed only regret that he hadn't managed to kill his opponent outright. Upon hearing her accusation, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled into a sneer. Cousin? And you are supposed to be my dear second mother, yet what have you ever done? Up front, Chen Hefeng, witnessing the sudden turn of events, went pale. Her Buddha beads, worn from years of fasting and chanting, almost snapped in her grip. The trauma of losing a son made the sight of her descendants' blood make her feel faint. Nevertheless, having managed the Li family for many years, she quickly regained her composure and spoke. The hour grows late today. Now that the true dragon of my Li family has been determined, it's best for everyone to return home. Her words were polite, but everyone knew that the old lady did not wish others to stay and gossip. This left many feeling regretful, as the grudge hidden behind the ferocity of the two juniors must be quite interesting. He Jianlin quickly stood up, coordinating the departure of the guests from the banquet. Li Tiangang's face was unsightly, but this was not the time for him to reprimand Li Hao. Holding back his anger and temper, he personally escorted Jian Wudao and Chu Juyue out of the courtyard. Both were aware of the awkwardness the Li family faced and did not linger. They were surprised by Li Hao's ruthless actions but not overly shocked. Children of noble families often harbored grudges unknown to outsiders. Moreover, considering it involved a competition for the title of True Dragon, tension was inevitable. The previous generation had 9 sons who did not end up fighting bloody battles, mainly because Li was so outstanding and they were born of the same mother, making their relationship close. Compared to Li Hao's ferocity, they were more surprised by the formidable strength he showcased in that brief moment. It exceeded by far what they had seen of the 15 Li realm. The overwhelming power that Li Changfeng unleashed at the critical moment could only be due to some secret technique or some external force. Given that his master is a bodhisattva, having such a trump card is not unexpected, but they did not anticipate that before it could be truly displayed, it would be crushed by Li Hao's fierce attack, almost leading to Li Changfeng's death. The true dragon of this generation of the Li family should not be underestimated. How could that kid's swordsmanship reach such a level? How is that possible? Jian Wudao still glanced back at the young man standing in the center of the court before leaving. His shock settled, but confusion lingered in his eyes. Years ago, that child had no fascination for the sword, appearing to see it as no different from a mere twig. With such an attitude, how could he have developed such an overbearing and fierce sword intent? Quick, save my son. As the courtyard was clearing, Lu Yu Rong urgently spoke to Lin Wujing and the old lady. Chen Hefeng also knew that there was no time to waste. She quickly led the way, having Lin Wujing take Li Changfeng to the Qinglian backyard, while ordering people to summon the family's divine healer. Lu Yu Rong followed, and upon seeing this, the rest of the ladies also went to see the extent of Li Changfeng's injuries, knowing that saving him was of the utmost importance. After sending Jian Wudao and the others off, Li Tiangong returned to the courtyard. He strode toward Li Hao, fuming with anger. With all the guests gone, Li Tiangong glared at Li Hao and said, I didn't discipline you, but you've gone too far. Li Hao was about to talk about the poison pill when he heard this, but instead he retorted, didn't you hear what that woman just called me? You Li Tiangong flew into a rage. Of course he had heard it, but he thought it was his sister-in-law's concern for Changfeng's life that made her speak so recklessly. I'm going to see how Changfeng is doing first, then I'll deal with you later. With that said, he was gone like a gust of wind, rushing over. Since his own son had injured the other party so severely, he had to go and see for himself. Otherwise, how could they continue to be relatives? Li Qingjung turned back, casting a complicated look at Li Hao and said, why were you so impulsive? But Li Hao's face was already expressionless as if in a silent trance. Upon hearing Li Qingjung's words, a smile slowly formed on his face. Fifth uncle, she owed me this. Li Qingjung was momentarily stunned, looking at him questioningly. Li Hao didn't elaborate further, instead he turned and walked toward Qinglian backyard. Given the circumstances, it was about time for the past events to be revealed. Watching Li Hao's receding back, Li Qingjung's eyes flickered. He knew Li Hao well after all these years of contact. He didn't care about fame and fortune at all, and truly had no reason to inflict a fatal blow just for the true dragon struggle. What could be the reason then? He took a deep breath, preparing to head to the backyard first to see Li Changfeng's condition as well. With a flash, Li Qingjung disappeared. In the courtyard, Li Mingguang, Li Sibei, and other third-generation members of the Li family were all looking at Li Hao in shock. Everything had changed too quickly, and they were still failing to comprehend it all. Within the crowd, Li Yinzhao stood with his mouth agape, feeling a sense of estrangement from Hao, who he had always followed. Suddenly, Li Mingguang's figure shifted, blocking Li Hao's path. Where are you going? Li Mingguang's gaze was stern, his face filled with anger as he stared at Li Hao. As the oldest among the male cousins of the Li family's third generation, he was shocked and furious with Li Hao's actions. He and Li Sibei had given up the struggle for the true dragon in part because of the value they saw in their two younger cousins. Seeing his older cousin's anger, Li Hao's emotions had already retreated, and he bore no ill will toward him. On the contrary, his previous actions had made a good impression on Hao. I'm going to see him, Li Hao said with a smile. Stop pretending, you did it on purpose, Li Mingguang said angrily. Li Hao's smile faded slightly as he glanced at him and said, yes, it was intentional. You, Li Mingguang hadn't expected Li Hao to admit it so easily. His pupils shrank in anger as a terrifying air of immortality emanated from him. But he didn't act because, as the descendant of the Li family's ancestral spirit, attacking Li Hao would break his heart's oath. I thought you had exceptional talent and even saw Uncle Nine's elegance in you, but I didn't expect you to have such a disposition. His Majesty has valued you so highly in vain. Li Mingguang clenched his teeth in rage. Do you think that just because you've won the position of the true dragon, you can act recklessly? Li Sibei also walked over to stand by his brother, his eyes coldly fixed on Li Hao. Li Hao looked at them, fell silent for a moment, and then said, I have my reasons. If you want to know, follow me to the backyard. What reason could justify harming your own brother? Li Mingguang said angrily. Mingguang, maybe Hao has his reasons? Li Yinzhao tentatively came forward and said. Hearing the young boy's words, Li Hao looked at him, feeling a warmth in his heart, and he smiled at him. Seeing Li Hao smile, Li Yinzhao instantly felt that the strange feeling had vanished, and the familiarity with Hao returned. Feeling somewhat reassured, he thought he had said the right thing, so he was a bit bolder and was about to speak again when he heard Li Sibei's cold voice. Shut up, you're too young, stay out of this. Li Yinzhao's mouth opened slightly but he stammered, unable to retort. Li Wushuang and Li Yun, siblings as well, approached, their eyes filled with complex emotions as they looked at Li Hao. Li Wushuang remembered the slap Li Hao had given her on the buttocks that day, and now felt a mix of shame and anger, as well as confusion. Although Li Hao had been heavy-handed that day, causing her to not dare sit down, she could feel that he was merely disciplining her without any intent to kill, which was starkly different from today. She too had offended Li Hao, but he had not intended to kill her, showing he was not a murderous person. Or perhaps, as her cousin Li Mingguang had said, was it that Li Hao, having claimed victory over Li Changfeng and secured the true dragon seat, was now revealing his violent nature? Li Yun watched Li Hao with a timid gaze, and had his elder sister not been by his side, he might have been afraid to approach. He already had a shadow of fear towards Hao in his heart, which now felt greatly magnified. HMPH, what my mother said was right, his mother is from the great wilderness heaven. Ferocity runs in their blood, like mother, like son. Li Zhongying and Li Ruming, siblings as well, also came over, looking disdainfully at Li Hao. Both brother and sister held a bit of jealousy towards Li Hao for claiming the title of true dragon. Li Ruming felt that if only their father had let them participate earlier, it would have been more exciting, perhaps even allowing her to show off. Hearing the other party's words, Li Hao's eyes suddenly grew cold, and he also caught the information the other party mentioned, Great Wilderness Heaven? Wasn't his mother from a minor family? How could she be from the Great Wilderness Heaven? Being in the Li family and having always been in the company of chit-chat with second uncle, fifth uncle, and elder Feng since he was young, Li Hao had access to many top secrets, more than these third-generation youngsters. And the Great Wilderness Heaven was not exactly a well-kept secret either. Outside of the Dongwang continent guarded by Deu, in places never tread by the human race, where demons and monsters thrive, lies the Great Wilderness Heaven. It is said that the demons within the Great Wilderness Heaven are far fiercer and more terrifying than the ones around Deu. The demons around Deu were merely weak races driven from the Great Wilderness Heaven because they could not survive inside and were expelled to the outer edges. Deep within the Great Wilderness Heaven, ancient beasts roamed, and it was extremely terrifying, a place even those in the Four Stands realm would not tread lightly. To the people of this world, the Great Wilderness Heaven was like the sea during an age without technology, mysterious, dangerous, and boundlessly vast. You know about my mother? Li Hao stared at the other party. Li Ruming raised an eyebrow and said, "What, didn't your father tell you? Oh, I forgot. You and your dad have been apart since you were young, and your dad probably couldn't bring himself to say it, after all, he is a savage barbarian." With a smack, Li Hao suddenly lashed out with a slap, and 5 bright red handprints appeared on Li Ruming's face, causing her to bleed and a tooth to spill out. Li Hao, next to him, Li Zhongying came to his senses, saw his sister beaten, and was furious. He glared at Li Hao with his soul manifestation emerging above his head. However, the heroic spirit he inherited was not of the Li family ancestors, but of the Wang family. Therefore, if he made a move against Li Hao, he wouldn't be breaking his heart oath. Yet, his rage was forcefully suppressed under the icy gaze of Li Hao, and his poised body involuntarily clenched his teeth and stopped. Thinking about how this fierce man had nearly killed Li Changfeng in public just now, and disregarding Li Changfeng's identity, he was also the direct disciple of the infinite Buddha Lord, yet he still wasn't taken seriously by Li Hao. He was bound to have no advantage if he struck, and at this moment, there were no family elders to support him around. They had already run off to the Qinglian backyard. Li Mingguang saw Li Hao suddenly make a move, caught off guard, and considering that Li Hao's slap was unimaginably fast, seemingly even faster than when he attacked Li Changfeng before, he didn't react in time. But when he came to his senses, he was so enraged his eyes turned red. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? If I knew it would come to this, I shouldn't have listened to mother. I should enter the competition for the true dragon of the Li family too." At this moment, Li Hao was not in the mood at all and coldly said, "If you want to compete, you must be qualified to compete. Don't talk as if you're letting it go." Li Mingguang was taken aback, somewhat at a loss for words. Li Hao's eyes coldly fixed on Li Ruming. "Insult my mother again, and I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Seeing Li Hao's terrifying gaze, the spoiled and arrogant Li Ruming felt scared and grabbed her face in a mixture of anger and fright. Li Hao couldn't be bothered to question her about his mother's matters anymore. She probably knew because she heard it from her mother, Ms. Wang. He would ask his own father later, and even if Li Tiangong wouldn't tell him, he could still ask fifth uncle or second uncle. He would surely get a clear answer. The stories from before were probably all lies to deceive him. Thinking about this, Li Hao felt a surge of anger. Why was it that everyone else knew his mother was from the Great Wilderness Heaven, but he didn't? His eyes cold, he walked towards the Green Lotus courtyard. Those who wanted to cure Li Changfeng, even if they succeeded, he would bring up the matter of the poison pill and have him publicly disabled. He wanted the second mother to witness with her own eyes as her deeply planned son would be completely wasted. Seeing the aura emanating from Li Hao, the expressions of everyone around changed and no one stopped him. They had originally come to question him, thinking that Li Hao would explain and repent, but instead, he laid his cards on the table and stopped pretending. At this moment, they didn't know what else to say. "Brother Hao." Bian Rushui stood on the edge of the seat, stunned, watching that departing figure, feeling very unfamiliar. Whether it was Li Hao standing up to her master or his ruthless actions just now, he was unlike the warm and welcoming figure she remembered. That figure never burdened his heart with anything and was always kind to everyone. But why? Watching Li Hao leave the courtyard, Ren Qianqin hurriedly followed with the black sword box in her arms. The girl's little head was still somewhat confused, unable to make sense of the situation, as everything changed too abruptly, making her heart race. But the black sword box in her hands made her realize she was Li Hao's sword servant. A sword servant should not leave their master's side. In the Qinglian backyard, the godly doctor of the Li family was called for, appearing as an old man, also from Li Qingzheng's generation, but he was born of a concubine and had ordinary cultivation talent. However, his lineage was of medics amongst the relatives, producing descendants who were mostly medical practitioners, inheriting their skills for generations. Although he was a concubine's son, his status within the manor was quite high. At this moment, everyone gathered around Li Changfeng and the godly doctor. Lu Yurong was gripping her handkerchief tightly, her palms sweaty with nerves, her face flushed with anxiety, yet she dared not interrupt. He Jianlin and the other ladies stood by, their eyes full of concern, and none spoke a word. The quiet treatment finally ended. With the assistance of Lin Wujing, and using divine medicine procured from the Li family's treasure trove, the stabbed left eye finally stopped bleeding without damaging the brain inside. As for the eyeball's recovery, it would require Li Changfeng to cultivate to the 3 immortal realms before regenerative abilities could heal the limb and allow the nerves inside the eyeball to regrow. Although the treatment process was fraught with danger, the outcome was ultimately good. Once the young man's eyeball was bandaged, everyone sighed in relief. The divine physician bowed and took his leave from Chen Hefeng, without asking any further questions. As the divine physician was leaving the courtyard, he happened to run into Li Hao, who asked, "Is he cured?" The elderly divine physician saw Li Hao's attire and recognized him as a direct descendant of the Li family. Not daring to neglect him and assuming he came out of concern for Li Changfeng, he said with a smile, "The injury has been temporarily stabilized. The wound should fully scab over in a couple of days." Li Hao nodded. The bodhisattva of immeasurable mountain had acted too quickly, and he had not managed to inflict a deeper wound, knowing that such an injury was not much for the latter. Even though an eyeball was ruined, hindering his field of vision somewhat, given his talent, the probability of him cultivating to the immortal realm was extremely high. There was still the possibility of regeneration in the future. Inside the courtyard, once Li Changfeng's wounds began to heal, Lu Yurong hurriedly asked after him with concern. "Does it hurt? Can you see clearly? Were you hurt anywhere else?" A mother's affection was fully displayed, filled with genuine care and concern. Li Tiangong stood to the side, his face unsightly, as if he had a thorn in his back. Though Li Changfeng's body had calmed down, the temporary stimulation of his primary meridian had severely drained him, leaving him feeling utterly weak, his face extraordinarily pallid. He looked towards his mother and said weakly, "Mother, I'm fine." Hearing her son's words, Lu Yurong's tears could no longer be held back, falling in big drops. But she quickly dabbed them away with a handkerchief, turned her head sharply, and glared at Li Tiangong. Li Tiangong. Lu Yurong was full of grief and anger. She normally referred to him affectionately as seventh brother, or Marquis, but now she was calling him by his name, indicating the extent of her anger. "What a good son you've taught, how capable of teaching you are. Filled with wolfish ambitions, despite the care I've shown these years, simply ungrateful." The angry mother's words roared within the courtyard, leaving everyone speechless. Changfeng went to the mountain to cultivate at the age of 6 and never returned to the estate. It was always me who went to the mountain to visit him. They were cousins meeting for the first time, just a first meeting, so where could there be any grudge, yet to strike with such viciousness? "Is it just for the true dragon seat? Li Tiangong, if you want it, I'll give it to your son, so why provoke him to bully my son?" Li Tiangang's face was unsightly, and he had nothing to say. Although he had not incited or taught him, but to not teach a child is the father's fault. Li Hao's mistakes were not something he could avoid, he had to accept responsibility. "Second sister-in-law, I will definitely give you and my brother an explanation," Li Tiangong said gravely, with a storm of rage in his eyes. He Jianlin's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Seventh brother," Hao acted on impulse. Perhaps due to lack of experience in facing an enemy, he wasn't measured in his actions, you should be more gentle. Lu Yurong, tearful, cut He Jianlin off before she could finish, looking at her and saying, "Elder sister, have I ever offended you? Can my son's brush with death really be attributed to a mere act of impulsivity, an accident?" He Jianlin's face changed slightly, and faced with Lu Yurong's tearful and angry gaze, she chose to back down for the first time, offering no reply. Elder sister, now, Li Tiangong also spoke. His gaze was terribly dark as he said, Hao's outcome today is my fault, as I was not present to discipline him, allowing him the special treatment from everyone. Your indulgence, your protection, your affection, I understand. But if you are uncomfortable disciplining him, let me do it. With that, he turned and walked out of the courtyard. At that moment, Li Hao entered the courtyard. Father and son's gazes collided at that instant. Unfilial son. The rage in Li Tiangang's eyes surged as he shouted, Come and kneel, kowtow to your second aunt. Li Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. The misunderstanding from Li Mingguang and the others earlier had clued him in that others were also waiting for his explanation. He had come here for that very reason, only he hadn't expected his father to be so furious. Let the second aunt come out then, and while you're at it, have grandfather and grandmother come out as well, to witness, said Li Hao, expressionless. Li Tiangong, taking it as a sign of his repentance, softened his angry expression slightly. He didn't need to go inside to inform the others, as they were all making their way to the courtyard at that moment. Meanwhile, Li Mingguang, Bian Rushui, and others following behind also entered the courtyard, standing behind Li Hao. The courtyard was filled with Ms. Li and the direct descendants of the family. Uncle Li Xuanli and Uncle Li Fenghua were among them, their gazes complex as they watched Li Hao. They saw a shadow of Li Junya in this star of the Li family and felt a sense of kinship. But Li Junya would never lift a hand against his own kin. With everyone assembled, Li Hao looked to the mother and son. The second mother, who usually feigned affection toward him with smiles, now bore no guise, her face full of anger and hatred. But in that moment, no one thought her rage and hatred were misplaced. Li Hao sneered, Second mother, the karma of deeds done in the past you're repaying today, does it taste good to you? Lu Yurong's face, full of hatred and anger, froze, her heart like being stabbed, violently quivering at its core. The crowd was shocked and couldn't help but turn their eyes toward Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong, with an angry expression, said, I don't know what you're talking about. You've harmed Changfeng, maimed your cousin, and yet you still try to argue. Li Hao, unwilling to play her game any longer, coldly chuckled, When I was 1.5 years old, you took me to your courtyard and made me take poison, ruining my divine blood. Have you forgotten that incident? Upon hearing these words, everyone's expressions slightly changed as they looked towards Lu Yurong. However, Lu Yurong's heart trembled with coldness, and she felt a chill, especially under the angry gaze of Li Hao, which made her feel as if her mind had gone blank. She certainly remembered that matter, and it even often came to her mind at night. But how could this child know about it? What nonsense are you talking about? Despite the buzzing in her head, Lu Yurong appeared only slightly dazed. Years of experience and meticulous thoughts allowed her to quickly recover, and she angrily retorted. What does your inability to awaken the divine blood have to do with me? Since Li Hao had revealed his cultivation level, everyone had come to understand his situation. Furthermore, Li Tiangang had disclosed early on that Li Hao's body was likely to have the divine blood, and they were all instructed to ensure that Li Hao embarked on the path of cultivation. However, when they inquired with Li Hao, they learned that he had not awakened. But the first reaction of the people was to think of Li Hao's mother, the woman who came from the great wilderness heaven. Given the woman's unique bloodline and its fusion with Li Tiangang's, it was very possible that it suppressed the divine blood and prevented Li Hao from awakening. Additionally, the realm of Li Hao's cultivation was so formidable, far surpassing the top prodigies, it was also highly likely due to that woman's bloodline. That was the consensus among the people, since only then did it make sense to them. You sought a secret medicine from Mount Wuliang to sabotage my divine blood and pave the way for your son, a plot you've been scheming for over a decade. Do you think no one knows? Li Hao coldly watched her act. There's a saying, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. Lu Yurong's heart was trembling, but on the surface, she still appeared indignant. Her thoughts raced as she said, Do you think just because you have obtained the true dragon of the Li family that you can slander others? Do you have any evidence for these accusations? Indeed. From the side, Lin Wujing spoke up, his voice cold. Originally, the affairs of the Divine General Mansion were not my concern, but since it involves Mount Wuliang, I must speak up. Mount Wuliang does not possess such a secret medicine you speak of. Li, you are now the true dragon, and although you have not yet completed the succession ceremony, you must still take responsibility for your words. Slandering Mount Wuliang, slandering the bodhisattva, even the divine general mansion must provide an explanation. Upon hearing his words, Li Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a Mount Wuliang, what a bodhisattva, how much do you truly understand about Mount Wuliang, down to the smallest detail? Even now, you support this lad. Is it possible that you were also involved in the affairs of the past? Lin Wujing's expression changed dramatically, his eyes glaring coldly at Li Hao. Very well, very well. Truly worthy of the Li family's true dragon, spouting accusations without evidence. Li Hao's smile faded as he said, since I dare to speak of this today, I naturally have a way to prove it. He looked towards Lu Yurong, sneering, second mother, you thought I was too young back then to remember anything, but I tell you, I remember everything. This statement caused Lu Yurong's color to change. But Li Hao turned to look at the other ladies, sweeping his gaze across their faces. I remember when I was 1 year old, ninth lady embroidered a pouch for me. I remember when I was 1 year old, I was nursed by fifth lady. Upon hearing this, Li Wushuang and her brothers couldn't help but look at their own mother in astonishment. But Gao Qingqing was taken aback, immediately turning crimson with a mix of shame and anger, glaring at Li Hao while secretly amazed. Could it be that Li Hao truly remembered what happened when he was 1 year old? They all knew Li Hao was precocious, so such a thing was not impossible. Like reciting treasures from his own family vault, Li Hao recounted the events that happened when he was 1 year old. As Li Hao finished speaking, everyone in the courtyard exchanged glances. These events were long ago, and some of them even barely remembered them, but as Li Hao mentioned them, it seemed as though they recalled something. Could this child really remember things from when he was 1 year old? The prodigious intelligence of Li Hao deeply impressed all the madams, but they had not expected it to be so miraculous. If it hadn't been for the fact that they were in the divine general mansion, with an extremely acute sense of demons and certain exceptional conditions, they might have thought Li Hao had been possessed by someone else. However, such individuals with extraordinary memory from birth were not unheard of. Therefore, beneath their shock, they couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Lu Yurong. At this moment, Lu Yurong's heart was icing over, trembling within. She realized that this monstrous child must have remembered the incident since he was very young. But the other party remembered it clearly, and yet, over the years, he had always maintained a smile in front of her, responding innocently to her caring inquiries. Even, the child would occasionally give her things to eat, and although they did not taste particularly good, they seemed to demonstrate filial affection. Turns out, it was all an act. Lu Yurong had always considered herself to be quite shrewd, but she didn't expect that this child, who had grown up without the guidance of his parents, could actually achieve this extent. Monster. Demon. Lu Yurong was terrified in her heart, but upon feeling the gaze of others upon her, her mind quickly cleared, knowing that she absolutely could not admit to it now, or else Changfeng's future would truly be ruined. This is your evidence? Lu Yurong couldn't help but scoff, saying, what a deep plot. The words you speak are full of holes. She looked at the people around her, saying, this kind of thing, he could easily learn by casually asking Zhao from the mountain and river courtyard. It's not anything special, and you call this evidence? She looked at Li Hao, saying, you claim that I poisoned you back then, why didn't you go and report to the senior madam? Why didn't you say anything at that time? Upon hearing this, people felt there was some validity to it. If Li Hao had been just a child back then and had said something like this, coupled with the fact that he later failed to awaken the divine blood, everyone would naturally have no doubts. But the Li Hao of now, although still a youth, he was no longer a child. If he were 2 or 3 years old, with an innate innocence and too young to understand, his words would carry a high degree of credibility. But the current Li Hao was a young man capable of competing for the title of true dragon. He already had the ability to lie and fabricate. Seeing her quibble, Li Hao said with a cold voice, even if I had said something back then, before I started cultivating and before awakening the divine blood, who would have believed a child's words? You could easily claim that the child was speaking out of turn, unknowingly influenced by some servant, and then find a servant to take the fall. But with my parents not by my side, once I exposed this matter, you would surely try to harm me again. How could I defend myself? Lu Yurong angrily retorted, after all is said and done, you have no evidence, just creating fabrications with your mouth here. Indeed, Li Hao had no concrete evidence. After all, too many years had passed since the incident, and when she made him take the poison, she was well prepared for the fallout. Thus, despite repeated health checkups over the years, he couldn't detect any problems. Not a single trace left. The only proof he could offer was to use his own memory to verify the truth of his words. But as Lu Yurong said, such matters were controversial, and Li Hao had anticipated this, so he planned to take action first and report later during the True Dragon conflict. Either to depose or kill his son. Unexpectedly, he was thwarted. He Jianlin glanced at Li Hao and then at Lu Yurong, her eyes slowly turning cold. Li Hao was like a child she had watched grow up, and despite the shock from his performance and words today, she still chose to believe in Li Hao. The other ladies hesitated, their expressions uncertain. With no evidence, the matter became a debate with each side claiming righteousness. Moreover, if what Li Hao said was true, recalling his acts over the years, a chill rose in their hearts. This child's thoughts were too profound. Li Qingzheng's gaze was fixed on Li Hao, but realization dawned within him. His contact with Li Hao was deeper than any of these young ladies. Chess Dao reflects the person, so naturally, he believed Li Hao's words. Chen Hefeng had just left seclusion and was not very knowledgeable about these matters. Although she had quietly observed some things over the years, she only had a superficial understanding. Now confronted with this shocking secret, she realized that not only was she in the dark, but even He Jianlin, who had been managing the 9 courtyards, was unaware. Looking at the youth, her eyes were complex, perhaps showing a certain fondness. Something about the youth always reminded her of Zhoulong, making her, against her will, favor him a bit more. You say I wasted your divine blood. When your father sent a message from the frontier pass, everyone learned that he had attained immortality at 23. Seeing the silence in the mountain and river courtyard and everyone seemingly lost in silence and contemplation, Lu Yurong bit her lip and said, before that, who could have known about your father's situation, or the possibility that you had divine blood awakening within you? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people present subtly changed, indeed. Unless Lu Yurong had known in advance, but that depended on whether Li Tiangang had ever revealed it to her. In an instant, all eyes in the courtyard turned to Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang's face was sullen, his eyes filled with rage. Facing the gazes from everyone, he understood their meaning. Even though Li Hao was his son, he couldn't show favoritism. Having led the Ministry of Punishment for many years, he had always valued the law and order from childhood. Without law, there can be no Tao. Only with strict laws can there be continuity. My sister-in-law should not know about my situation, Li Tiangang said solemnly. Hearing him say this, Lu Yurong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, at least you, Li Tiangang, have some conscience. It looks like Changfeng's injury may not have been instigated by you. Could it be that he contacted someone and concocted this story? Li Hao's expression suddenly turned somber, glaring at his father. Have you really never exposed anything in her presence, or anywhere else? She must have known. I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Li Tiangang, upon hearing Li Hao's accusation, couldn't help but look at him. At this moment, he too was recalling the past. His attainment of immortality was extremely secretive, and he had not informed anyone, except his own wife knew. But his wife had been by his side for many years, and besides, her talent and intelligence were greater than his. How could she have leaked it? Seeing Li Tiangang's silence, disappointment that Li Hao couldn't hide appeared in his eyes. If others didn't believe him, he could understand, but even his father didn't believe him and didn't even have the heart to show any favoritism. But then, Li Hao laughed at himself internally. 14 years apart, where would the affection come from? Apart from blood ties, what else was there like father and son? Favoritism? Why favoritism? Could it be he was hoping for familial affection based on blood ties? Talking nonsense, trying to kill Changfeng under this pretense, what a vicious heart. Lu Yurong looked at the lone, silent young man in the field, her eyes flashing coldness. Moreover, even if we step back and say this is a dispute between you and me, how can you be so ruthless to your own cousin? Has Changfeng ever offended you? Li Hao came to his senses. His gaze suddenly became icy cold, staring at her intently. Whether he knows about this matter or not, I don't care. He owes you a debt of gratitude, and he must bear the consequences. Originally, I only intended to cripple him, but he made the first move to kill. Today, neither you nor your son will leave. Seeing Li Hao's murderous aura, everyone's faces subtly change. Lu Yurong laughed mockingly, saying, very well, Li Tiangang, is this the son you have raised, so utterly lawless? Are you just going to let him bully us, a widowed mother and her orphan? Your second brother Feng Ping once took a sword strike for you. Without that sword strike, you would have died long ago. Her eyes, burning with anger, stared at Li Tiangang. If it weren't for blocking that sword for you, causing your second brother to be injured, how could he have ended up dead? Li Tiangang was shaken, his pupils slightly narrowed, and his breathing became ragged. Your son captured the true dragon, and now he dares to be so rampant and insolent. If this continues, I fear not the demons will kill the entire Li residence, but rather he will. Lu Yurong spoke these words filled with hatred as if it were meant to kill. Exactly, everyone was silent, but suddenly a clear voice emanated from the crowd. Li Fenghua abruptly looked up to see who it was, ready to scold, but then he saw his daughter Li Ruming crying and running over, with a bright red mark of a handprint on her face. He couldn't help but change color, asking, "Who did this to you?" Anger was already gathering in his eyes, for he adored this daughter of his to extremes. Li Ruming turned her head and pointed at Li Hao, angrily saying, "It was him. He's arrogant and domineering. I simply couldn't stand it just now and spoke a few words, and he hit me. If it weren't for Brother Minguang and the others being there, he probably would have killed your daughter." Brother Minguang and the others can testify to this. Hearing his daughter's words, everyone looked shocked and turned their gaze towards Li Hao and Li Minguang. Li Minguang was also taken aback. Although he was angry with Li Hao, they all witnessed the incident of Li Hao slapping Li Ruming and knew it was Li Ruming who was rude first. Li Hao did indeed act to teach her a lesson, but it didn't seem as serious as Li Ruming claimed. Facing the gazes of the crowd, he hesitated. He Jianlin immediately asked, "Is that so? If you were there, why didn't you stop it?" Li Minguang bowed his head and said, "Cousin Li Hao indeed acted. It was too sudden, and I didn't expect it. I couldn't react in time, but..." Before he could finish speaking, a crisp sound suddenly interrupted him. A bright red handprint appeared on Li Hao's face. Everyone in the entire courtyard was stunned, turning to look at the person who had struck the blow. It turned out to be Li Tiangang. And this slap was extremely harsh. Even with Li Hao's physique, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered several steps backward. Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the tall and burly man before him. But what he saw was a pair of eyes filled with anger and authority. "You are simply too lawless," Li Tiangang said angrily, "associating with fools and meddling with prostitutes. You've even shamed us by visiting brothels. I don't know how you've been living these past few years. Everyone dotes on you, loves you, and out of respect for me, no one dares to discipline you. Today, I will take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. Only a few days ago, I thought you had become more compliant, reined in your temper, but today, just after obtaining the true dragon, do you think no one can control you anymore?" As he spoke, he took another step towards Li Hao. Li Qingzheng's expression changed, saying, "Tiangong, this matter still needs to be investigated thoroughly. We should think this through, and as for Rumang's situation. Uncle 5, don't interfere, this is my own family business." Li Tiangang did not turn around, but his voice was ice cold. Li Qingzheng was taken aback. "Uncle." Bian Rushui ran over, her face trembling with shock, trying to plead for Li Hao. Meanwhile, a white figure suddenly leapt out, dashing in front of Li Hao as if to protect him. It was the little white fox. Fear was evident in its eyes, but it still stared directly at Li Tiangang. Its fur bristled, and it bared its teeth slightly. Outrageous, even this cursed beast dares to be lawless. Li Tiangang, enraged, waved his hand dismissively, and a force swept out, striking the little white fox. The white fox yelped as its body crashed heavily against the courtyard wall, breaking through it and falling far away like a kite with its string cut, its fate unknown. Li Hao's pupils shrank instantly to the size of pinholes as he came back to his senses. But the next moment, his mind exploded as if struck by thunder, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Li Tiangang. The youth let out a sky-shaking roar, his eyes almost splitting with fury as he glared at the man. An aura as deep and vast as the ocean burst forth from his body, sweeping up a tornado on the spot, sending all the dust swirling into the air. Whoosh! Li Hao's figure suddenly dashed out, heading towards the little white fox outside the wall. His figure swiftly neared, like a rapidly soaring cannonball, yet it stopped gently like a soft breeze right in front of the little white fox. Looking at the dying little white fox, Li Hao squatted down, carefully picking it up, his eyes filled with sorrow. Over the years, the little white fox had been his constant companion, day and night. They had long developed a bond of master and servant. Moreover, this little white fox was an orphan, with no one to rely on, strikingly similar to him. Uncle. Li Hao suddenly looked towards Li Qingjung in the courtyard and said, "Quick, save Xiao Ru, save it." His voice carried a mix of sadness and pleading. Li Qingjung's expression shifted slightly, remembering the years when Li Hao would join him in chess, and the little white fox often curled up in the young boy's embrace, keeping each other company. Inside the courtyard were mostly house servants. Apart from him and the other old folks like the second elder, this child hardly had any friends, and even fewer with whom he could bear his true feelings. He knew all too well how important this little fox was to Li Hao. In a flash, Li Qingjung appeared beside Li Hao, releasing a life force that enveloped the little white fox. He took the little white fox and said, "I'll go find the divine doctor." After speaking, he swiftly stepped out, but as if remembering something, he turned back to look at Li Hao before leaving and said, "Hao, don't act rashly." Upon hearing this, Li Hao gave a wry smile and said to his uncle, "Thank you for saving us." After that, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed resoundingly. Li Qingjung was momentarily stunned, as if sensing something, and his eyes showed a hint of change. He hurriedly said, "I'll go save this little guy first. Its heart meridian hasn't dissipated, there's still hope." After speaking, he quickly vanished from Li Hao's sight. Ridiculous. Li Tiangang saw Li Hao's act and his eyes revealed even stronger anger. It's just a demon beast. If it dies, it dies. What's the big deal? You value the life of a demon so highly yet harm your elder brother and strike your younger sister. It's truly laughable. Li Hao, kneeling on the ground, seemed to tremble slightly. He slowly stood up, the entire sky seeming to grow dark and ominous. He turned his head, his eyes, bloodshot as if weeping blood, staring at the tall and imposing man. That recent palm strike, in the heart of the young boy, did not send the little white fox flying, but rather the child he'd been waiting for in his heart for 14 years. With that strike, it was killed. Li Tiangang. Li Hao's eyes were blood red as he stared at him deliberately, saying, "From this day on, you and I have no more ties of father and son." Li Tiangang, upon hearing this, became even angrier. "Are you going to sever ties with your own father over a beast? Didn't you just say how I got through these years? It was with it by my side." Li Hao's eyes widened with rage, his voice icy. "In my heart, Xiao Ru is 100 times more important than you." Having said that, Li Tiangang trembled with fury, his eyes flashing with a violent light and intimidation. Good, it's my fault for not disciplining you these years. It's my fault, Li Tiangang's fault. For the Li family to raise such an unfilial descendant, I have shamed my ancestors. The sins I created, I will clean them up myself today. Li Tiangang took large strides toward Li Hao. Chen Hefeng's face changed, and she quickly said, "Tiangong, don't be reckless. Hao might have another explanation for his actions. Let's investigate thoroughly before proceeding." "Mother." Li Tiangang's steps paused slightly, but he didn't turn back, only saying, "When my second brother entrusted his wife and child to me, it was his life that allowed me to live to this day. I can't repay him, so even if what Hao said is true, this life I owe can be considered repaid. But Hao is obstinate. I intended to treat him well, to make up for him, but he has been too disappointing. I cannot indulge him anymore." After saying this, he once again walked toward Li Hao. "Tiangong, seventh brother," the others also called out, trying to persuade him. Upon hearing Li Tiangang's words, Li Hao instead laughed. "This life can be considered repaid. You say it so lightly, but damn it, it's my life. Who gave you the right to use it to repay? He is your elder brother, not mine. You have brothers, I don't even have parents. If you need to repay, use your own life, my life, nobody can take it away, nobody." His eyes were blood red, and his aura surged throughout his body, his fists clenched tightly. Li Tiangang roared. "Shut up, your life was given by me, without me, where would you be? Then come and try taking it." Li Hao's eyes nearly burst, and facing the imposing figure, he suddenly stepped forward. All the social constraints of father and son, everything was cast aside. Even if the world condemned and reviled him, what of it? Boom! The very ground of the Green Lotus courtyard shook violently. A terrifying force, exceeding millions of pounds, unleashed as his whole body's meridians opened. At this moment, the raging aura burst forth from his body, uncontrollable and no longer needing to be restrained. Seeking death. Witnessing Li Hao's momentum, Li Tiangang's eyes grew colder, and suddenly, he raised his palm. An immense, overwhelming power surged towards Li Hao, like Mount Tai itself. Break for me! Li Hao roared to the heavens as his aura soared like a rainbow, the Zhou Tian breathing skill spinning wildly, the energy within his meridians raging like a torrential river, and with a fierce punch, he lashed out. The vast power was instantly torn apart, immediately dispersed by the force of his punch. The onlookers instantly recognized this as the half-step invincible fist, the secret technique of Li Musho. Li Changfeng, who was helping Lu Yu Rong by her side, also saw this scene, his eyes revealing shock and envy. Second uncle, why did all the elders in the family favor Li Hao so much? Li Tiangang also recognized Li Hao's fist technique, instantly realizing it was his second uncle's style. He laughed angrily. So, you're so arrogant just because of the spoiling from your second and fifth uncles, right? Today, let me cut down your rampant spirit. He struck out again, swinging both palms forward. A golden palm print, as radiant as the blazing sun, advanced towards Li Hao. Li Hao, engulfed in anger, threw his fists. The yin and yang dual pulse erupted, and his chi force surged in an instant, reaching nearly 20 million jins. As his fist swept through the air, a sonic boom erupted, and with a thunderous noise, the fist smashed into the golden palm print, causing the entire courtyard to vibrate. The palm print dissipated, and Li Hao's body slid back slightly, but he immediately stepped forward abruptly, charging at Li Tiangang like lightning. A look of shock appeared in Li Tiangang's eyes. His recent palm strike was strong enough to suppress the 15 Li realm. Even top geniuses from that realm would struggle to resist, yet it was blocked by Li Hao. Seeing Li Hao countering with a strike, he laughed furiously. Good, you even dared to strike at me. Do you also wish to commit fratricide and patricide today, you beast? Li Tiangang's hair flew wildly with rage as he slammed his hand towards Li Hao's fist, intent on clashing head-on to utterly crush this stubborn bone. However, at the moment of contact, his expression suddenly changed. The young man's fist harbored a terrifying power, beyond his imagination, even beyond his understanding of the 15 Li realm. As father and son's fists collided, the ground shook violently. Li Tiangang's body leaned back slightly, his feet retreating half a step. While Li Hao felt as though he had smashed into a mighty mountain. The violent force, like a mountain collapsing in a tsunami, rebounded and sent him flying back, his chi and blood surging in reflux. With a spurt, both father and son almost simultaneously expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Li Hao's injury was not a surprise to the onlookers. After all, Li Tiangang was an immortal. But Li Tiangang spitting blood from an injury, how could that be possible? Not even a grandmaster could harm him in the slightest, let alone someone from the 15 Li realm. The next moment, everyone suddenly realized the reason. Li Tiangang had inherited the heroic spirit of the Li family's ancestors. Earlier, when Li Tiangang slapped Li Hao was also a legitimate member of the Li family, someone within the oath of protection. Li Tiangang's action undoubtedly broke his oath, resulting in backlash. That slap had injured both father and son. It was just that Li Tiangang, in his anger, had repressed the serious injury from the backlash, and with everything happening so swiftly, it went unnoticed. Now, Li Tiangang's spitting of blood was likely due to the impact. He couldn't suppress the serious injury that he had just managed to hold back, leading to this result. Very good, extremely good. At this moment, Li Tiangang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring at Li Hao with a chilling rage. Is this your ability? Indeed, you have the capital to look down upon your peers, no wonder you're so unrestrained. Committing fratricide and attacking your father, today nobody can stop me. I want to see just how much ability you have. Let me, your father, personally experience it. Li Hao also saw the blood the other had spat out, momentarily regaining a bit of clarity in his mind, but then he felt an even greater urge to laugh. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. After waiting for 14 years, he thought he had been waiting for someone to stand up for him. But what he got instead was a heavy slap. Moreover, the other knew that slap would break the oath but still struck out in anger. He'd rather injure himself severely than to teach him a lesson. Is this what father and son are supposed to be? Is he such a worthless son? Come on, you want my life, right? Then come and try. Li Hao burst into loud laughter but then stared at him with a chilling gaze, his eyes filled with sarcasm. You think you can turn the heavens upside down, yet I am not dead. Li Tiangang was furious, and suddenly his aura exploded. A dense and dazzling golden light spread out from his body, with a golden divine soul bursting forth from the top of his head. This divine soul was brilliant and fierce, like a majestic deity. Clad in armor of the gods, his gaze disdainful of the six desolations, as if he were invincible. What a strong force of the divine soul! Standing in the courtyard, Lin Wujing's eyes were solemn. Well deserved indeed, for a member of the previous generation of the Li family to be a true dragon. Even as the second choice after Li, who had taken over, he was still terrifying. Tiangong. Chen Hefeng couldn't help but exclaim softly, her eyes revealing urgency. She had just come down from the mountain, only to witness her own descendants fighting each other. She felt her heart trembling with fear that an accident might happen. Seventh brother, Li Fenghua couldn't help but say, let it be. Although Hao has done wrong, it's enough to punish him a little since you've already taught him a lesson. No sooner had she finished speaking than her daughter Li Ruming pouted, her face full of displeasure. Meanwhile, his wife Wang Shangru also gave him a disparaging look. Don't interfere, Li Tiangang's voice was ice cold. He is not yet the true dragon of the Li family, has not yet taken over. If we don't punish him severely now, it'll be too late. This brilliant golden divine soul stood tall, over 30 meters high, like a giant looming over the courtyard's youth. Li Hao looked up and laughed aloud. Come on, his whole body shook, and the fierce power within his head surged, bursting forth with all his might, revealing his soul manifestation in its entirety for the first time. Behind him, vast soul power condensed, forming a grand and glittering figure. A heaven and earth law manifestation slowly took shape. The face of this law manifestation was the spitting image of Li Hao himself, wearing a robe identical to the one he was wearing now. However, in contrast to the imposing general, the young law manifestation carried a scholarly and elegant aura garnered from years of playing chess and painting. Yet, this heaven and earth law manifestation was gigantic, towering over 100 meters tall. Seeming to look down from the clouds, the entire massive green lotus courtyard was like a delicate clay sculpture before this heaven and earth law manifestation. Majestic, profound, and as vast as the heavens and earth, its aura permeated the entire place. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Even those guests who had just left the divine general mansion and hadn't gone far were forced to stop in their tracks, sensing the overwhelming aura radiating outward. Some commanded their carriages, rushing onto the vehicles to gaze out, while others stood in the streets, turning to look back. Within the millennia-old divine general mansion, within those tall walls, and among the countless gazing eyes, only the rooftops of respected mansions could be seen. At this moment, a vast golden light could vaguely be seen, resembling a human figure. What is that? Numerous people were stunned, feeling the unrestrained and immense aura from those two forces. Who could dare to be so reckless within the divine general mansion? Is that a law manifestation? Jian Wudao, who walked the streets with his 4 disciples as they were looking for an inn to settle in and wait for Bian Rushui to bid them farewell before they would return to the mountains, suddenly stopped. Glancing towards the divine general mansion, his sharp, sword-like eyes seemed to penetrate the high walls and layers of space, glimpsing the massive figure. That golden image. Was that the young man? Jian Wudao's pupils contracted, and then slowly he widened his eyes as his body suddenly soared up, standing above Qingzhou City, looking towards the divine mansion. In the green lotus courtyard, everyone seemed like tiny specks of dust and insignificant ants under the watch of the heaven and earth law manifestation. Even Li Tiangang's 10-zhang tall divine soul looked small and delicate in front of this law manifestation, reaching only up to the knees of Li Hao's law manifestation. Such a terrifying spectacle left everyone staring and dumbfounded. Li Chengfeng, who was supported by his mother, had his eyes wide with shock to the point of losing himself, staring in disbelief at this scene. Was this the true strength of Li Hao? He remembered how Li Hao had defeated him with a single chopstick earlier, and even when he activated the power bestowed upon him by his master, unrivaled in his own realm, he was no match for that chopstick. His heart was shaken, unable to believe what was before his eyes. Compared with the stunned members of the Li family, even Li Tiangang's face showed shock and disbelief. Such a scene was unheard of to him. Was this Li Hao's soul manifestation? After returning to the mansion, he had inquired about Li Hao and learned that he had not inherited the soul of his ancestors but instead was said to have inherited the soul of a demon, which was one of the reasons for his anger and dissatisfaction with Li Hao. But the soul manifestation before him, what kind of might could that display if it was simply the fusion of a demon's divine soul? Even his own soul manifestation felt like a tiny boat on a vast sea in its presence. It felt as if what he was facing was not Li Hao, but rather, the entire world. This feeling, in addition to the shock, also aroused some anger in Li Tiangang. As a father, he was actually sensing an imposing aura before his own son, as if his heart was about to rise with reverence. This was something he absolutely could not accept or tolerate. Motherly love and filial son, strict father and filial son. A strict father and a loving mother, that was the absolute truth in his heart, and the iron order of the world. So you do have some skills, no wonder you dared to rebel. Li Tiangang took a deep breath, his eyes emitting an intimidating gaze that commanded all directions. As a warrior invincible among 10,000 soldiers, even though he had been severely wounded due to breaking his heart vow, with his cultivation level falling from the peak of the immortal realm to the early stages, he was, after all, still in the immortal realm. Just as an ordinary 15 Li realm martial artist could easily slay a top-tier divine travel realm adversary, the difference in realms was insurmountable. He let out an angry roar, and suddenly his divine soul shot out from behind him, with countless divine lights condensing in his palm and transforming into a blade of divine might. No matter how tough your wings are today, I'm going to chop them off. Come on, Li Hao bellowed, his heaven and earth law manifestation bursting with dazzling golden light. Inside the law manifestation, countless golden light veins seemed to flow, imitating the great veins of his body, with as many as 98 major veins reflected out. At the same time, his yin and yang dual pulse was revealed, and the power of his heaven and earth law manifestation was instantly greatly enhanced. The giant law manifestation raised its palm, carrying the divine might of heaven and earth, and slapped down towards Li Tiangang on the ground. However, Li Tiangang's divine soul held a blade of divine might that seemed to burn like fierce flames, slashing violently, and mournful cries seemed to rise between heaven and earth. The massive palm of Li Hao's law manifestation was cleaved open with brute force. The law manifestation's face showed pain, retreating backward. Li Tiangang's divine soul, wielding the divine might blade, soared to the sky and violently attacked Li Hao's law manifestation. Li Hao was furious, feeling as if his palm were being sliced open. The divine might blade was extremely sharp, and despite his law manifestation's strength, he couldn't withstand it. No good, the law manifestation is too big, and its power is dispersed. Li Hao instantly realized, as it was his first time manifesting his law manifestation and he was still exploring and mastering it. Quickly, he gathered all his strength, and the law manifestation rapidly shrunk. Yet the power concentrated within, erupting with a might even stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, the law manifestation condensed to about 10 zhong in size, similar to Li Tiangang's divine soul. But Li Hao lacked divine weapons, he couldn't form a divine blade, so he had to pick up a divine weapon from the real world. Li Hao's gaze turned towards Ren Qianqin, the young girl holding the black sword box. He was about to summon the famous sword Eternal Night from within it, but it seemed as though he thought of something and looked towards the courtyard, seeing the old lady's face filled with grief. A pain struck Li Hao's heart as he remembered the earnest and kind look in her eyes when she had bestowed him the famous sword before. If he now took this sword, which was the matching sword of his ninth uncle, and battled fiercely with it, the grandmother would be sad, wouldn't she? With this thought, Li Hao held back and, with a roaring shout, while resisting Li Tiangang's divine soul with his law manifestation, called upon his own divine sword from the courtyard. That was the sharp sword he had chosen from the treasury with his second uncle's company when he entered the divine travel realm. Although it was not one of the world's top 10 famous swords, it was a top-tier divine sword capable of slaying immortal realm great demons. It was enough to deal with the current Li Tiangang. With that call, from somewhere within the mountain and river courtyard, inside a room, a wooden-colored sword box abruptly snapped open, and with a swish, it sounded like a dragon's roar and a mighty whistle. A golden divine sword with a round handle pierced through the windowpane in an instant, carrying with it an endless aura of sternness, and swiftly flew towards its master's call. The sword light traversed the courtyards and the layers of the void, whistling into the palm of the young man's law manifestation. This ordinary-sized divine sword, as if absorbing the great power of the law manifestation, rapidly swelled in size, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a giant sword shining with dazzling golden light. With a sword in hand, the whole world seemed to change color. The brilliant transparent blade illuminated Li Tiangang's divine soul, which was charging rapidly. The law manifestation's face seemed to show a ferocious rage, and with a mighty swing, the sword was slashed forward. With the sword blade's howl, the world seemed plunged into darkness. A dazzling and immense bright moon appeared on the sword, becoming the sole light in the world. The brightness was extremely radiant. The bright moon covered and submerged Li Tiangang's divine soul within it. Seventh brother, Li Xuanli's color slightly changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim. In that moment, the might and sword intent unleashed by Li Hao's law manifestation made him subconsciously worry for Li Tiangang, one of the three immortals. Li Mingguang, Li Wushuang, Li Yun, and the others from 3 generations stared dumbfounded at this scene. They couldn't imagine that this was Li Hao's true strength, that this was the power one at the 15 Li realm could wield. Li Sibei couldn't help swallowing as she felt that, if she made a move against Li Hao with her cultivation level of the heavenly human realm, she might not fare well at all. This younger cousin of hers was indeed too monstrously talented, even surpassing the person she had most looked up to during her childhood. Just as everyone stood in shock, the dazzling bright moon suddenly tore apart, a fierce red light pierced through its center, and like a blazing sun, shattered the entire bright moon. Li Tiangang's divine soul held the divine might knife with a piercing gaze, exuding the air of someone who could look down upon heaven and earth. "Is this your power?" "Nothing more than this," Li Tiangang said with an icy look in his eyes. Then he swung the divine might knife again, slashing towards Li Hao's law manifestation. Tiangong. Suddenly, Li Qingzheng's figure appeared as if teleported, positioning himself in front of Li Hao's law manifestation. Shock and anger were unmistakable in his eyes. Shock because of Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation, an ancient soul manifestation he had only heard rumors of. It was said that in the distant era before Deu, a minuscule fraction of martial artists could condense this law manifestation. These individuals did not follow any being as their mentor spirit but instead chose heaven and earth as their mentor. They were the trailblazers of martial artist cultivation, later revered as the teachers of heaven and earth, and thousands of years later, people bowed their heads and called them sages. In other words, being capable of this indicated that Li Hao had the makings of a sage. He had the potential to become a sage in the future. It's been so many years since the Deu dynasty has seen the emergence of a sage. How could such a prodigy of the Li family face such a situation? "Fifth uncle, please step aside." Li Tiangang's eyes were frosty, yet he maintained the attitude of a junior towards Li Qingzheng. Li Qingzheng said angrily, "Is there nothing that cannot be discussed properly? With Hao Er's talent, how could you bring yourself to hurt him? What's the use of high talent if he's so presumptuous? At only 14 years old, he dares to commit fratricide and patricide. The higher his cultivation level becomes in the future, the less control we will have over him, and the more he will act lawlessly," Li Tiangang said angrily. "You're simply foolish." Li Qingzheng couldn't help but rebuke angrily. "Hao Er has behaved well in the mansion all these years, never bothering anyone. What need is there for you to discipline him? It's precisely because of your indulgence that he has become what he is today. If I had been around these years, I would have taught him a harsh lesson long ago," Li Tiangang said through clenched teeth. Li Qingzheng wanted to say more, but Li Hao below him spoke up. "Fifth elder, how is Xiao Ru doing?" Li Qingzheng was taken aback and then quickly responded, looking down at Li Hao, "She's fine. I've protected her lifeblood with the power of immortality. She cannot die and is currently healing. Your father didn't really use his full strength, otherwise." Li Hao smiled. None of these were important any longer. As long as Xiao Ru is fine, that's good. "Fifth elder, please move aside." "Hao Er," Li Qingzheng couldn't help but call out. "Just let me see how he wants to teach me a lesson," Li Hao said with a smile. "Second uncle isn't here, and you still have to guard the ancestral hall, fifth elder. Don't get hurt over this and break your heart off." Li Qingzheng's body trembled, looking at the smile on Li Hao's face, but a look of grief appeared on his own. "Hao Er, rest assured, with me here, I won't let him harm you. Fifth elder, the ancestral spirits in the ancestral hall must not be troubled because of this," Li Hao said earnestly, his smile fading. Li Qingzheng's expression changed. He looked deeply at Li Hao, then turned to Li Tiangang and said, Listen, to this very moment your son is still considering the bigger picture. What about you? Tiangong, any father, no matter where your son was born, would be proud of him. But unfortunately, his father is you." Hearing these words from his fifth uncle, Li Tiangang's face changed, turning somewhat unsightly, but he admitted that the words Li Hao just said did make him see him differently. He took a deep breath and said, "Fifth uncle, you're right. Please step aside. Today's matter is our family affair, and no one else should interfere." Li Qingjung shouted furiously, "Your father died early, otherwise today he would surely teach you a severe lesson." At those words, the expression on Chen Hefeng's face in the courtyard turned a shade paler. Li Tiangang's teeth were clenched, eyes blazing with fury. "Fifth uncle, move aside." Li Qingjung looked at him with a profound disappointment and said deeply, "You will regret this." With those words, he stepped out and left the battlefield. Just as Li Hao had said, he couldn't afford to get injured because of this and break his heart oath. Now that Li Musho was not present at the mansion, only he was left to stand guard. If he were to get injured at this moment and someone took advantage of the chaos to attack the mansion, the ancestral spirits in the ancestral hall would suffer a severe blow. These spirits were merely wisps of remaining souls and not the divine souls from their heydays. A martial artist of the Four Stands realm could sweep through them. This was why he had spent years sitting in the ancestral hall, not leaving his seclusion. Although the divine general mansion had accumulated authority over many years to deter aggressors, those who coveted it were no ordinary people. You have the awareness to consider the big picture. You're not beyond hope after all. Once Li Qingjung left, Li Tiangang coldly said to Li Hao. Li Hao started laughing, then his eyes flickered with a cold light. "Enough talk, let's have it." Li Tiangang shouted angrily, still so defiant. His divine soul suddenly lunged with the knife towards Li Hao. But Li Hao also wielded his sword, this time not Bright Moon Rising, but Endless Sea. This was the fourth form and also the ultimate sword strike. Endless Sea, heaven as company. As the sword in the law manifestation's hand gathered its momentum, boundless sword intent seemed to surge down from the highest skies. This sword intent was like tides, and the sword chi was like an ocean, as if the heavens and earth were shrouded in the light of the sword. Such an extreme state of the sword path shocked everyone in the courtyard. This child had attained the 15 Li realm and yet cultivated his sword path to such a terrifying extent. Vast sword might envelop the entire sky above the divine general mansion. The youth with the Dharma aspect, holding a golden divine sword, was like a deity among swords, capable of commanding 10,000 swords to bow down. Inside the courtyard, Bian Rushui looked up, those countless sword shadows reflecting in her bright eyes, causing her to become momentarily entranced. Such sword might, capable of shaking heaven and earth, she had only seen in her master's hands. But her master is a sword saint, a top powerhouse in the Four Stands realm, asking his heart with his sword, extremely powerful. Yet, Li Hao was just in the 15 Li realm and already possessed such might, his sword Dao actually catching up with her master's footsteps, far surpassing her understanding. In the high sky outside the mansion, guests who had previously left their seats now stopped one after another at high places in Qingzhou City, looking towards the glorious battle between father and son within the divine general mansion. Incredulity and shock were written on their faces. They had originally thought that the young Li boy, with the close call of nearly killing the direct disciple of the Buddha Lord, was already peerless in his generation, unmatched at the same level. Who could have expected that the opponent had not even revealed his true strength? The sword tied before them was the youth's true killing move. If this swordsmanship had been used in the true dragon contest earlier, then Li Changfeng would not have even needed to enter the arena. With such might, even the few grandmasters present felt an overwhelming pressure coming over them, their hearts involuntarily beating intensely. That child. Jian Wudao stared blankly, his shock surpassing itself time and again in a brief moment, the youth without a shadow of a sword in his eyes actually reaching such a terrifying level in the sword Dao. Could it be that the opponent was just practicing swordplay casually, without affection, and even without entering the sword Dao into his heart, yet could become the leader in sword Dao? Jian Wudao refused to believe it, it twisted his understanding of the world. In the sky above the divine general mansion, as countless sword tides condensed, following the swinging of Li Hao's Dharma aspect, they suddenly swept down towards Li Tiangang. Like a 10,000-foot high waterfall of sword shadows crashing down. Li Tiangang's pupils contracted, equally shocked. Although he was a saber wielder and hadn't practiced the Endless Sea technique, he knew the final move of this sword technique was very hard to master. But Li Hao had mastered it. Watching the terrifying sword chi coming to kill, Li Tiangang's eyes erupted with anger. Was this son truly intent on patricide? Above his head, his divine soul suddenly lashed out, the radiant and shimmering divine might saber bursting with divine light as he stepped into the myriad of sword shadows. The white sword shadows roared like waves, while that blood-red figure was like a blazing sun, dispersing the sword shadows with each swing of the divine might saber. But the number of those sword shadows was too vast, seemingly boundless and madly surging. Even the divine light of the divine might saber was engulfed. "Break for me!" Li Tiangang let out an angry roar, releasing his divine might. This was a power that only someone in the Grandmaster realm could wield, and with his divine soul at the level of the three immortalities, the effect of his divine might far surpassed that of the Grandmaster realm. Like an emperor descending, immense pressure blasted out as if waves of sonic energy, rippling forth. The vast sword shadows suddenly shattered inch by inch. The strongest sword strike of the endless sea, actually broken by his furious divine might. At the same time, under the shock of divine might, Li Hao's face turned pale, his chest's blood-chi roiling, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. In his field of vision, it was as if he was facing a heaven and earth god king, feeling an urge to offer his utmost respects, wanting to bow down under that overwhelming divine might. But bow down? Blood-chi exploded fiercely in Li Hao's eyes. If it had been during their initial meeting, even a single word from Li Tiangang would have pressured him to kneel. A son kneeling before a father, kneeling for blood relations, kneeling for the kindness his father showed when risking his life to slay a 3,000-year great demon to help him with his blood-melting foundation building. But now, the bond between father and son had dissipated. He would rather die in battle than kneel. Ah! Li Hao roared to the sky, his hair standing on end, a beastly roar erupting from his throat as well, employing the characteristics of the physical body path, tiger press. Although there was no roar, an imposing aura, like a tiger breaking free, surged from his body, echoing a tiger's roar as it clashed with that boundless divine might. Surprise showed in Li Tiangang's eyes. Was that the divine might of the Grandmaster realm? Even though it was ordinary in might, it had already taken shape. He snorted coldly, holding the saber with his divine soul, stepping forward with the intention to completely annihilate Li Hao's Dharma aspect and to suppress him. Seeing that Tiger Press could not stop the other's advance, Li Hao's eyes turned fierce, swiftly drawing upon the many catalogs he had collected previously. After the battle in Kongyu City ended, he had found quite a few prestigious paintings that were not yet embedded. These paintings included Thousand Mountains Birds Flying painting, Snow Mountain Spirit Fox painting, Qilin Steed painting, Blood Sea Fierce Jiao painting, Pan Mountain painting, Chongqi Mountains painting. Li Hao, now uncaring of selection and without the luxury to ponder upon which particular traits these prestigious paintings could provide for the physical body path, embedded them all into his physical body path at once. Instantaneously, the bones and muscles of his entire body seemed to undergo transformation and alteration under some vast and unseen force. Streams of information poured into his mind, all representing the traits brought by each catalog. The effects, similar to Tiger Press, came from not one but three paintings. Blood surged in Li Hao's eyes as he successively activated the three paintings. Blood Sea Fierce Jiao painting. A roar akin to a dragon's bellow emerged from within him, the surrounding air seemingly thickened with a rich bloody color. A faint image of a giant Jiao encircling behind Li Hao. The Jiao shadow, 100 zhang long, seemed to be rolling and tumbling in the blood sea, roaring at the approaching Li Tiangang with his divine might. The golden divine soul, although slightly halted by the Jiao dragon's roar, did not stop. Instead, its footsteps quickened a few paces. But then, the mighty force of the second painting began to emerge. Mountain map. It was as if a towering mountain peak, majestic and beautiful, appeared behind Li Hao, suppressing the surroundings and giving his body a sense of stability, immovable and unshakable. HMPH. Li Tiangang's divine soul had a cold expression, and although his heart was shocked, his steps did not stop. What was a mountain to him? In the lands of northern Yan, he had slain countless demons. If there were demons, he'd slay demons. If there were mountains, he'd level mountains. Everything would be crushed under his feet, but just then, a sudden low roar, like that of a cow, echoed. A dark shadow emerged from behind Li Hao, its shape like a mixture of a tiger and an ox with wings on its back, landing on the mountain map. Its eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty, its gaze cruel and gloomy, staring intently at Li Tiangang, emitting an ancient murderous aura and ferocity. This was a monstrous beast from the great wilderness heaven, Chongqi. Its divine might was as if a true monster beast had descended. Li Tiangang's face changed as the blazing divine flames on his divine sword were forced to dissipate, revealing only the shiny blade. With 3 kinds of pressure, together with the earlier tiger press, the young man standing in the midst of the battlefield had his hair moving without wind, surrounded by beasts as if he were the king of the mountains, exuding a terrifying power and wildness. Even the Grandmaster Li Tiangang's divine soul couldn't help but stop, slightly dazed by the terrifying pressure, for even a Grandmaster would have to bow in its presence. Was this his own son, the 15 Li realm, able to battle Grandmasters? Such talent was so astounding that it could be considered peerless, a source of pride. But his nature was wild and difficult to tame. Li Tiangang's gaze turned icy again, slightly regretting in his heart. Perhaps he should have taken Li Hao with him from the start, taken him to northern Yan. Even if it had been more dangerous, to keep him close and watch over him himself, he might not have developed such wildness. Otherwise, with such talent, how could he not shine brightly upon the world? Very good, but you've chosen the wrong path. Li Tiangang took a deep breath. As his eyes opened and closed, an entrancing divine light burst forth. He no longer showed mercy, his divine soul fiercely gripped the blade, unleashing an extremely tyrannical slash. The terrifying blade force emerged, as if it were going to split the entire Green Lotus courtyard and even the divine general mansion apart. Such might was several times more ferocious than the endless sea swordsmanship previously displayed by Li Hao. Li Tiangang. Li Qingjung couldn't help but change color, shouting angrily. But Li Tiangang, as if deaf to the outcry, aimed the blade directly at Li Hao's divine soul. The killing intent within the blade, like millennium-old ice, carried the power to split the heavens and the earth, unstoppable. Li Hao's face changed drastically, and even though he had the properties of 3 famous paintings to resist the opponent's divine might, he couldn't block this slash. Without any hesitation, Li Hao swiftly retracted his divine soul into his body, united soul and body, and employed his control of objects power to dodge at full speed. His body suddenly became 10 times lighter. With the enhancements of the Thousand Mountains Birds Flying painting and the Snow Mountain Spirit Fox painting, his movement speed surged dramatically. Yet, the slash was fierce, and even as Li Hao did his utmost to dodge, he was still struck. The opponent had suddenly increased speed while he was trying to evade. With a spluttering sound, Li Hao spat out blood, his body flying backward, tumbling like a broken sack and only stopping after crashing through several walls of the courtyard. The house servants and maids within the courtyard all stood dumbstruck watching Li Hao rolling inside. In the midst of the dust, the young man's figure, coughing blood in a disheveled state, struggled to rise. Without pausing, Li Hao rushed at full speed towards the outside of the divine general mansion. Although his heart was filled with extreme anger, the difference in realm was simply too vast. Staying here would result in more than just injuries. Where do you think you're going? A roar sounded, and Li Tiangang's figure, like a burning divine light meteor, pursued. Li Hao did not turn his head, unleashing his control of objects' power at full speed, fleeing from the mansion. His controlling speed was 40 li in a single breath, and now, activating all his main meridians and releasing the power of the yin and yang dual pulse, his speed surged further by several li. This was far beyond the speed of the 15 li realm, but the whooshing sound from behind was even faster. Li Tiangang had once wielded the true dragon authority, receiving enhancements from various realms in the ancestral shrine. Plus, being in the 3 immortal realms, though he had suffered injuries that caused a brief fall, he was still far beyond what the 15 li realm could compare to. With a loud thud, a palm strike came flying. Li Hao was barely out of the divine general mansion when he was struck from midair and slammed hard onto a building on the street. Li Hao climbed out from the scattered ruins of the building, with many nearby people injured from the shockwave, but at that moment, he had no time to care about these matters. However, as he rose, Li Hao saw a father and son figure outside the building's wreckage. Zhou Zheng and his father. Li Hao trembled slightly, his mind involuntarily recalling the angry shout he had heard before class. I know my son is a person, an upright and proper person, not a mouse that spoils a whole pot of porridge. Just because he is not suited for martial arts doesn't mean he's unfit to be a human. Although my son may not be highly talented, he is kind-hearted. Even if he is only in the power passage realm, he is my pride. What right do you have to insult him so? Li Hao spit out a bit of fresh blood, his eyes showing a self-mocking look. Strange, why'd I remember so much, so clearly, from a stranger's words? Did I perhaps harbor any expectations deep down? Is it the power of bloodlines, or is it the idea instilled by society that father and son should have a deep bond? Or is it the gratitude for the slaying of demons in my youth that loosened my heart? I was truly touched and grateful for the grace I received. Who would have expected that it would cause me such wounds today? At this moment, a ferocious palm wind descended from above, as if it wanted to shatter the entire earth. Li Hao looked up, the wind lashing his face, and as he saw the divine palm above, he saw those angry, icy eyes behind it and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. But then he suddenly turned around and sprinted away toward the distance. He had no expectations that his opponent would show mercy. His life was his own, and he did not want to die here. Stop right there. Li Tiangang's gaze was icy as he quickly retracted his palm print, avoiding injuring the innocent. He then leapt forward to give chase. On the long street and in the sky, father and son were engaged in a deadly pursuit. Ordinary people could not see it, but the terrifying waves of murderous intent from the sky made countless people look up, hearts trembling with fear. Bang! Li Hao's body was slapped down once again, crashing into a building. He rolled over to get up, and at the same time flipped open a panel. Was there anything else that could be improved? Was there anything that could save his life? He saw the musical rhythm atlas and immediately embedded several rhythms into the control path. A surge of information flooded into his mind, akin to the cry of a phoenix or the sound of a small reed pipe, and several characteristics emerged with it. But Li Hao quickly skimmed through them, finding none that could help him escape quickly or bring about a substantial improvement. He opened the panel, looking for something, but all he saw was a dense array of cultivation methods. He had mastered a plethora of cultivation techniques, but at the moment, there were none that could extricate him from the peril. Meanwhile, the figure carrying the might of heaven and earth was already hot on his heels, a vast power looming overhead. Keep running. Why don't you run now? Didn't you think you were so powerful, to bully your brother and kill your father? Is this all you're capable of? Li Tiangang's eyes were frosty as he looked down at Li Hao, abruptly lifting his palm for another strike. Li Hao's eyes were about to split with rage. Looking up at the descending palm imprint, he once again unleashed endless sea. The mighty sword intent spread out, filling the area. Among the myriad sword shadows, Li Hao did not continue to flee, knowing he could not escape. His only choice was to fight with desperation, a battle to the death. The myriad sword lights reflected on his face, but his gaze suddenly became calm. The sea had the heavens for company. What about himself? A trace of sadness crossed Li Hao's heart, but he soon thought of the little white fox who had bravely stood in front of him despite the danger, of Li Yanzhao who had always trusted him. He also thought of second uncle, old Feng, fifth uncle. A smile appeared on his face. At least for these past 10 years or so, he had not been a failure. There were still a few people he could talk to intimately. A fierce light appeared in his eyes as he watched the countless sword shadows shatter under the might of the divine power. Though the sword shadows were many, they could not withstand a single blade of divine might. All these years he had possessed numerous cultivation techniques, but he did not have his own path. Where was my path? Where was my final destination? Li Hao thought of the many ancient tales he had recently read at Listening Rain Tower. Most grandmasters had used the cultivation techniques of others as references or natural traits of demon beasts to build their own systems of power. A grandmaster is one's own teacher. Without a master, they carved out their own paths. They were the masters of those paths. If that was the case, why be constrained by the forms of these cultivation techniques? Suddenly, a flash like lightning passed through Li Hao's mind, and he experienced a moment of sudden enlightenment. He had many cultivation techniques of various kinds, which were beneficial for strengthening his body and cultivation, but they had not been classified. These techniques were the techniques of others, not his own. With his understanding of the Tao realm, he could refine the profundities from some of the mediocre techniques. These profundities were like a path branched from the cultivation techniques, but they were not yet complete. Therefore, he had only half-stepped into the Grandmaster realm. In terms of reference, Li Hao looked at the figure shattering the myriad sword shadows, but his gaze swept beyond, to the vast and cloud-covered sky. Time seemed to come to a stop around him, and the noisy wind quieted down. Even someone as powerful as Li Tiangang, one of the three immortals, was also under this piece of the sky, within this world. If he needed a reference, why not take the world as a reference, and all things as a reference? At this moment, the countless sword moves in his mind disappeared. The numerous confines vanished, leaving only the essence of sword intent. Naturally, his internal breath began to wander, following a special trajectory, surging and pulsating in his major meridians without his notice. The power surged through his breath seemed to extend into Li Hao's eyes. He suddenly saw a door faintly appearing in the world before him. That was the Heavenly Gate. Turns out the Heavenly Gate is omnipresent, not situated between heaven and earth, but within one's own heart. Li Hao burst into laughter, his chest filled with surging breath, and he kicked open the Heavenly Gate. An immense breath burst forth from within him, rising like a sudden gale. At this moment, Li Hao felt like the line from a poem recited in the listening rain tower before. With the winds, the rock rises in one day, soaring 90,000 miles straight up. The door of the Heavenly Gate opened, as if stepping into another world. He felt extremely refreshed, as though stepping into a brand new world, emerging from the deep waters to the surface, with his skin sensing everything in extreme detail, clear and distinct. Falling dust could be discerned, visible to the naked eye. This was an extremely delicate and ultimate control over one's body. And this control allowed Li Hao to delve deeper into his cultivation techniques. As his state of mind broke through, the many previously constrained pieces of information flooded in like a breached dam, all at once. New sword moves also emerged behind the swordsmanship of Endless Sea. Endless Sea. The other shore, with a whoosh, the sword in Li Hao's hand emitted a dragon-like cry, as if sensing its master's will. It shone with a fierce light. All these changes happened in an instant. In the world of state of mind, time flowed differently than outside, as though one could have hundreds of thoughts in a single breath, while in reality, there was only enough time to raise a hand. And the recent epiphany entered even deeper levels of consciousness, where thoughts surged rapidly, generating tens of thousands of ideas in a moment, while only a fraction of time passed in the outside world. When the sword rose again, new sword techniques emerged. The other shore was born spontaneously. The figure descending from the sky also charged towards him at this moment, with a palm strike that seemed to suppress demons as Buddha might, aiming for his head. But suddenly, the palm print seemed very far away from him. A sword light flashed fiercely, cutting through the distance between them. This strike seemed to sever the void itself, containing the power of laws. The palm seal failed to hit Li Hao, and Li Tiangang's angry expression suddenly froze. The sword seemed like countless petals fluttering before his eyes, actually causing a moment of confusion. Blossoms on the other shore. This sword intent actually affected him. Shock appeared in Li Tiangang's eyes, but after all, he possessed a divine soul at the peak of the three immortal realms. Though his realm had fallen, his state of mind was incredibly strong, and he quickly regained his composure. With a metallic clink, a cold light suddenly lanced towards him. The shock in his eyes turned instantly into towering fury. Beast! With a roar, Li Tiangang's divine soul wielded a knife and swiftly plunged down in a slash. But Li Hao was closer, and his sword was faster. Li Tiangang just managed to dodge slightly, the sword's edge grazing his shoulder and creating a sound like clashing metal, leaving a bloody hole through his flesh. The three immortal realms consist of the unperishing, the indestructible, and the unwithering. Upon reaching the indestructible realm, one can render their flesh undying and impervious to blades with a single thought. It was only because Li Hao wielded a divine weapon that he could penetrate his body. Had it been a lower-grade weapon, it would have been impossible to injure Li Tiangang. With this kind of strength, warriors of the three immortal realms could roam unhindered in frontier battles, decapitating enemies amidst tens of thousands alone. If it were a Grandmaster of the Grandmaster realm, although formidable in single combat, once surrounded by an army, they could be shot to pieces in an instant, reduced to minced meat. Especially the armies trained by the divine general mansion, not even a Grandmaster could stand against them. With blood flowing from his shoulder, Li Tiangang's eyes bulged with shock and anger as he stared at Li Hao. But in a flash, he raised his hand and, before Li Hao could withdraw his sword, he seized the blade in a streak of lightning. In terms of killing experience, Li Tiangang was honed on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his body nearly acting on instinct. At that moment, despite the risk of his palm being slashed, he fiercely smashed his fist towards Li Hao's chest. Li Hao swiftly let go of his sword, but instead of retreating, he clenched his sword hand into a fist and, with a roar, unleashed the half-step invincible fist. This punch broke the rules of half-step invincible fist. He instantly fused a sword intent, using his arm as a sword, and struck a harmonious blow of fist and sword. The domineering punch and sharp sword intent struck Li Tiangang's palm hard. His rough palm, fan-like, attempted to grasp Li Hao, but the sword intent within the fist penetrated deep into his bones, causing his arm to crack, and he couldn't help but stagger back. After the clash, both sides were shaken back. Heavenly human realm. Li Tiangang stared at Li Hao in shock, finally realizing that during that brief moment, Li Hao had kicked open the gates to heaven and stepped into the realm of a grandmaster. His moves were no longer conventional, unrestrained, unpredictable. Li Hao's gaze was ice cold. Glancing at the sword in his hand, as a swordsman, losing one's sword was considered a disgrace. Had it been another swordsman, they might have chosen to tough it out and take Li Tiangang's palm strike, preferring severe injury over releasing their grip. But he had never had the consciousness of a swordsman since childhood. Sword or fist, whatever could attack, he would use that. Weapons are external. The self is core. Thinking this, Li Hao's consciousness became even more lucid and calm. Though he had just stepped into the Grandmaster realm and his state of mind had broken through, he had not yet established his own Grandmaster's path. At this moment, however, he had already touched upon it. There were no rules in the world, no constraints. Because of people, rules existed. But what about this world? The sun, the moon, the stars, all things, rivers, flowers, grass, trees. They were each different, but they lived in harmony, complementing each other. The true merging is not about imposing rules, it's about fitting perfectly. What one lacks, the other provides. Not one-sided yearning. Perhaps, that half-step Elder Li spoke of was just like this. To achieve one's own half-step is enough. Li Hao's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light, as a multitude of martial arts and cultivation techniques converged in his mind. The heavens, the earth, all things, every scene, why should I be confined? There are countless rivers in the world, but in the end, all streams return to the source. Li Hao had found his path, though it was just the first step. But at that moment, he already knew which direction to take. A massive and formidable aura began to coalesce within him. Without a sword in hand, though he could still release sword chi, without the enhancement of a divine weapon, he couldn't reach his strongest killer move. Therefore, Li Hao chose the fist. His fist was also at the 6th stage, no less formidable than the sword. Looking into those eyes filled with shock and fury, Li Hao felt an urge to shatter them with his fists. He let out a roar to the sky, the ground cracking beneath him, a terrifying might causing the ground to sink all around him as he integrated numerous martial arts into his fist. He charged forward fiercely, his punches like mountains and rivers. The prototype of this punch was still the half-step invincible fist, but it only had a semblance of the original form. How audacious! Li Tiangang also snapped back to reality, his eyebrows seemingly ablaze with divine flames. I've repeatedly shown leniency, yet you persist in your folly. His body surged with a terrifying aura, the might of the three immortals erupting. At the same time, he suppressed his severe injuries, temporarily stimulating the power of the unwithering realm. His previously injured body showed signs of temporary recovery, his realm seeming to rise. This action would leave even greater damage afterwards, but the aura Li Hao released forced him to do this. He wanted to completely crush Li Hao's stubborn bones, even if he was a grandmaster. Tiangong, Li Qingjung and others arrived on the scene and seeing this, couldn't help but howl in grief and anger. Li Tiangang fused numerous peerless techniques, comprehended their principles, and created his own top-notch palm technique, which at this moment burst forth like the vast and mighty sun. Endless golden light shone, casting the nearby streets into a dim shadow. Li Hao's eyes were bloodshot red, and the cultivation technique within his body rapidly revolved, unleashing the traits of the 7 stars igniting, which doubled his power with its next cycle. Even though there were aftermath issues, and he would be drained afterwards, at this moment he couldn't care less. Ah! Li Hao's hair stood on end with fury, his body erupted with dazzling true force, the fusion of law images, the enhancement of object-controlling divine power, everything converged into this one punch. He charged towards the glorious golden palm that carried a killing aura, like a moth to a flame, reckless of the consequences. Then, he was engulfed by divine light. With a booming sound, the heavens and earth seemed to shake. Terrifying cracks appeared in the streets, and the violent force tore apart the surrounding buildings. Li Qingjung quickly took action, transferring the people inside those buildings to prevent injuries. The golden divine palm suddenly burst and dispersed. The crowd looked on eagerly. With such a momentum, apart from Li Qingjung, Li Xuanli, and Li Fenghua, no one could intervene, unless it was Lin Wujing. But at this moment, he merely watched like a spectator, his eyes filled with astonishment, gazing intently at the scene. As the golden light of the divine palm shattered, Li Tiangang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His violent punch's residual force tore his clothes to shreds, revealing his strong and burly upper body. After all, his attire was not battle armor, and with the exception of his trousers, his upper body was exposed. Numerous scars covered his entire body, ghastly like earthworms. These were the countless injuries left from his battles at the frontiers. Even having reached the three immortal realms, with an indestructible body, to accumulate so many injuries still showed how fierce the past 14 years of battle had been, and how many times he had fought. In contrast to his garments exploding, in another place, Li Hao's figure was flung backward like a cannonball. The punch that had gathered all his strength ultimately didn't reach Li Tiangang's vicinity before being dispersed. Only stopping after hundreds of meters, Li Hao's body came to a halt, his eyes revealing shock. Although he had just entered the Grandmaster realm and hadn't had enough time to settle in, he had hastily condensed all his cultivation techniques, failing to reach the true peak. But that punch was already the strongest force he could muster at the moment. Yet, he was still defeated. The difference in realms, coupled with the fact that Li Tiangang was an entity that surpassed top genius talents, made the gap too wide. Li Hao turned his head, only to see that terrifying figure enveloped in ferocious killing intent, stepping forward, as if a god emerging from fierce flames. The shadow of death loomed over him. Li Hao gritted his teeth, turned, and crawled towards the distance, then mustered an object-controlling force to flee far away. "Come down to me," Li Tiangang roared furiously. His aura climbed, barely reaching the level of the middle stage of the three immortals. With thunderous might, a crushing force struck down from above Li Hao's head, knocking him from the sky, his spine seeming to break. Li Hao crashed to the ground, yet he did not give up, crawled out of the deep pit, and charged into the distance once more. But Li Tiangang's figure appeared abruptly as if he had teleported, closing the distance and striking out with a palm. Li Hao was sent flying, his ribs shattered, breaking inch by inch, his internal organs damaged, and blood spurted from his mouth as if squeezed out, also gushing from all 7 apertures. His eyes and nose streamed with blood, a desolate and terrifying sight. To kill your brother, to murder your father, do you truly wish to become demonic? Li Tiangang's gaze was icy cold. Li Hao struggled to prop himself up, a thought telling him that he absolutely could not fall. He could not fall in front of this man. Seeing those defiant eyes, Li Tiangang's gaze turned furious. "No matter how talented you are, what does it matter? Don't forget your last name, you're a Li. You are a member of the Li family. Every person you see from the Li family has given their life for the clan. What about you? What have you contributed? Everything you enjoy, every meal you eat, every grain of rice, every servant attending to your needs, they all belong to the Li family, all the result of everyone's life and death struggle for glory and wealth. It is the soldiers bleeding on the frontier, it's your first uncle, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle. They paid with their lives." Li Tiangang advanced step by step toward Li Hao, his eyes flashing with a captivating glow. "You feel wronged, indeed. Your father wasn't there for you. I've wronged you, but has your food, clothing, and shelter ever been lacking? Do you know how many boys there are whose parents died in battle the moment they were born? Should they feel wronged too? You say you ingested poison pills. Let's assume for the sake of argument that it's true, so what? You didn't die, you are still alive. With such talent, do you still need to care about that portion of divine blood? You could have asked me for justice, but you thought to kill their widows and orphans. Have you thought about your dead second uncle? His heroic spirit dissipated. Can he rest in peace?" Finally, Li Tiangang stood before Li Hao, looking down from above at the young man covered in wounds. "Tell me, what right do you have to be so recklessly unrestrained? Is it because you cultivated your power with the resources of the Li family?" As Li Hao listened to the other's angry shouts, he tried to forcefully hold back the blood spurting continuously from his mouth, and the crushing pain of his shattered ribs and damaged internal organs from that one palm strike. But the more he tried to hold back, it seemed the more blood surged forth. He spat out the broken pieces of his organs from his mouth, looked up at the other, and his eyes revealed a smile mixed with fierce savagery. "Why say so much? Why don't you just kill me? Then I won't be a Li anymore." When he heard the other say, "Let's assume for the sake of argument that it's true, so what?" Li Hao no longer wished to waste another word with him. He didn't even bother to say that he had not enjoyed any cultivation resources apart from food and clothing. But why bother explaining? Explanations were pointless to the person before him. At that moment, even a strange sense of relief washed over him, including gratitude toward his second mother who he had resented for over a decade. Grateful that she ruined the divine blood within his body. He even felt a deep hatred and revulsion for the blood of the man before him that flowed through his veins. Do you want to die? It will not be that easy. Even if I cripple you, I must rid you of your stubbornness, lest you become possessed by demons in the future. I, Li Tiangang, would be ashamed before all the people of the world. Li Tiangang said with a cold gaze. He raised his hand, and suddenly, a surge of power swept out. The range of his immortal spiritual thought swept over the divine general mansion, and then, from a dark dungeon within the mansion, two chains shot out, racing swiftly towards their destination. These chains crossed the divine general mansion, over the heads of thousands, like two black meteors falling from the sky. Then they landed in front of Li Hao. I wanted to make up for you, but after so many years of being spoiled, even if it means breaking my word, I must first break your stubborn bones. Li Tiangang said coldly, don't forget what I do. For your obstinate nature, I have ways to erase it. Li Tiangang. Li Qingzheng's eyes bulged with rage as he charged over, his aged face flushing with anger. What are you doing? Do you really want to torture your own son? Fifth uncle. Li Tiangang's expression changed slightly, then he retorted angrily, this is a family matter. Do not interfere. You're driving me to my grave. Li Qingzheng pointed at him and cursed furiously. You've just returned from the frontier pass. Weren't you imposing enough out there that you still need to throw your weight around here? For so many years, you haven't even glanced at Hao. You come back and demand he change this and that. Are you insane? Fifth uncle, enough. Li Tiangang's face turned to ice as he said, actually, I have already been patient before. These years you and second uncle have indulged this scourge, raising him to be so obstinate. You were meant to be my stand-in for raising him, and I didn't want to speak plainly. But Hao's behavior today, isn't it because you all have been indulging and protecting him? Can't you see what he has become today? He dares to lay hands on me. He just received the True Dragon nomination and got a bit of strength, and he is already so rampant. Once he achieves immortality, and steps into the Four Stands realm, I fear even you uncles will be stepped on by him. He would even dare to shatter the ancestral divine position. You, Li Qingzheng pointed at him, shaking all over with fury, his eyes bulging, temporarily at a loss for words. Blaming them for indulging Li Hao? Had they ever indulged Li Hao? In this vast mansion, besides the two of them, the old-timers, who else was there to accompany the child? And what wrong had the child ever committed? You are simply, utterly unreasonable. Li Qingzheng grinded his teeth and said. Decades of state of mind were suddenly overcome with real anger. If it weren't for the need to guard the ancestral divine position in the ancestral hall, their Li family's Millennium Foundation, which was even more important than listening Rain Tower, he would have taken action to severely discipline his nephew on behalf of his deceased brother. Make way. Li Tiangang's face was murderous, no longer wasting words with Li Qingzheng. In his eyes, everything the other said was an excuse for Li Hao. Fifth elder, please step aside. Don't break your oath over this mad dog. Li Hao's voice came from behind Li Qingzheng. Li Qingzheng's body shook slightly, his expression changing as he turned to look at Li Hao, covered in wounds, ragged clothes, and a face smeared with blood. His eyes were filled with pity and pain as he said, Hao, why don't you just yield and admit your mistake? After all, you are father and son. Just apologize, and that will be enough. Father and son, after all? Li Hao laughed, laughing uproariously at the sky. But soon, the laughter stopped abruptly. Fifth elder, please move aside, Li Hao said again. Li Qingzheng's expression turned ugly, but in the end, he stepped aside. Between father and son, there was no longer any barrier. The face full of authority, eyes dazzling and penetrating, was revealed in front of Li Hao. Li Tiangang said coldly, Fifth uncle is right, we are indeed father and son, although it's too late for you to admit your fault now. But if you do, today I will spare you from torture. Li Hao laughed once more, bitterly spitting a mouthful of blood to the ground. To hell with father and son, after all, Li Hao roared. It was because of that very thought, because of that millennia-old tradition of propriety, that the child within his heart still held hope for the couple at the frontier after 14 years. Yet those traditions of rites and music were the very reason he faced desperation today, battered and bloody. Upon hearing the young man's roar, everyone's expressions subtly changed. Li Qingzheng froze, just about to speak out in dissuasion. Yet a torrent of blood and rage surged across Li Tiangang's face as he furiously shouted, "You're nothing but a beast." The chains on the ground suddenly flew out, their front ends revealing two sickle-like blades which now shot forward explosively. Li Hao roared in anger, trying to defend himself, but at this moment, the power of the yin and yang dual pulse was depleted, and the strength of the seven stars' ignition had also gone silent. An unprecedented weakness filled his body, and as he barely raised his arm, it was quickly entwined by the chains. The twin scythes pierced through fiercely, stabbing into his shoulder blades. Like nailing a convict to the cross, the violent momentum dragged Li Hao's body backwards in flight, only to be yanked back swiftly, falling at Li Tiangang's feet. "I will make you admit your wrongs." Li Tiangang's eyes seethed with anger, his gaze commanding like divine fire as he spoke coldly. But the very next moment, a sudden roar thundered from the edge of heaven and earth. Li Tiangang. The angry bellow had not yet arrived when a fierce wind already descended like a blanket from the sky, sweeping in all directions and stirring up the dust and debris from the ruins. A figure appeared in a flash, landing between the father and son, and scooped up the young man from the ground, holding him in his embrace. However, the newcomer was none other than Li Musho. When he rushed back to Qingzhou City, he had hoped to catch the sensational ceremony of Li Hao inheriting the true dragon, only to witness this scene upon his return. With his perceptive abilities, he could envelop an entire city. Looking at the young man in his arms whose internal breath was weak, at death's door, Li Musho's eyes nearly bled. His white hair rose without wind, his eyes filled with an anger that had been absent for a full decade. "However, don't be afraid, I'm back. No one else has your back, but your uncle is here for you." Feeling the warmth of those arms, Li Hao's tired heart seemed to relax slightly. Seeing his uncle's furious expression, Li Hao managed a slight smile and said, "I'm sorry, uncle. I was planning to take revenge after the guests had left, so as not to disgrace the Li family, but it seems I've brought shame upon us anyway." Their father-son conflict had affected Qingzhou City and would surely spread far and wide. Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Musho's heart trembled violently. Although he didn't know what had happened, was he not clear about Li Hao's character? Years of companionship, countless conversations by the lake. How could he fail to understand a child? "However, don't talk, your uncle will decide for you. Even if your grandfather were here today, I would still stand up for you," Li Musho stated, his voice almost a growl. At Li Musho's words, Li Tiangang's face changed, especially since the other party had mentioned his deceased father. Fury flickered in his eyes as he said, "Uncle, these years Haoer's temper has been spoiled by your indulgence, hasn't it?" Li Musho gently put Li Hao down, looking at his body riddled with chain wounds, eyes filled with sorrow, yet he dared not relieve Li Hao of his chains, for fear of exacerbating his injuries. He stood up, turned to face Li Tiangang, and angrily retorted, "That's right. And what of it if I indulged him? Do you plan to punish me too?" Li Tiangang's expression turned grim, as he said darkly, "Uncle, although you're my uncle and I am grateful for your raising Haoer, you're also responsible for his current state due to your indulgence." "Grateful? Who needs your gratitude?" Li Musho raged. "While you and your wife were stationed at the frontier pass, if we didn't spoil Haoer, who else would? Should we wait for you?" Li Tiangang clenched his teeth and replied, "Uncle, don't lose your temper, we can't have such reckless talk. My station at the frontier pass is by imperial command, for the sake of the people there. Should I neglect the common welfare of the world for the sake of one child?" Li Musho's expression shifted subtly. Coming from a family of military lineage, he couldn't deny this point. Perhaps ordinary people could care for their own families as well as for the greater good, but the divine general mansion could not. If that were the case, how would there still be countless families out there? "Even though I don't know what happened, what grave mistake could Haoer possibly make to warrant such cruelty from you?" Li Musho could not help shouting in rage. Li Tiangang sneered, "He just received the true dragon, and already he has the audacity to think of killing his brother and father, relying on his talent without restraint. Has he ever thought that his talent comes from me? Even though he hasn't awakened the divine blood, which son of the Li family lacks talent? His unrivaled status among his peers is because he carries the blood of me and Qingqing. His reaching the 15 Li realm at 14 is thanks to the resources of the Li family. His ability to use these peerless techniques is because of the Li family's cultivation technique. Without the Li family, what does he have?" Li Musho replied angrily, "He is your son, isn't he supposed to benefit from these things? And besides, Over the years Hao hasn't really consumed much of the family resources. He has cultivated and achieved everything on his own. Uncle, stop covering up for him, Li Tiangang said coldly. Although you are my uncle, I am still the true dragon of the Li family. It's best you not interfere. Have you forgotten our ancestors' rules? Do you want me to shame our ancestors' honored souls by summoning them here over this? You've gone completely mad, Li Musho, enraged, raised his hand, intending to strike. Li Tiangang did not dodge, but simply looked at him coldly and said, Uncle, it's time to end this matter today. The crowd here has laughed enough. Do you want them to laugh even more? Now you're afraid of being a laughingstock? Li Musho's face turned ashen. He could sense martial artists from all over the city were rushing over to witness this grand spectacle at the Divine General Mansion. Among them were several formidable and restrained presences that he recognized. All were famous individuals from years ago. This incident today would undoubtedly spread all over the world, completely disgracing the Divine General Mansion. You're absolutely disgraceful. Li Musho glared at him fiercely, then turned to look at the young man on the ground covered in blood. His eyes moistened as he crouched down to embrace Li Hao, and with gritted teeth, said, Li Tiangang, I entrusted you with the care of Hao before I left. How did you promise me, and is this how you've taken care of him? Li Tiangang's expression turned dark as he said, I gave him an opportunity, but he was far too presumptuous. Otherwise, I would not have taken such action. Li Musho was so furious that his body trembled, but he contained it, for at this point, treating Hao was the priority. Hao, hold on. Uncle will surely seek justice for you. Having said this, he attempted to carry Li Hao away. Li Hao slowly shook his head, weakly saying, It doesn't matter anymore, uncle. The elderly man's body shook slightly, and then he heard Li Hao continue, From now on, I will no longer bear the Li name, nor will I use anything from the Li family. Everything I've eaten and drunk over the years, I will repay. But this life is my own. Tell him his son had died long ago, assassinated. As he said this, Li Hao's chest surged with blood, and he coughed up a large mouthful of fresh blood. The piercing pain of the two dragon spikes and the weight of the chains, combined with the tugging, felt like his spine was being stripped away, causing Li Hao to instantly clench his teeth in agony. Upon hearing this, Li Musho's heart trembled, and his eyes grew sour and red. How could you say such things? Uncle arrived too late. I will take you for healing right away. No, Li Hao's ordinarily weak eyes suddenly burst with light as he gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, just help me pull these things out. I can walk on my own. His words were not entirely bravado. With the recovery properties of the chess manuals, keep a low profile, he could regenerate even from a severed limb. It would just take some time. This was equivalent to the special ability of the Immortal's first level. Li Musho's gaze fell on the two dragon fangs piercing his body, his eyes shaking with fury. He raised his hand and released a power to steady the fangs, preventing them from swaying and tearing the wound further. Then he turned and glared fiercely at Li Tiangang, said nothing, and rushed back towards the Divine General Mansion at high speed. He couldn't pull out the dragon fang spike on the spot, fearing Li Hao couldn't withstand it. Uncle. Li Hao called out urgently, but as his emotions surged, his blood flow reversed, and he blacked out, fainting. Tiangong, you're truly disappointing. After Li Musho left with Li Hao, Li Qingjung gave a deep look at Li Tiangang and followed after them, flicking his sleeve. Others watched from a distance with complex expressions. They wanted to intervene, but Li Tiangang was clearly truly furious. Even his fifth uncle couldn't persuade him, so they were even less able to intervene. Moreover, Li Hao had dared to confront Li Tiangang so fiercely, they didn't know who to advise. If they advised Li Tiangang, it would imply Li Hao's earlier actions were justified, which would breach propriety. The best outcome would be for Li Tiangang to capture Li Hao and then slowly persuade and guide him. Who would have expected this father and son's battle to escalate to such a cataclysmic level? Li Tiangang's strikes were so severe, and Li Hao was so stubborn. Li Xuanli, you've acted recklessly this time. Li Xuanli approached with a complex look in his eyes and said, No matter what, Hao is still a child. Moreover, he is intelligent. Although my contact with him is limited, I can see that Hao is quite measured in his dealings with others. This matter requires thorough investigation. Li Tiangang wanted to speak, but suddenly his complexion changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly covered his chest as his robust and imposing body seemed about to fall. Li Xuanli was shocked and hurried to support him, Only then did he remember that the other party must have sustained serious injuries from suppressing his oath, but he had not expected that the battle with Li Hao would push him to this extent. Quickly though, Li Xuanli thought of something and let out a smile, saying, Tiangong, did Hao just enter the Grandmaster realm? Li Tiangang's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded and said, yes. Haha, I'm impressed. Li Xuanli couldn't help but laugh loudly. A 14-year-old Grandmaster, isn't that incredible? Our Li family has never seen such a talented monster before. Li Tiangang fell silent, shook his head slightly, and said, let's talk about it when we get back. No matter how high the talent, one must follow the righteous path. Li Xuanli quickly said, you talk to the child well when you get back, this matter. He lowered his voice, transmitting it, there might indeed be more to this. Li Tiangang's eyes turned cold as he said, compared to his actions today, that is no longer important. Li Xuanli was taken aback, gazing at his resolute and icy expression, and suddenly he felt that his younger brother, who campaigned in northern Yan for over a decade, had become somewhat a stranger to him. In the Divine General Mansion, everyone had already returned. In the mountain and river courtyard's inner chamber, as the crowd looked at the blood-stained youth on the bed, their attention quickly turned to the divine healer attending to Li Hao's injuries. He Jianlin asked with concern. How is he? Why hasn't Hao woken up yet? The divine healer furrowed his brows, his complexion a mix of shock and doubt, and said, strange, very strange. What's strange? Li Musho, pacing back and forth, demanded angrily. The divine healer hesitated, then said, young Master Hao's body seems unable to absorb these medicines. It's like the meridians are blocked. The healing herbs, all ineffective. Li Musho's face changed dramatically, and he quickly rushed to the bedside. Seeing the precious medicines on Li Hao's wounds indeed flowing out with the blood, without being absorbed, he couldn't help but turn pale and exclaim. How can this be? The divine healer had never seen such a bizarre phenomenon and was at a loss for words. Then Hao's injury, Li Musho said through gritted teeth, were they just supposed to wait for death? The divine healer quickly said, don't panic, although young Master Hao's body can't absorb the precious medicines, the strange thing is, his body is actually healing slowly on its own, as if it is. He hesitated, then announced astonishingly, as if it's of the immortal realm within the three immortals. The divine healer had previously treated those in the three immortal states, and this phenomenon was extremely similar to what he had observed. At these words, everyone in the room was startled, their expressions filled with shock. Similar to the immortal state of the three immortals? Could it be that this battle led Li Hao to step into the three immortals? How could that be? Upon hearing this, even Li Tiangang, who was sitting in another place and covered in healing ointments, couldn't help but look startled. Li Hao's advancement to the heavenly human realm had already surprised him enough, but to leap to the immortal state from the 15 Li realm in one step? Not even the reincarnation of a sage could do such a thing? Within the crowd, Lu Yurong's complexion also underwent a drastic change, appearing somewhat dazed. Li Tiangang, Li Musho, however, suddenly turned around, stormed over to Li Tiangang, and said through clenched teeth. You see, look at the mess you've made. Hao has a unique physique and cannot absorb medicines. You said he relied on the Li family's medicines to achieve today's accomplishments? You don't understand your son at all? Li Tiangang was slightly lost for words, as indeed, he had not anticipated such a situation. Him and his wife's union had also been an extremely rare occurrence. In other words, a physique like Li Hao's had almost never existed before, and even if it had, they had not paid it any attention. As the others heard Li Musho's words, their expressions shifted slightly. Staring at the blood-stained youth on the bed, they fell into silence. To be able to cultivate to such an extent without any medicinal assistance was simply unheard of, beyond belief. Even though they were accustomed to geniuses and prodigies, they had never seen such an exaggerated case. Standing outside the room, figures like Li Mingguang, Li Wushuang, and Li Changfeng, who were in the courtyard, changed their expressions and showed shock upon hearing the conversation indoors. As scions of the Li family, they were well experienced, and no genius was unknown to them. But compared to the gravely injured youth on the bed at that moment, everything seemed insignificant. Li Changfeng's complexion turned pale, and his fingers in his sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly. Brother Hao. In the room, Bian Rushui stood by the foot of the bed, her eyes filled with both shock and concern. So what should we do now? Li Musho looked at the divine healer, asking urgently. The divine healer looked at the youth, his face showing compassion as he said, If young Master Hao can't use medicines, we can only let him heal on his own. But right now, he's been pierced by a dragon fang, his body constantly under attack, which greatly diminishes the self-healing effect. Li Musho clenched his fists with a cracking sound, containing his rage as he said, then we should first remove this dragon fang. Hearing this, Li Tiangang's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but then he held back. I will help. Li Qingzheng immediately offered. The divine healer nodded, then instructed, please protect his heart meridian to avoid tearing it when we pull out the dragon fang. Under his direction, Li Qingzheng cooperated with Li Musho, one protecting the heart meridian, the other removing the dragon fang. As the piercing chain was pulled out, the youth on the bed sprayed out blood, his face showing agony, but his brows were furrowed tight, as if trapped in a troubling nightmare, without waking up. Li Musho's eyes were moist as he watched the divine healer bandage Li Hao's wounds and wipe away the blood. He took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, everyone out, let Hao recuperate in peace. I want to see for myself, just why everyone is treating Hao this way. As he spoke, he shot a deadly glare at Li Tiangang, then turned and left the room first. Seeing this, the rest sighed and followed him out. Li Qingzheng, however, did not leave. He remained in the room to watch over Li Hao and also shot a glance at Lu Yurong, who was walking at the back, his eyes slightly dark. He witnessed the whole incident unfold, and now a suspicion lurked inside him. So, did Hao injure Changfeng to avenge the poisoning from years ago? In the Li family enforcement hall, a crowd had gathered. Li Musho sat upright, his face fierce, scanning over Lu Yurong. He suddenly recalled that when he first met Li Hao had also shown him a trace of wariness. His heart felt a sour pain, thinking that perhaps back then, it was the memory of the poisoning that led Li Hao to be so guarded against others. Uncle, there is no evidence for this. Don't talk nonsense, Lu Yurong quickly stood up and said. Hao has been stubborn and reckless in making friends these years. Who knows what nonsense he might have heard from some servants, or perhaps someone instigated him, wanting to see our divine general mansion's shame. Shut your mouth, Li Musho shouted angrily, a venomous woman, do I not know what kind of person Hao is? With Hao's temperament, if you had no grudge against him, would he even care about the position of the true dragon of the Li family? So what if I willingly hand it all over to your son? Fame and glory, titles and honors, he couldn't help but laugh angrily. With Hao's talent, these things are but trifles that he can easily obtain. He stepped into the 15 Li realm at the age of 13. What? Hearing the words spilled by Li Musho, everyone was shocked and pale. Entered the 15 Li realm at 13. Li Musho looked at the stunned beautiful young woman and sneered, tell me, for a kid who stepped into the 15 Li realm at 13, if he wanted fame and glory, who in this world wouldn't know his name? The room fell into silence, everyone was mute. Given Li Musho's nature, his words were likely not false, and even if the boy had been 14, he would still have been enough to dazzle the world. It's just that the shocking change was too sudden, and they had not thought of this.
Lu Yurong came back to her senses, her pale face forcibly composed, and said, Uncle, even if Hao has an unparalleled talent, it doesn't mean he doesn't covet the true dragon's position. With the resources of the true dragon and the support of the Li family ancestors, he could reach even greater heights. Isn't that a huge attraction for a genius? Li Musho scoffed, still arguing. Do I not know what Hao is like? Titles and riches pass before one's eyes, he pays no heed to fame or disgrace. Remember, when he's not fishing with me, he's entertaining himself. Have any of you ever seen him cultivate? Upon hearing this, Li Xuanli and Li Fenghua hadn't reacted yet, but all the ladies in the courtyard changed their expressions. Indeed, over the years, they never seemed to have seen that child cultivate. He spent his days indulging in eating, drinking, and merrymaking, even taking the time to play with the cooks in the kitchen, learning cooking, and wasting precious time. Is this the kind of person who would fabricate lies to kill Qinfeng and remove rivals for the sake of vying for the true dragon? Would he covet the benefits brought by the true dragon inheritance? Who would believe that? At this moment, no one harbored any doubts in their hearts anymore. Lu Yurong's body was slightly trembling as she said, Uncle, you have been with Hao for a long time, you can't be partial. Hao might seem simple, but he's not simple at all. If what he said about remembering everything after the age of 1 is true, then how terrifying is this child? He's been pretending all these years, playing a role. He's been acting like a naive child, feigning innocence. With such cunning at such a young age, can you really trust him? Shut your mouth. Li Musho slammed the table and shouted angrily, even if Hao Er's been pretending, been in disguise, how precious is a genius's time. No matter how demon-like you are, there are only so many hours in a day. Tell me, isn't the time he spent on pretending and playing the time he has genuinely lost? With that same time, if he had devoted himself to cultivation, not to speak of the 15 Li realm, even reaching the 3 immortals might not have been impossible. Then why should he care about your son, a being he could squash with a slap? Your son is worthy to compare himself to Hao Er, worthy to compete with him. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily looked towards Lu Yurong. At this moment, what she said no longer had any effect on them. The previous shift was too abrupt, they had not had time to react, but now with a bit of reflection, they knew everything Li Musho said was true. The key point was, that this was a fact. Li Hao had not been practicing cultivation, even if he intentionally pretended to entertain others, the loss was simply too great. That time could have been spent on cultivation, so what fear of competition would there be? The point was, Li Hao's talent was indeed too outstanding, too demon-like. With such a prodigious talent, they really could not think of any other reason for him to frame Lu Yurong, to murder Li Qinfeng. Competition. As Li Musho said, although Li Qinfeng was also a dragon among men, personally taught by the Buddha, when compared to Li Hao, he truly wasn't worthy. Lu Yurong was at a loss for words. The monster-like talent of the child had shattered all her arguments. She knew that no matter what she said, it was futile, and her heart was filled with resentment. Hao Er possesses such a cultivation level, isn't it because you, second uncle and fifth uncle, defied the heavens to change his fate? Lu Yurong spat out through clenched teeth. Li Musho was so angry he laughed and said, my chance to defy the heavens and alter fate was used up long ago. Zhanlin knows this, He Fang knows this too. As for fifth brother's chance, he's been keeping it unused as a last resort, to reshape the fate of someone when the Li family descendants are no good for anything else. For Hao Er has no need for that chance. Everyone was staring at Lu Yurong. They knew that Li Musho, the second uncle, had a rather peculiar temperament, but he would not lie. Feeling the gaze of the whole room, Lu Yurong suddenly felt a bitter and ironic smile creep onto her face, finally understanding the feeling Li Hao must have had when he was under the scrutiny of the crowd. Perhaps only she could truly empathize with the child's feelings, that sense of despair. However, she wasn't about to admit defeat just yet and said, second uncle, after all is said and done, words alone aren't proof. Our Li family is an enormous clan, even law enforcement must be based on evidence, right? Li Musho replied in a cold voice, the poison Hao Er mentioned is something I've heard of before. Once ingested, unless it's immediately checked on the spot, it's undetectable. That poison has been lost for many years. Back then, the 5 great divine general mansions joined forces to wipe it out, and many ancient noble clans were involved too. Not to mention the elixir formula, even the land where it was produced has been turned to ash. I never thought that this thing would still be preserved. The poison pill of God-destroying blood was dreaded even by the most ancient of clans, and the royal family was no exception. After all, only the descendants of families that could produce immortal beings might be secretly harmed by it. For other noble clans with no immortals, wanting to destroy their divine blood, they'd first need to possess that capability. Hao is clever. Over these years, he hasn't been able to find any evidence, and there's no evidence left behind by this thing, unless you personally confess or we take a trip to Mount Wuliang and have a rummage under the Buddha Lord's backside. When you dared to poison him back then, you must have anticipated the worst scenario, right? Li Musho asked with a cold chuckle. The worst scenario would be exposure, but even exposure would leave no evidence. Lu Yurong's heart trembled when he struck at the truth, but her expression remained unchanged as she said, second uncle, you may hold a high position and wield great power, but you still can't dismiss the need for evidence. I've never heard of the things you're talking about. Then tell me, why would Hao accuse you unjustly rather than someone else? You'll have to ask Hao that, I can't understand where I could have possibly offended him. Good. Very good. Li Musho was amused by his own anger, but since the other party vehemently denied everything, he had no evidence in hand. Unless, of course, they went to Mount Wuliang. The only way she could have obtained that thing was from there, and only that Buddha Lord could have kept it concealed for so many years without anyone finding out. They say the Buddha mercifully liberates all sentient beings, what a joke. Does he bring calamity only to swoop in and play the savior afterward? Li Musho scoffed, daring to covet the selection of the Li family true dragon. From today onwards, your son Li Qinfeng will either move to Mount Wuliang and never set foot in this house again, or stay here and never return to Mount Wuliang. Choose one of the two. Lu Yurong's face changed abruptly, and she said, Uncle, you can't make such decisions without any basis, not to mention that you're not the true dragon of the Li family. Although you are of a higher generation, do you really intend to oppress us orphans and widows with your seniority? How can you let Feng Ping rest in peace in heaven? Silence. Li Musho roared with anger. When Feng Ping sought your Lu family for marriage, I was already against it. Your Lu family has been civil officials for years, with all your cunning tricks, which I have long found displeasing. Younger brother. From the side, Chen Hefeng's face showed a slight change as he said, Today we talk only of family matters, let's not involve too much. The rage on Li Musho's face flickered, but he restrained himself. Indeed, if he were to voice these opinions elsewhere, he would offend both Mount Wuliang and the court officials. Thus, he would only express them within his own clan. He had to get it off his chest. However, given his standing, to some extent, it didn't matter what he said, as long as it wasn't widely publicized. Even if you deny it outright, it's futile. I will get to the bottom of Hauer's matter. Until it's clear, your son better not even think about leaving for cultivation. Li Musho said angrily, pressing Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong's voice trembled, Uncle, are you bullying us orphans and widows? If you can't find out for a lifetime, are you going to forbid Qinfeng from leaving for cultivation forever? Li Musho snorted coldly, if you're afraid, then confess yourself and save everyone's time. How can I admit to something I haven't done? Said Lu Yurong in sorrow. Seeing this, Li Musho couldn't be bothered to waste more words with her. He glared at Li Tiangong, who sat silently beside him, and said, And you, Tiangong, as Hauer's father, you have neglected him since he was a child. Has Hauer ever held a grudge against you? Your toils on the frontier pass are hard-earned, and everyone knows it. But when such a big incident occurs, you stand against Hauer. What kind of father are you? At that moment, Li Tiangong was as silent as a stone, and after a pause, he said, Uncle, Hauer is willful. I punished him, not because I completely distrust him, but because he is too disrespectful to his elders. Saying this, he looked up at Li Musho. If he had spoken to me properly, I would have sought justice for him. But he resorted to lethal measures. Do you think that's right? Li Musho was furious. With your attitude and temperament, do you think Hauer can't see through it? Talking to you, there's no point whatsoever. You say you will seek justice for him, so how will you do it? Now, show me how you'd seek justice. Although Li Tiangong could detect the sarcasm in his words, he still responded solemnly. It is naturally to conduct a thorough investigation. If my sister-in-law is indeed guilty, she should be dealt with according to her crimes and confined by the family laws. Li Musho scoffed, that cunning woman is a titled lady of the state, equal in rank to Jian Lan. How many years and months will it take if you follow the due process to investigate? Even if she were to reveal the truth and confess in the end, are you unaware of the penalty that would follow? At most, she'd lose her title as lady of the state and be demoted to a commoner. Considering the merits of the Li family and Feng Ping's contributions, a severe sentence is impossible. As a result, although she may have been punished, she would still live a life of luxury in the divine general mansion. How could Hauer possibly swallow such an injustice? So, is he supposed to break the law and commit murder? Li Tiangong sharply looked at Li Musho. So am I to just watch idly as they, the mother and son, are murdered, doing nothing? You, Li Musho said angrily, you lead troops in battle with such intelligence, so how come you're so foolish about this? Whether it's punishment or execution, all you had to do was let Hauer have his way. Was that so hard? That unfilial son dared to kill even me, with such a terrible temper, I can't indulge him. Li Tiangong snorted coldly, Uncle, I will investigate Hauer's matter thoroughly, and I will give everyone an explanation. Our Li family will never forgive any criminal, nor will we condone anyone. Although he didn't state it explicitly, his words already hinted at the presence of the true dragon leading the family, indicating that he was the ruler of this generation. Even though Li Musho and Li Qingjung had higher status, within the family, seniority at most commanded respect, but it could not overstep the family head. It's like the emperor's uncle being the imperial uncle, but do you think you can direct the emperor? That, unfortunately, would be a mistake. Li Musho's face turned ugly. With Li Tiangong assuming this identity, he could not contradict him. Otherwise, if the elders had the final say, the so-called family head would be nothing but a joke. After all, if one could take control simply by surviving to be the oldest, it would lead to a vicious cycle. Everyone would fear death and nobody would want to lead the charge. What then becomes of the noble clan's legacy? If your father was still around, he would be disappointed in you too. Li Musho said no more, leaving with a flick of his sleeve. Even he had no way to deal with Lu Yurong. The divine general mansion had to abide by the law too. She had the protection of an imperial order, and going through the legal procedures of the imperial court took too much time. As for imposing a strict family punishment, it was possible, but it required Li Tiangong's approval. Now, with his refusal, everything was in vain. Yurong, you should tell the truth about what happened. If you do, Qinfeng will still have a place in the mansion. After Li Musho left, Chen Hefeng looked at Lu Yurong with a very serious expression. Lu Yurong said bitterly, "Mother, do you not believe me either?" Chen Hefeng stared at her. After a long moment, she sighed deeply. News of the great battle between the Li family father and son quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. The battle affected the city, seen by many eyewitnesses, and it was impossible to cover up the news. Taverns and teahouses were filled with endless discussions, especially since the True Dragon's decision was witnessed by many guests, leading to various pieces of news leaking out. Some of these rumors were true, some false, and some utterly ridiculous. Some said that Li Hao had taken down the True Dragon, wanting to kill his brother and father to unify the Li family. Others said that the Li family's young man had drunk too much wine at the table and spoke nonsense, which led to conflict. There were also claims that he bore a grudge against his father for guarding the frontier pass and not returning home for over a decade, resulting in his angry sword drawing. There were even rumors that Li Tiangong had sired an illegitimate child during his 14 years in northern Yan, secretly bringing him back, and this led to the explosive father-son battle when his own son found out. In any case, all the versions seemed to have some basis, making them believable, and the more they were passed on, the more incredible they became. But no matter which version, such an earth-shattering battle, especially between father and son, left everyone guessing what punishment Li Hao would ultimately receive. Some elders expressed that, even if his father had brought back an illegitimate child, he should not have drawn his sword against his own father. It went against ethics and was exceedingly unfilial. Others said that the child was still young, and everything could be forgiven. Time hurried by, and 2 days later, among the bubbling speculation that filled the city, countless gazes turned towards the divine general mansion, whose high walls seemed to isolate everything, forbidding any peeping. For 2 days, there was no movement inside the mansion walls, as silent as death. Then a message spread, claiming that the divine general was punishing his own son severely. At Tan Palace Academy, by the cold pond, Song Yufeng arrived in a white robe, floating over like a Taoist priest. Looking at the woman standing by the cold pond, he gave a wry smile and approached her. "You've heard about it." "It's not about hearing," Song Qiamo replied coldly. "This city is only as big as a palm, and that day I saw it with my own eyes." That demon-slaying hand was truly ruthless against his own son. Song Yufeng was at a loss for words. Indeed, for those in the Four Stands realm, Qingzhou City was clear at a glance. And on that day, he too had witnessed it with his own eyes. Sighing, Song Yufeng said, "For a child blessed by heaven like a Qilin, even if he makes mistakes, he doesn't deserve this. I wonder what the divine general has been through at the frontier pass to be so hot-tempered. I don't care what he's been through, I just want him to come out alive," Song Qiamo said coldly. The two, she referred to were not the same person. Song Yufeng gave a wry smile and replied, "Tigers may be vicious, but even they don't eat their cubs. You're worrying too much." Hard to say. Song Qiamo glanced at him and said, "You didn't come here just to stop me, did you?" "Not at all," Song Yufeng replied helplessly. "He is, after all, a mentor under my name in Tan Palace. I'd like to visit him and take the chance to persuade him to come back to his lessons." "That makes sense, doesn't it?" Song Qiamo gave him a look, but her expression softened a bit. "Since that's the case, let's not wait any longer and make our way there soon. Going there is no problem, but you must assure me, we're only there to persuade. We can't take any action. This is, after all, someone's family affair," Song Yufeng quickly added. "Saying all this, you still don't trust me, do you?" If you talk like that, you're being too distant. Since he's your mentor, why didn't you go before? Haven't I said it already? I'm only good for delivering charcoal in snowy weather, and I don't like adding flowers on the brocade. Within the divine general mansion, in the mountain and river courtyard. In a luxurious and noble room, a youth slowly awakened on the soft bed. Li Hao had a dream in which his body seemed weightless, soaring through the heavens and earth. He flew over grasslands, rivers, and lakes, shoulder to shoulder with the birds, drifting through the mountains and great earth. Streams converged, gradually forming into an ancient character. That character was his name. Then Li Hao woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a concerned and aged face before him. "How Li Musho exclaimed joyfully, quickly asking, "You're finally awake. How do you feel? Is your body better?" Over the past few days, the maidservant Qingji attending to Li Hao had cleaned and wiped his body, removing all the blood stains and changing him into clean clothes. The torn flesh and even the broken ribs were gradually healing under the intermittent examination of Li Musho and the divine physician. Such serious injuries healing on their own truly revealed an ability of the undying realm, which belonged to the three immortals. Yet, Li Hao, having not achieved the status of the three immortals, possessed this unique physique, which could be described as miraculous. This place is. Li Hao's bewildered gaze gradually sharpened, and very soon, his expression changed as he recognized this as his own room. Does this mean he is still in the divine general mansion? He swiftly tried to get out of bed, but the moment he moved, a sharp pain shot through his chest where his ribs hadn't fully healed yet, and the wounds slightly cracked open again, oozing fresh blood. The pristine white clothes he had donned were stained red in an instant. "However, you should rest first," Li Musho quickly suggested. But Li Hao had already sat up. Taking a few short breaths, he looked at his anxious second uncle, then scanned the room. Besides his second uncle, there was Qingji, but no one else. Noticing Li Hao's glance, Li Musho said, "Your fifth uncle is still watching over the ancestral hall, but he can sense what is happening here." A faint smile appeared on Li Hao's face as he nodded. Then his divine soul burst forth from his body and wandered through the mountain and river courtyard. There he saw Li Yuanzhao with a nervous and anxious expression, as well as Bian Rushui. Outside in the courtyard, he also saw Li Wushuang pacing back and forth, accompanied by his sister Li Jining. In a corner, Li Hao finally saw the figure of the little white fox. It was hiding among the flowers and plants, its injuries appearing to have healed. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his divine soul back to his body, and smiled, "Thank you, uncle, for saving my life." Li Musho slightly changed color and said in a low voice, "However, your father never intended to kill you. He was just momentarily insane. You are father and son, you." He suddenly found himself unable to continue. He had wanted to say you should understand him. After all, Li Musho wished for the father and son to be at peace. But facing a child pale as snow, severely wounded, he felt it was cruel to ask him to understand such a stubborn father. However, Li Hao had already captured the meaning behind his uncle's words. He smiled and said to Qingji beside him, "Bring me my outerwear." Seeing Li Hao awake, a look of joy spread across Qingji's face, washing away the haggardness. She quickly nodded. "However, what are you planning to do? You haven't fully recovered. You should rest," Li Musho urged him. Li Hao shook his head slightly and suddenly thought of something, asking, "Uncle, do you know about my mother, that she came from the great wilderness heaven?" Li Musho was taken aback and asked, "Who told you this, Tiangong?" Hearing that name, Li Hao instinctively frowned and shook his head. "Uncle, please tell me about it." Thinking Li Hao knew everything already, Li Musho sighed, "Your mother has a complicated identity. Indeed, she came from the great wilderness heaven, and it was due to an accident that she met your father. At that time, no one approved of their marriage, but ultimately, no one wanted to break apart the ill-fated couple." Li Hao's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing. "You're not planning to go find her, are you?" Li Musho suddenly asked. Li Hao was startled and said, "Isn't my mother dead?" Li Musho was also stunned, realizing he had misspoken and fell silent. Seeing his face change, Li Hao pressed on, "Uncle, you know something, don't you? Tell me." Li Musho looked into his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then sighed, "You do have a right to know. Your father didn't tell you, and he was right not to, because she went back to the great wilderness heaven. It's nearly impossible for her to come out again, especially since she bore a child." A jolt went through Li Hao's heart. His mother wasn't dead. Even though your mother isn't dead, it's very unlikely that you will see her again. Child, don't think about going to find her. The great wilderness heaven is boundless and vast. Even those in the four stands realm face extreme dangers there. Li Musho said to Li Hao, with your current cultivation level, entering the great wilderness heaven would mean certain death. Even if you went, you might not be able to find her. I don't even know where her clan's tribe is located. Li Hao stood there in a daze but soon came back to reality. He smiled and nodded, Uncle, don't worry. I won't take any risks. Even if I were to go, it would be when I have the power to roam the great wasteland heavenly realm freely. He wasn't merely appeasing his uncle, he meant what he said. If he had been eager to take the risk when he first met Li Tiangang, his priority now was simply to live his life well. After all, he had not seen her for over a decade. There was no rush. Relieved by Li Hao's response, Li Musho said, it's good you think this way. Li Hao softly smiled, and as Qingji handed over his clothes, he silently put them on. Once he was ready, he took a deep breath and looked at his uncle. He said in a soft voice, Uncle, the road of Jianggu is long, and after today, I won't be able to join you for fishing anymore. Li Musho's pupils contracted sharply, and his tone changed as he asked, what are you planning to do? Li Hao's gaze drifted to the courtyard as he said, I won't stay here any longer. Young master. Qingji couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Li Hao walked slowly out of the room and into the courtyard. Seeing Li Hao fully recovered, Li Yuanzhao and Bian Rushui, who were waiting in the courtyard, immediately sensed it and rushed over in surprise and delight. Brother Hao, Li Yuanzhao quickly called out. Bian Rushui also wore a face of joy, have you recovered? Seeing the two of them, a smile appeared on Li Hao's face, and he said to Li Yuanzhao, from now on, you must cultivate well on your own. Li Yuanzhao was taken aback and said, Brother Hao, are you? Li Hao's gaze slowly swept over the courtyard he had spent 14 years in. He was familiar with the flowers, plants, and trees inside. In many areas, he had even drawn sketches of them. But now, none of that mattered anymore. At this moment, the sky was already chilly, the fallen leaves of deep autumn had long since withered, and the yellowed ground had been swept clean by the house servants, giving off a desolate chill as if frost had descended. Without speaking, Li Hao walked slowly to a spot in the courtyard. A few people hurriedly followed him, with Li Yuanzhao anxiously inquiring along the way. In the end, Li Hao came to a circle of flowers and plants, surrounded by stones to forbid entry. He fell silent, then slowly and deeply bowed. Uncle Lin, farewell, take care, he said. After speaking, Li Hao took one long look, then turned around, his thoughts flying out to caress the small white fox in the courtyard. The small white fox, sensing Li Hao's presence, immediately felt overjoyed, and like a swift white shadow, it rushed over and ran to Li Hao's feet. A smile appeared on Li Hao's face, and then he turned to Second Master, saying seriously, Second Master, thank you for your care over the years. If there is a chance in the future, Hao will repay you. As he spoke, he too bowed deeply and earnestly. Li Musho's face changed dramatically, and he said, Hao, you. Li Yuanzhao said urgently, Brother Hao, are you leaving? Li Hao looked at him, smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, Brother Hao is leaving. Brother Hao. Bian Rushui was also somewhat urgent but didn't know what to say. Where are you going if you leave? An icy voice filled with anger suddenly came from behind. The smile on Li Hao's face gradually faded, but he did not turn around. The small white fox, as if shocked, shuddered but then bared its teeth slightly and positioned itself protectively behind Li Hao, facing Li Tiangang. Tiangong. Li Musho saw Li Tiangang approaching, with Yu Zhan, Li Fu, and Zhao by his side. Anger rose on his face, what tone is that? Can't you speak properly to Hao? Li Tiangang's expression was dark. He too had been healing from injuries for the past 2 days and had recovered quite a bit. With other brothers and sisters advising him, along with the 5th and 8th, he had been considering easing the father-son relationship. But seeing that Li Hao had just awakened and the first thing he did was not see him, but rather wander around the courtyard preparing to leave, anger surged in his heart once again. Just got a bit better, and the wings are hardened again, huh? Li Tiangang said coldly. The corners of Li Hao's mouth lifted slightly, and he turned around, silently looking at the man in front of him. So, do you want to fight again? As he spoke, the aura around his body was already revealed. Fine, fine, fine. Li Tiangang saw this demeanor and was so angry that blood surged to his face, but this time he managed to restrain himself. After all, he had just injured himself by violating a heartfelt oath, and to fight and add injury to injury was something he hadn't experienced many times in his 14 years in northern Yan. Great, just stepped into the heavenly human realm and you can't be disciplined already. Li Tiangang's gaze was piercing and cold as he spoke. Li Hao looked at him indifferently, feeling not the slightest ripple in his heart, and said, "From now on, you have no right to talk to me about discipline again, and I am no longer your son. I've said before, your son was assassinated long ago." "What do you mean?" Li Tiangang asked coldly. Li Hao looked at him quietly and said softly, "Have you forgotten? Well, let me remind you then. You still remember the reason Fu returned, don't you?" At these words, everyone was slightly startled. Li Fu's return was naturally because of Li Hao's encounter with an assassin at the age of 8 when a member of the human race from the Zhou Tian realm, enslaved by the demon race, snuck into the mansion to assassinate him. Your son should have died at the age of 6, because you were guarding the frontier pass. Li Hao said flatly, "Did you think you had the protection of a powerful figure? That assassin was killed by my own hands. Before he died, he said that I was your weakest point, trying to assassinate me to shake your state of mind. Now it seems that the demon race thought too highly of me." At these words, everyone was stunned, their pupils contracted, and they looked at Li Hao in shock. There was a mistake in the previous text about the age being 8, it's 6, my senile mistake, the correction has been made, please forgive me. Li Tiangang and the others had thought that when Li Hao survived an assassination attempt, it was because Li Musho and other elders were secretly protecting him. Who would have guessed that it was Li Hao himself who had resolved the crisis? But at the age of 6, ordinary children just start their cultivation at 6, and yet Li Hao was able to kill a Zhou Tian realm assassin with ease. You must understand, assassins strike stealthily and suddenly, even those of the same realm might be killed. This indicates that the 6-year-old Li Hao already possessed sufficient strength to counter the Zhou Tian realm. But, 6 years old. They all stared at Li Hao in a daze, somewhat spellbound, their estimation of the child's cultivation talent repeatedly exceeded, but apparently, they had still grossly underestimated him. His monstrosity was such that even the saint heir of the Gondao Palace would likely feel inferior. Li Tiangang fell silent for a moment, although he didn't like Li Hao's personality, he had to admit that the child's talent was top-notch. Li Fu suddenly thought of something and said to Li Hao, "Young Master Hao, when you went to Kangyu City on a mission and I clandestinely protected you, those 2 great demon Zhao dragons on the road. I killed them," Li Hao said calmly. Li Fu's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. During the time he had returned, he had gone to the Piaoshui courtyard to especially thank Gao Qingqing. Her puzzled expression at the time had surprised him, but now he realized the problem lay here. He was supposed to protect Li Hao, but it turned out that Li Hao had protected him instead. Li Fu felt a wave of sighs and shame in his heart. He should have realized it earlier. Li Hao had revealed 15 Li realm cultivation in Kangyu City and slain demons alone. There was no need for anyone else to take action against those 2 great demons. There was also this matter. Li Tiangang frowned and looked at Li Fu. Li Fu hurriedly recounted the whole story to him, and Li Tiangang's eyes flashed with a cold light, that group of demons struggling in their death throes, the Saint Palace was already planning to retreat by then, yet they still fancifully attempted one last struggle, simply ludicrous. So Hao had gone to slay great demons at that time. Li Yuanzhao also recalled the incident at the tea stall and couldn't help but freeze. At that time, they were leisurely drinking tea and enjoying snacks, while Li Hao went off in an instant to slay 2 great Zhao dragons, without making a sound. Zhao's eyes were complex as he said, "So it seems, if it weren't for the young master's tough luck and strong strength, these 2 attempts at assassination, he would have been dead." Upon hearing Zhao's words, Li Fu's complexion turned ashen, and Li Tiangang's eyes condensed, his expression somewhat ugly. Originally, sending the divine travel realm's fierce warrior Li Fu back should have been enough to shelter him under normal circumstances. Who would have expected that the demon clan would be so insanely heartless? They targeted a 6-year-old child for assassination with the Zhou Tian realm instead of the Power Passage realm, leaving no chance at all. And now again sending 2 great Zhao dragons to assassinate him, meticulous to almost certain success. Yet, it was resolved by Li Hao himself. Li Tiangang took a deep breath and said to Li Hao, "Indeed, I have been negligent in your protection, I didn't anticipate that the demon clan would be so heartless. I thought you were safe within the divine general mansion, with trusted aides on guard and other madams looking after you, and with the mansion's array, demons shouldn't have been able to get close. I didn't expect it to almost cost you your life. Li Hao's expression was calm as he said, it wasn't almost, it was certain death. Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang's eyebrows shot up. He said indignantly, are you blaming me? What do you mean by certain death when you didn't die? Nonsense. Li Musho couldn't help but scold, what are you saying, cursing Hao to die? Although Li Hao's state of mind had already calmed, upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but look up at him. When he saw that face full of anger, he felt a sense of weariness and said indifferently, my survival has nothing to do with you, my life was spared because of my own fate, my own strength. If it hadn't been for his transmigration, if it wasn't for the bonus of his panel, Li Hao knew he would have been doomed. Although due to the panel's issue he could not cultivate normally, his improvement in realm was not lacking in the least. After all, these years, he had been earnestly farming experience, leveling up his panel, seemingly in enjoyment, but the more he played, the faster he advanced. If one were to consider the common circumstances of the Li family's descendants, even the least talented direct line could rely on resources to reach a 7th grade war body. And with unmatched talent, like 9th Uncle Li Junye, he would be the best of a millennium. But what of it? Even 9th Uncle, at 6 years old, had just begun his cultivation and could not have overcome the Zhou Tian realm. Faced with Li Musho's roaring, Li Tiangang slightly restrained his anger, his gaze turning icy as he said, do you think you're strong enough? Do you think it was you who resolved it? Ridiculous. You've kept your cultivation situation hidden, even from me, I don't know who taught you. At this point, although he didn't look at Li Musho's face turned red with anger. The insinuation behind that statement was clear, was there any need to say it outright? But when Li Hao was 6, he didn't even know this kid. You're so full of yourself, thinking you're smart, but you're really foolish. If you had revealed your talent earlier and not hidden it, I would have called Yu Zhan back to protect you long ago. Li Tiangang said coldly, with Yu Zhan, a master of the Tianren sect, he would have been able to protect you, whether you were 6 years old and faced with assassination or when you went to Kangyu City on a mission. Moreover, if you had shown your talent, you wouldn't have gone to the Tan Palace, you would have already become a disciple of a renowned master, building up your connections, and obtained the status of a direct disciple of a major force. Look at you now, so willful and uncaring, I don't even know how you caught the Emperor's eye this time. If it weren't for Emperor Yu's personal decree, during that day's contest of connections, you would have lost, making a complete fool of yourself. As a peerless genius with the greatest natural talent, you don't have connections like Li Qinfeng. What will people think? Are you too arrogant, too aloof? Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coldly, what others think has nothing to do with me. Besides, if I were to reveal my talents, do you think the demons would only send assassins from the Zhou Tian realm? If the demons knew Yu Zhan was protecting me, wouldn't they send assassins from the immortal realm? If I displayed my talents, given the progress of my cultivation, even sending someone from the immortal realm wouldn't be considered excessive, would it? Li Tiangang was momentarily stunned, his complexion slightly changed. Indeed, in terms of natural talent, it was truly so. With the madness of those demons, there's nothing they wouldn't do. Moreover, to deal with a 6-year-old useless child, they had already sent an assassin from the Zhou Tian realm. If they knew of Li Hao's exaggerated natural talent, I'm guessing the first assassination attempt would involve the heavenly human realm, or even the immortal realm. If someone from the immortal realm took action, unless the older generation of the Li family secretly protected him, the assassination was almost guaranteed to succeed. In the competition of true dragons, connections are just an embellishment. What's there to care about? With Hao-er's talent, with just one call, which prestigious family wouldn't come to visit? Li Musho interjected, moreover, Hao-er can receive favor from Emperor Yu. What need does he have for other connections? Why don't we see that child Qian Feng being favored by His Majesty? Li Tiangang glanced at him. Of course, he understood this reasoning, but he felt that Li Hao wasn't making good use of it, being too carefree. Having talent isn't something to squander. The matter of assassination, indeed you have your reasoning, but as a family of military generals, this is the fate every descendant of the Li family must face. Li Tiangang said sternly, not just you, every boy of the Li family has faced assassination attempts. Ask your second uncle, the demons see us as thorns in their sides. I've heard that some of our older generation's children died shortly after birth, and sometimes while playing in the streets, they're ambushed by demons blending into the crowd. Your survival to this day is already a stroke of luck. Li Hao's face was expressionless as he said, then being born into the Li family is truly my good fortune. As a son of the Li family, is this the extent of your awareness? Li Tiangang said coldly. Li Hao couldn't help wanting to laugh, but looking at the other's face, he really couldn't bring himself to smile. He said indifferently. The reason I'm saying all this isn't for anything else, and don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to blame or complain, nor am I trying to share my grievances with you. I'm just saying, your son is indeed dead. From now on, I will no longer be a member of the Li family. Please step aside and don't block my way. What is your attitude? Anger surged in Li Tiangang's eyes as he said furiously, at such a young age, what have you learned other than running away from home? Running away from home? Li Hao gave a snort of laughter. This isn't my home, I'm just a tenant. I've been renting for 14 years. The cost of food, clothing, and everything else I've spent in these 14 years, I will repay you. Li Musho glared angrily at Li Tiangang, but at this moment he was too concerned to scold him. Looking at Li Hao with a pained expression, he said, however, don't be rash. If you don't like staying in Mountain and River Courtyard, you can live with my grandfather at Listening Rain Tower from now on. There, no one will manage you, no one can. With my grandfather there, I won't let you be wronged again. Li Tiangang angrily said, Listening Rain Tower is also part of the Li family's property, and the cultivation techniques inside were also collected by our ancestors. Isn't the skill he has learned due to them? Even without relying on elixirs, doesn't he owe it to the cultivation techniques? Li Tiangang. Li Musho roared furiously, do you really want to drive Hauer away, to his death? Li Tiangang was stunned by the roar but did not back down, saying indignantly, second uncle, stop indulging him. Does he really think all his skills come from himself? The blood that flows in his veins is from me and Qingqing. Without the union of me and Qingqing, could he have such a demon-like talent that defies all norms? Without the cultivation techniques collected by the Li family, could he have his current abilities? If he didn't carry the surname, Li, would Emperor Yu have cared, have favored a mere mortal like him? He became louder and more angry as he spoke, all the glory and brilliance he has is because he bears the surname, Li. You're absolutely unreasonable. Li Musho was so angry he couldn't speak. He had never been defied like this by the young man before him. Over the years, Li Tiangang had killed numerous demons on the frontier and had grown from a young man into a middle-aged one. His temper seemed different than before. Uncle. Bian Rushui and Li Yuanzhao both had ugly expressions, looking at Li Tiangang with concern, but they were too intimidated by his immense authority and spirit to speak out. The god-like authority made them shiver. Faced with the angry Li Tiangang, Li Hao's demeanor remained exceptionally calm, his eyes becoming exceptionally cold, as he slowly said. You're right, so as I said earlier, I will no longer carry the surname, Li, nor will I be a member of the Li family. Today, you either step aside or kill me. You think I wouldn't dare? Li Tiangang said angrily. The aura around Li Hao revealed itself, and his eyes sharpened, then try. Enough, Tiangang. Li Musho's face flushed with blood qi, his eyes radiating a terrifying light, don't force me to break my heart oath. Once I break it, I won't hesitate to cripple you today. Li Tiangang's expression changed slightly. He naturally couldn't resist Li Musho's strength, but he hadn't expected the latter to protect Li Hao to such an extent, which filled him with resentment. If it weren't for these elders, with proper discipline, he was sure he could rectify all of Li Hao's bad habits. Hauer is like this today, all thanks to you. Li Tiangang said through clenched teeth. Li Musho said angrily, fine, now you blame me too. Li Hao shook his head and replied, second uncle, don't say any more, there's no need to continue, I'm leaving. Everyone, farewell. As he spoke, he walked straight ahead. Li Tiangang's face changed slightly, rage flashed in his eyes, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body. But Li Hao acted as if he didn't see it and just stepped past him. Li Tiangang raised his hand, but as he looked at the boy's calm and indifferent face, his heart inexplicably ached and he gritted his teeth, you will regret this. Li Hao didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth quirked slightly. Regret. He would never, even in death. However, Li Musho's eyes were filled with intense anger and disappointment. He glanced at Li Tiangang and then hurried after Li Hao, blocking his path. However, Don't be impulsive, your second uncle I. Second uncle, please let me go. Li Hao looked up and simply spoke calmly. As Li Musho looked into the boy's eyes, his heart fluttered. He had words on the tip of his tongue but suddenly couldn't bring himself to say them. Li Hao had already stepped past him. Outside the Divine General Mansion. Besides the onlookers from Qingzhou City who had recently come to gaze from close by, the street outside the mansion was now crowded with an impressive array of figures, all exuding extraordinary auras. They wore different styles of clothing, apparently from various states. But in truth, they all shared one identity, that of disciples from the White Hall of Tan Palace Academy. Those who could enter the top-tier White Hall of the premier academy in the 19 states, although their talents were not as exceptional as those of direct disciples from the top noble families, they were still dragons and phoenixes among people, the finest of their generation. At this moment, they were not in their academy uniforms but were dressed in their original attire. We request to see young Master Li Hao. Having heard of young Master Li Hao's exceptional talent, we have come to visit. Please allow us to enter the mansion to meet him. The crowd outside the mansion kept speaking loudly. The father and son battle at the Divine General Mansion had shaken the whole city, and they were naturally aware of it. These past few days, with various rumors swirling, they heard that Li Hao was inside the mansion these days, being strictly disciplined by his father, and they all rushed over to plead on his behalf. Saying that they were visiting was actually a euphemism for coming over to offer comfort and plead for him. The gathering of so many talents outside the mansion attracted a large crowd of onlookers on the roadside. The clamor of discussions also alerted everyone in the various courtyards of the mansion. Sitting in the Green Lotus courtyard, Chen Hefang got the news and walked out, leaning on her cane with the support of the housekeeper. When the old madam took action, the other madams in the mansion also hurried over upon hearing the news to see what was happening. As a result, both inside and outside the mansion were crowded with people. That's the young master from the Yu family of Qi State. That's the daughter of the Zhao family from Yuzhou. The Bai family from Qingzhou is also here. Isn't that General Zhou's son? Some people in the crowd recognized the identities of these prodigies, while the knowledgeable madams from inside the mansion could also discern their identities from their attire, the decorations on their sleeves, and the carved jade pendants at their waists. The families behind these prodigies might not be as illustrious as the Divine General Mansion, but most were also well-known and prominent families in the various states. Now, they had all actually come to seek Li Hao. Previously, at Li Hao's competition for a true dragon, not even this many people had shown up. These guys, they couldn't have heard some rumors and come to plead for Hao, could they? Gao Qingqing speculated doubtfully. Lu Yurong's eyes darkened. In the past 2 days, Li Tiangang had already submitted her review process, and she heard that to avoid a conflict of interests, the matter was specifically handed over to a vice minister from the Ministry of Punishment to personally lead an investigation and was on his way here. The journey should have been completed by now, but out of deference to her status as a noble consort, the vice minister had not rushed on the road. After all, it concerned the matters of the Divine General Mansion, a hot potato. The vice minister probably has already received numerous letters from the Liu family's literati and was at his wit's end. Hao has actually made so many good friends, why didn't they come over before? Could it be they didn't know each other before? Everyone was marveling, but the likelihood of that was extremely low. After all, Li Hao's talent had already shown through, making him well-known in Qingzhou. If they wanted to curry favor, they should have done so during the heat of the True Dragon Banquet, not now, after a fight between father and son when Li Hao's reputation had suffered. Facing a great deal of criticism. After all, a fight between son and father goes against the traditional values of respect and filial piety in both ancient and modern times. But these people had chosen to come at this very moment. Chen Hefang, leaning on her cane, remained silent, but her eyes revealed a touch of sorrow. She realized that most of these young elites were probably the boy's true friends. Compared to those connections formed out of interest, this genuine feeling was truly precious. Just then, suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed directly at the entrance of the mansion. As they looked at the grand and imposing Divine General Mansion, both Song Yufeng and Song Qiamo slightly narrowed their eyes. Then, they saw the gathered disciples from Tan Palace Academy, and Song Qiamo glanced at Song Yufeng beside her. Song Yufeng gave a wry smile and said, "These guys really know how to cause me trouble, but fortunately they did not wear our Tan Palace's uniforms, which shows they have some sense." At this moment, All these talents were dressed in their personal clothes, some even deliberately displaying jade pendants that symbolized their family identities. This gesture reassured and amused him. Song Kiamo gave him a slight glare and then fixed her gaze on the mansion. A blue gleam flashed in her eyes. Within her sight, she could see the Divine General Mansion's high walls covered with the shining Divine Radiance talisman patterns. There were several types of these patterns, and one of them was targeted against demons. If she carelessly stepped foot on it, she would immediately trigger these talisman patterns and activate the Divine General Mansion's array. Madam Hefang, it's been many years since we last met, Song Yufeng said with a smile as he saw the old lady inside the mansion and greeted her.